观看2025英雄联盟职业联赛季后赛，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端找上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。嘿，来认识一下这位新队友，全新沉淀 CLA， 李宁英雄联盟斗魂觉醒系列现已上市。上京东搜游戏台式机，游戏主机低至8折抢。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶硬口。全新 OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品。更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1。开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。酷睿 Ultra 200HX AI 高净游戏本，游戏本的6边形战士。
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛季后赛，这里是深圳 NIP 主场，让我们有请 Anyone's Legend Weibo Gaming Tap Tap。有请上单 Flunder Breathe， 打野 Tarzan Tien， 中单 Shanks 小虎，下路 Hope Light， 辅助 Kel Crisp， 2025 LPL 季后赛第2日第1场 AL 对阵 WBG Tap Tap 即将开始 ，LPL 5位进巅峰。
Well, guess who's back again? It's the LPL, and it is I. I did 2 best of 5 yesterday. I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling pretty groggy today, folks. But that's why we've got some League of Legends to wake ourselves up, isn't it? Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, and let's get on with the show, shall we? 2 best of 5s today, as well. Anyone's Legend versus Weibo, and then Top Esports versus NIP. Good to see everyone in there, and yeah, hope you're all doing well, folks. Hope you're all doing well. Welcome Colin, welcome Rainy, and welcome Montez, J-Borg, of course, all the regulars over here. 7 Death, Hexy, Swippish, Hope you're all doing well in chat so far. And we'll get ourselves into it. So, anyone's legend? Looks really good at the end of the split. Besides that one loss to Team WE, which of course looked pretty sus. Loved your LEC casting yesterday. Thank you. I have to say, I was pretty proud of that one. I was pretty happy. I thought that we hit a good tone. I thought we had some good fun. And I think that we had some fun stories to tell. So that did it for me. Okay, let's get ourselves into this first draft. Let's start things off right and proper with a draft. Trundle gone. Pantheon's still hitting a lot of the ban lists, even after nerfs. Same with the Trundle, obviously. What's going to be our first picks? We have Nymaera still available, Varus still available, Rumble still available. Suppose first pick Nymaera's not bad. Wow, insta-lock of the Poppy. Insta-lock of the Poppy. Now, I'm not sure I quite expected that, actually. Not sure I expected that at all. Then again, both Kyle and Tarzan are very good at this pick. You know, it's one of those days. I'm going to start it off with a Red Bull. Who do you think is winning today between MKoi and Fnatic? I think it's got to be MKoi based off of current form. But, you know, stranger things have happened. Talia locked in on the other side. Poppy and Talia on the same team is disgusting because the Poppy can just charge someone through the minefield. Did I give predictions already? No, I didn't give my prediction, but I mean, I reckon it's an AL win, but outside of that, the numbers get a little bit strange. I mean, Weibo are a good team. Nymaera sponsored by Red Bull? If I was, oh, it'd make my life so much easier, I tell you. The Wukong locked in alongside it. So Wukong not the worst, weirdly, into the Poppy. Now, of course, if your E gets blocked, it feels a bit crap. And of course, your W2, but you can always just Cyclone on top of a Poppy and not feel too bad. You can stop out her charge by doing that too, because she can't dash down, dash through the Cyclone. Has to get knocked up and then cast it. Sion Orianna. Now that is a front to back. That is a front to back. You need DPS now, Weibo. You need DPS now. Now, weirdly, we haven't seen that much Gwen into the Sion. Gwen actually doesn't do that well into Sion. Did I watch any of the LCP games? Absolute bangers. No, I didn't, because LPL was on at the same time and then LEC was later. I should really go and recap them. Probably a very muddy series. Hope both teams show up. Weibo were pretty good at getting down and dirty in the mud. They're pretty good at that on the whole. So we're looking for DPS from AD carries, like really high DPS. AL might... Do they want to ban Sivir? Who are my all-pro picks coming into this? I would have to check, actually. I did actually make a list. That was like a week before the regular season ended. I do remember I had Xiaoxu as third. I think my top lane list was the Shy 369 Xiaoxu. I think jungle was Kanavi, Tarzan. Was it Monkey third? Might have been Monkey third. Mid was Knight, Rookie. Can't remember who was third from that. AD carry, Jackie Love, Gala. I can't remember who I put third. And then support. I think I put Hung first, and then I put Palkia in there somewhere. Oh, and was it Dway third? I think I might have put Dway third. Okay, so second round bans, we have Corki and Kai'Sa banned away from Hope, which are two of the more mobile picks. I wonder whether light goes towards something like the Xayah. Well, Xayah feels crap into Orianna. I think Sivir is the easy pick-in. I think Sivir is such an easy lock-in hit. No AL members, I put Tarzan in there. J-Bog, I put Tarzan in there. I think Tarzan Kyle, I think I put in. No, I did put Gala. I put Gala in my second, but behind Jackalov. Nymaera finally does get through. We did mention that, of course, as being a first pick priority, but I did think that... Look, Sivir tends to be better at killing tanks on the whole. Varus and Nymaera up. So Varus did get nerfed. Particularly his poke build has been nerfed a fair amount. So the Sivir likely to go over one way or another because you're just looking for that front to back raw damage. And Sivir is so hard to beat in that metric. Not going to lie, Nymaera does beat Sivir in 1v1s too, because there's not exactly much you can spell shield. His damage comes from auto attacks, which you can't block with that. Ral is a possibility. You can always flex the Poppy down into support. You don't need to here, I don't think. Oh, it's the Lulu, Sivir Lulu. Oh god, we're front to backing, boys. We front to backing, folks. That is so hard to break through. And you don't have a Vi. You do not have backline access. I mean, even if you go Nautilus, what happens, right? I mean, you can't even do that because it's been banned, but you need something point and click, and they've got a spell shield. Okay, Leona locked in. I think AL walked away with such a better composition here. I just don't think there's enough threat onto Orianna Sivir. I think you're going to get to a point where the Sivir and the Orianna are just going to put out so much damage in the front line with a Lulu buffing them is going to be so deadly. So what Weibo need to do is punish anyone's legend when they look for warding missions, when they look for split skirmishes, because they are less good at that. Lulu's not a great skirmishing support. I will get Hydra Typhus, by the way, will you? Better draft? I think AL walk away with a better draft. Weibo will need to out-skirmish, realistically. And they'll need to pick off Lulu as she goes to ward. She's not great at warding on her own. Breathe, perhaps, in the Gwen versus the Sion can make a dent as well. Perhaps. That being said, I do think that Sion actually has a much better matchup into Gwen than a lot of people think. Coaches will fist bump for first game of the day, and we will get on with things. Welcome in. If you've not partaken in the LPL playoffs so far, Game 1, anyone's legend Weibo coming right up. Let's get into things, shall we? Time to see if Weibo and AL get themselves some nice gyos. Yeah, you know, NIP's arena's got some decent acoustics to it, doesn't it? Just as I started talking last time, it started those gyos, I was like, oh, it's a bit delayed. Perhaps there's an audio issue or something like that. Thank you for the stream streak, John Beatus, as well. 40 stream streak. Appreciate you all. And I hope you're having a wonderful LPL experience. LPL playoffs is a very special time of year. Teams tend to glow up in LPL playoffs in a way which you just don't tend to expect. There's always a playoffs run which you don't expect. Whether that'll be, you know, we've got a lower bracket, right? Now, right from the start. Whether that'll be someone like, I don't know, I think EDG could surprise people. Whether it could be, oh, hang on a second, jumping forward, Zenith Blade early on. Heal blown by Chris to give them the move speed out. Hope did stack up that lethal tempo. Not really the Zenith Blade they would have wanted. And then Hope he just gets to keep doubling the wave. That's Sivir for you. The Ricochet go rat-a-tat-tat. Phase rush from Shanks and from Xiaoxu. Yeah, it's level 2 now. I don't think he wins this because the clock will wind up a flash away from the Unraveled Earth. Unraveled one, though, the stone tosses. Flash for Flash. Xiaohu, Shanks, both losing summoners. Who benefits more from that? I think... Oh, my God, I don't know. Because if the flick back lands from Talia now, that's a problem. Was there a ward dropped in this brush? No, there wasn't. Tien has an angle hit. There's no flash in Shanks. Does he flash for it? Ooh, good damage. Level 3 hit now. Xiaohu gonna hit level 3 off the next wave, and gets it there. Alright, okay. I don't... Well, can Tarzan actually contest this? You see the HP of the Wukong. But there is a Shao here. Yeah, there's a Slayer right here. Doesn't get the W onto the E. Hammer shot gets one part of the damage, not two. Flick back missing. Full Raptor secure by Tien. Tarzan doesn't get anything there. Could still potentially contest at a red buff. This, by the way, folks, is full build Poppy. Level 3 red buff. Poppy's full build. Welcome. Welcome to the late game, Poppy. You have everything you need. Does Poppy need anything else in life? No, not really. Chris, did he just queue a minion? I think Chris might have just queued a minion. And Hope will keep walking forwards. Get some damage down. Failing the E this time, that could be a bit of a problem. Tarzan, does he think he has a kill angle? No, not with the cooldowns left the way that he did. He needed his E back up, really. Tarzan doing a great job of battle warding. There's that Poppy. Tarzan, has he actually managed to steal anything away? I guess he got some of those, some of the Krugs, I suppose. It would have been really nice to, the big thing here, actually, is that Breathe is left alone in top lane. I think if Tarzan had managed to, you know, get into top lane, actually cause some problems there, that would have, been really bad for Weibo. They need this Gwen to be relevant. Really need this Gwen to be relevant. You know, the longer it takes Gwen to get online, the less threat Weibo has towards the backline later on. I do think, you know, Leona Wukong can sometimes reach the Orianna and the Sivir. Through a Lulu, pretty hard to do so, especially since there's a cleanse on Hope as well. Can't exactly cleanse the Gwen flank. But down the W, you can't always polymorph it very easily either. If those needles start flying, yeah, you're in trouble. Alright, invade onto the other side now. Tien trying to keep up with Tarzan. Of course, lost a little bit of farm on the Krugs. Hasn't taken his own Scuttle yet either. Has a Smite, and he does have to use it. But now he doesn't have Smite for bot Scuttle if it comes round to it. Needs to wait for another few seconds to establish. Shanks not going to hit the QW onto the real Wukong. So double Scuttle achieved by Tarzan. Really bullying out the Wukong early with the help of some aggressive trades in lane. Tarzan keeping about his jungle gremlin ways. Continually walking forwards, now recalling in the enemy jungle. Lots of this is really battle warding at its best. Hang on, W is just used. Does he get a wall stun off here? Ah, yeah, he does. Well, not the wall stun, but he does get the E. W not there anymore. Leaves quite a lot of damage. W now gone, flashing away. Kyle will slow down enemy jungle support. Tarzan going a step too far this time and loses a summoner for it. Having no HP as well means that, well, he has to recall now. Tien has a bit of uninterrupted time now. It's nice for him. Now, Anyone's Legend, they are a team which is completely defined by their jungle support. Now, of course, you can point to a bunch of different players on the team. I think that Hope's had a great year, even as one of the oldest AD carries in the LPL, which weirdly holds a certain stigma to it. You know, veteran AD carries aren't given the same respect as, you know, a veteran top laner or something like that. You know, ADC is seen as kind of like the hotshot young player role. Hope's been fantastic. Age doesn't have to mean anything, folks. Him and Jacula have been fantastic. And then the two oldest AD carries in the LPL this year. And, you know, I think Flandre on the top lane, a player which he's a world champion. He's had a good revival as well. Of course, wasn't playing in 2023. Came back for 24. And into this year as well. Anyone's Legend won a split. Made it to, you know, MSI 3rd place. Weibo on the other side. Oh, God. This has been their worst year since 22? No, 23, 24. They made it to a World's Finals and a World Semi-Finals. Changed their roster about, of course, each year or so. They had in... Oh, what was their roster in 2023? They had the Shy, Weiwei. Of course, they had Caster at the start of that too. Caster's just made it back to Worlds, by the way, from PCS. Interestingly enough. Second, Kyle giving the shield over to Flandre. Potential move speed as well. Needlework used to trade back some damage. The wave is okay for him right now. He stops a recall, interestingly, too. Has enough HP to stick around. Doesn't want to take that much more poke. Does he want to collect the wave at turret here? Is anyone else going to collect this wave? I suppose he's afraid that a dive is going to come in, but there might be a dive on top side. Cyanot is going to be the farm alarm and bot side. course, breathe here on the Gwen. So important to this game, but just it's important to AL in general. Someone needed to be here to cover this wave, folks. Sivir ult's popped. Polymorph as well. Ooh, flash away, and here comes the Talir. Well, there's your cover. Tarzan, remember, no flash, and that could be a problem. Phase Rush helping. And the Poppy copped up. We'll see the disengage come through. Some farm was lost to tower while this is happening, and a turret plate was picked up. I'm not sure if anyone got gold for it. I suppose they did. I think someone ended up hitting that. And Tien gets Dragon on the other side. Xiaohu flew into Poppy W while gank was going on, of course. Well, he just had to get there. That was the primary thing. Grub's now traded for an individual advantage a little bit for Tien here. Got the Dragon. Traded for the Grogs, but be able to get himself some extra farm as well. Gets Raptors. Does he get red buff as well? Does he get red buff as well? That'll be important, because if he gets that, then actually he's actually pretty happy with the whole jungle state of affairs. Light's going to walk towards Tarzan. Remember, there's no flash on the Poppy. He needs to get himself a phase rush if he can help it. Not going to be... Hang on. Ult pop by Light. She doesn't below the flash. Uses the barrier instead. Shanks helping out his jungler. So, Raptors are gone. Don't be fooled by the minimap. Raptors are gone. Red buff is gone. Krugs are gone. Tien takes a whole quadrant, and Tarzan can't even take the Raptors. That's a good play from Light. That's a very good play to cover his own jungler's camps here. Double buff on Tien now. Not really going to be able to do much towards the Sion. Jungle matchup is so important in this game, folks. In between these teams, rather. Just nameplates on. Tien, so often been a regional hero. Up until finals, where things have gone less well for him. Tarzan, very similar on the other side. But Tarzan was another guy that couldn't really make it work in finals. Both these two have been known as finals chokers in their career, but both of them have been on great form, actually, the last year or two, haven't they? Tarzan won a finals for the first time ever this year. Won himself a title. What a legendary player. He was probably the best player to have never won anything up until that point. Tien on the other side. Now he's a world champion. Of course, that was a little while ago now. You really have to respect him within an LPL context. Is this elimination? No, this is not elimination. This is the upper bracket. The loser of this will play the loser of the next series that we're playing today as well. Which means that our matchup will be, you know, one of anyone's Legend or Weibo facing up against one of top esports or NIP. On the other side, we have BLG versus IG in the upper bracket. Lower bracket, we have JDG versus EDG, which is interesting because we have Clearlove and Scout versus EDG. That is, it writes itself, doesn't it? It writes itself. To be fair, Tien did get that one finals a while back versus G2. Yeah, you know, one of those small finals which might have won him a world title. Yeah. Just a small thing. Shanks and Xiaohu. 10 CS difference between them. Not crazy, I suppose. We are getting to the point where the Orianna starts to bully around the Talir a little bit, because the shockwave can be used to trade very heavily in side lanes quite easily. Can someone tell me how JDG lost yesterday in a reverse sweep? Well, I mean, BLG came in as the higher seed, and they started the series very poorly. Swapping in Beige 1 was something else, though. Crisp coming in at 2/3 HP. Shanks does have flash and uses it. Good flash away the solar flare. Oh, it's a double shockwave, and the Zenith Blade misses Crisp. Not great accuracy from him so far. I suppose he hit a Zenith Blade or two earlier in the game, but awkward that. Flash for flash at the end of the day. Shanks for Crisp. Crisp, a player who, of course, won a split himself earlier in the year on top esports. He was the starting support for top esports in winter. Then comes summer, they switch away from him. He played there in spring as well. And they swapped away from him. Replaced him with Hung. Hung's been great for top esports. He was very poor before that point. Later the ranking coming out for Light, by the way. Popping in the Cull. Hope has a Cull as well. Both of them just knowing their job, they need to scale. I always take my toll, red or gold. I used to play a lot of Sivir. You're getting a really clean auto attack reset on the W. It's a very fun feeling. It's a very satisfying champion to auto attack with. Being able to stand and kite as a Sivir, oh, one of the better feelings in League. Now the problem with someone like Sivir is that you do require a team to, you know, be alive. Sign up, hop. It's gonna be the farm alarm again. Dragon spawning now. Recall not cancelled. So Xiaohu can teleport back out into the map. Does have no ult. Yes, he does have no ult. Yeah. Not double negative. Weird sentence structure there. No contest over this dragon, actually. Tien, of course, got the earlier one, trading that with the grubs. Very even between the jungles now, actually. Now first item's been hit by the Wukong, the jungle matchup gets a little bit more spicy, I think. That's where the Wukong can really fire back. Dragon secured by Anyone's Legend. And they'll get themselves a play on top side too, actually. So they're actually getting something off both sides of the map. Quite rare to see that in the way that you do. Typically cross maps are a thing which Weibo really like to do. They're very, very good at that. Quiet game in terms of kills. No kills so far in this series. Anyone's Legend, often known as our strategists. A team which are hang on a second. There is a flash and it'll be used. Tien walking forwards. Was invisible, of course. Triforce and nasty spike for the Wukong. Does have flash. What are we fighting over next then, folks? What do you reckon? Herald in 10 seconds. Do we finally get a fight over that? I don't know. One item for almost everyone? Is that enough of a reason? I don't know if Weibo want to take a fight at 2 items, do they? Do they want to take one now? I mean, it's not like they don't... Well, they don't scale badly themselves, I suppose. Maybe they just think, look, we've got a Gwen. Yeah, you got a front to back, but we have a Gwen. Yunara's good at damage as well. I think you could argue up 2 items. Nymaera outvalues the Sivir. But with the Lulu, is that true? Shanks getting himself almost the whole turret here. Flickback misses. Needs an extra auto attack or 2. Might come in towards the tower. No. 3 grubs from Shanks really helping him on the turret there. I do wonder whether Weibo think they can still hang with AL in the big team fights. I'm just worried about the Lulu Sivir just popping off later on. Remember, Hope won a title in the LPL playing in a meta not dissimilar to this. It was the Zeri Lulu meta of 2022. Hope won on JDG in 22 summer. Tarzan, he's going to walk in to breathe. Can he get himself a good wall stun? Well, there, oh my god, he's just flashing into the Sinal. That is one way to perish. Throws himself into the onslaught of unstoppableness. Shanks going towards what side? No flash for the Talia, remember. Is the Phase Rush going to land? Yeah, it is. Flick back, helpfully landing for Xiaohu there. Can he get himself an ult? I think he might just be dead. Perhaps, anyway. Xiaohu getting a little bit more damage, but nah, Shanks. The ultimate was enough. Xiaohu goes down. 2 quick kills in quite cheap fashion. Now suddenly, with a numbers advantage, Anyone's Legend feel like they can take a fight across the map. Cycling comes through. It's more like a stiff breeze, really. Gonna go down fairly quickly. Redemption. The peel and the shielding coming through from Anyone's Legend just a little too much. Yunara hits the ground and Weibo just fall apart. 5 deaths across the map. Every single member dying in the last minute. Tower goes down too. Why not? Herald on top of it. Anyone's Legend get objectives. They get kills. They get everything. I mean, Weibo, what was the plan there? You know, what was the comms across the map? Suddenly, everyone finds himself vulnerable. I just don't get it, folks. I just don't get it. That was an absolute collapse from Weibo. Flandra's getting... They get 2 side lane turrets at the same time. I mean, they have 3 grubs. It's a lot of tower damage, but come on, Weibo. What the hell just happened? What a collapse. We're not even going to look back at the kill which happened in top lane or bot lane. Both solo laners are already dead. 4v3 in mid lane. The Cyclone comes through, but, you know, the Lulu makes it so much harder for that damage to stick. Yeah, you're a 1-item Wukong, but there's a wild growth. There's a redemption. Hope pops the ult, runs them, double kill for him. That's terrifying. The kill's going to the Sivir, which you can barely deal with later on. It's terrifying for Weibo. Delulu is the Solulu. I think Lulu, just in general, is the Solulu. God, that's a 5,000 gold lead out of nowhere. Where did it all come from? Where did it all come from? Well, I mean, I say that we did literally just see where it all came from, but you know, I think the energy's right there. Herald summon in mid lane, trying to finish off the last of the outer ring of turrets. 3 grubs can help him with that. An auto attack on tower might actually just be enough, you know. Does he even need that? Oh, it's going to go down, I think, just to the Herald charge, actually. Hope wants to stick around for local gold if they can. Damn, that turret just about alive. The dragon spawning now. Tarzan, oh, gets a wall stun. Shockwave afterwards, and Crisp, yep, he's looking a bit crispy there. Burned alive by anyone's legend. Putting him over the fire. Oh, it's a great polymorph. What a top-tier polymorph. The Cyclone comes out. Not at all. Stopped in its tracks. Landra here to peel away from... That is such a good polymorph. Coming in from Kyle. Tien tried to look for a slap back. Just finds himself a little cupcake in the enemy team. All towers down in the outer ring. Dragon going to fall to anyone's legend now to 7 kills to none. Weibo, I mean, they have 1 dragon, and that's the only thing stopping this from being a perfect game. Utter collapse from Weibo. I don't even think it was going that badly before all the kills came in. Breed flashed himself into a, you know, face planted into a Scion. Oh, the polymorph was insane from Carl. We'll watch this back. We'll watch this back. But look how good the polymorph is in this play. You know, the initial engage is good. Engaging onto the hard engage support makes a lot of difference. Poppycopter removes the Nymaera, and a lot of the damage is just gone. You should never be flashing in there as soon as the Poppy ult hits. Perhaps just not reacting in time to his own AD carry being punted out. Scion would have been there early enough anyway. And Weibo just lose their minds. They just lose their minds. Got a 3-kill Orianna now with the Horizon Focus second. I suppose it's quite a squishy team on the side of Weibo. I prefer this to something like the Shadow Flame, which is a very overrated item. The flat pen is a little overrated in general, because the passive doesn't ever really give you that much value when you're playing like a full chunk mage. Oh, Shockwave onto 1, and that's onto Tien. There's not going to be any steal now. Walks away from his own redemption. I think he realizes, look, I just need to recall now. Weibo still stick around? I mean, your Wukong is no HP. You can't really do much about this. Just back off, Weibo, I think. Just back off. Don't let the Atakan make things worse for you. Secured easily by anyone's legend. How many petals are they going to get? They were on, you know, 6 or 7. Go to 26. Good amount of petals for them. Good value. Quickly taken. Not too much time wasted on that. So now you have over 1,000 gold lead in bot lane and top lane. Almost 2,000 in mid lane. The most slept on abilities of Zoe E and Lilia are Get Out. Are you kidding me? Oh, God. That is bad, Blade. That is bad. You're not wrong. Look, okay, I did have a very funny joke the other day. Hang on a second. Solar Flare. Just a party Solar Flare, I guess. Crisp has Flash. I wonder if he'll have to use it, actually. This fight's getting pretty scary. Shockwave comes in. Horizon Focus sees Weibo punted over the Horizon, and that's 2 very quickly dead. I mean, Weibo have not had any sort of input in this game. As soon as things started to collapse, the game has been chokeholded out. Tarzan not getting a wall stun angle onto Light. He gets out of that angle quickly enough. But yeah, Medic said something like, well, you know, Broken Blade was down a K, and I said, so he's Rowan Blade? I make myself laugh, I tell you. Needlework used on bot side. I think he just... Does he just die? Has to flash away. There wasn't even a shockwave available. The oppression from anyone's legend as soon as they got ahead in this game has been ridiculous. Smothering. smothering. I think Tarzan, from beginning to the end, he needs a kill and a death to truly have the Spartan experience, but he's definitely been very, very potent. Walking into the enemy jungle right the way from early into the game. Hit full build Poppy, you know, just level 3 with a red buff. Walked into Tien's jungle, made a mess of things. God, a Magi's picked up by the mid laner of anyone's legend. Hey Harold, how's it going? You're sick? We know you're sick. Sick as hell. Two items across the board from anyone's legend, really. Sorry, support. Minute till dragon would be third for anyone's legend. Again, the one dragon from Weibo, the one thing which has stopped it from being a perfect game. Can Weibo mount a real fight in this game now at this point? 2 items on Nymaera. I don't know. 2 items on Gwen. You know, normally these breakpoints, you think, well, yes, that's not a bad point for these champions. It's a good power spike. They're just so far behind now. You know, you're behind almost 2 levels on Flandre. In fact, you will be behind 2 levels for this fight. You just hit level 16. Level 16 to level 14. 2 levels in jungle. Fight coming through from Weibo. Trying to jump forwards onto the Lulu. Now, that's a target they might be able to kill. Good flick back. The wall stun from Tarzan's not bad. And Hope is going down. Wow, Weibo, they've actually found a good angle. 2 kills very, very quickly. So that's going to be Flandre walking out. Getting 1v1 by Shanks. That will be a kill back for anyone's legend. But 2 quick kills onto the bot lane. That's not bad from Weibo. Now, just imagine what could have happened if they weren't so far behind. Tarzan walking forwards again. Now, he's potentially going to go down. He doesn't have flash. That's 3 kills for Weibo. Out of nowhere, they were kept to 0 so far in Flandre. Well, you're very tanky, but you are also very, very alone. Shanks now coming up to help. He has flash. Does he have to use it? Zenith Blade missing onto him. God, that's a lot of damage. Like walking forwards again. He's a pretty good duelist. I don't think you beat out the 15-stack Magi's 3-item Orianna, though. Spots out Tien, very low HP. Shanks, make sure that the dragon is not going to be let go. Despite the problems, flashing forwards. Using the Q, don't think the QW lands. Barry coming through as well. Can Tien get enough damage? No, I'm not sure he can. The Atacant getting slow, but the damage too. Teleport coming through, and Shanks does everything himself. Double kill for the Orianna. The battle ball, the bowling ball, knocks down the pins of Weibo. And what started as a good fight for Weibo ends up being much, much, much less good for them. Won't be able to get the dragon, and now with Smite gone, is that going to be Baron going with it? (7-0 in suit). The bowling ball goes forwards. They really should have made... You know, I know they made a bowling Lilia skin. Where is the bowling Orianna skin? The ultimate could sound like a strike. It'd be fantastic. Sion ult coming through to push up mid-wave and get Flandre onto the map a little quicker. 5 seconds until Tien comes back up. Can Weibo do anything about this? No, not really. Baron going to be easily taken by anyone's legend. Flandre just being the body blocker here. A slight stumble from anyone's legend around that last dragon fight where they lost their bot lane and Tarzan in quick succession. Do I think your call of banning the Sivir was spot on? Weibo will regret that. I also just wonder whether Weibo should have taken it. I wonder. Maybe they thought, well, Nymaera will be able to duel the Sivir. Because typically Yunara's got good 1v1s versus that champion. But as you can see, look, Sion Sivir is a team comp in itself. Sion Sivir, it doesn't matter what else you pair it with. That's good. And then you give him a Lulu and Orianna for double shields and extra range. Yeah, that's one way to have a front-to-back comp. And AL have looked so clean with it. Xiaohu walking topside. Shanks doesn't have flash now. Does have the shockwave. How many people can he hit with it? Activates the phase rush, and Xiaohu, now he's left out to dry. A Poppy ult makes this an even less favorable fight. Shockwave onto 2. Quick triple coming in for the Orianna. Tower will fall as well. Weibo yet to find a kill in the fight. Inhibitor will fall in top lane, soon to be followed by 1 in mid. Oh, do they even need it? They got 3 grubs. Light is the only wave clear left. Of course, Gwen died in that point too. Walking towards those turrets. 1 down, 1 left. Tien walking forward, but he's W'd. The Cyclone again, feeling more like a Category 1 Stormforce wins. I think that's the low ones, right? It's one of the low ones. Light, can he get anything done here? The answer is sadly, no. Nexus will fall. Anyone's legend 1-0 in the series. Easy game from anyone's legend. Really felt like the dam broke around that first kill onto Breathe, kill onto Xiaohu on the side lane. Everything fell with it. Do I have the league for my cast cavities? Yes, I do, Blade. Let me go. Oh, gosh. Sorry, folks. I'm not as high energy today as I normally would be. I'm feeling a little bit under the weather after doing, you know, two best of fives yesterday. Oh, but hello. Thank you, everyone, for joining me for your LPL experience. I got 2 best of 5s coming in today. And, yeah. I really think that Anyone's Legend, looking very, very clean. I think that you could get fooled by the position that they finished in this split. They finished 4th. I think they're very easily a top 3 team. I think we saw that BLG. They were stumbling yesterday. And what we can see here is that Anyone's Legend are looking pretty damn good here. Yes, they lost to WE. It was a game which didn't matter towards standings, though. And yeah, Anyone's Legend. Good start of things. Okay, folks, I'm going to very quickly take a break. We'll come back for some Umamusume later. And I'm just going to turn... I just got to go get a tissue because my nose is running a little bit. Yeah. So thank you everyone for joining. If you'd like to support us, we do have some links I'll be putting out in chat. We have a casting guide, actually. You can come learn to be a caster from myself. I've cast more Tier 1 League of Legends than anyone in the last couple of years. I think, anyway. I think that's the case. Whatever. This is a cool little accolade I can brag for myself, I suppose. And yeah, if you'd like to keep us doing this, because we're not paid to cover the LPL. It's myself and my brother which cover this one ourselves. Okay, so I'm just going to turn the camera off and I'm going to go sort myself out very, very quickly. See you in a minute. Oh hey Ever, it's great to see you. Hope you're doing well. It's been you know what I was thinking the other day. It's been a long time since I've seen you in chat, and I was hoping you were doing well. I think your sleep schedule was pretty messed up from earlier in the year / last time you were in chat. Seem to remember. Totally didn't cook my sleep last night. Yeah, I stayed up a little too late playing the damn horse game because I realized I'd not played that much that day, so all my resources were full, so I needed to burn some of them before I went to sleep so they could regen. Now, I'm just gonna warn you, TFC. We do actually have a Weibo fan in chat now, so don't be too mean, okay? I get the memes, but don't like... just saying. You have not slept? Jesus, Harold, you just not slept? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling a little ropey today myself. Sam's taking the first... Oh my god, he hopped off the wrong side of the wall. I did see that. I should have commented on the time. He offered almost sincere apology. Oh god. You were once a Weibo fan? Was that when the Shy was there? Oh, how does that shockwave hit? Jeez. Okay, let's get some damn horse game on. With my fave team not making worlds, I'm wholly a T1 fan. I mean, the thing is, I am a T1 fan, but they've won so much that the storylines get old. It's good for global League of Legends if T1 actually get beaten at an international event. If T1 get beaten at worlds, that's huge for the rest of the scene. Because you need T1 there for it to be relevant, because there are so many fans which only really watch for them. I want Doran to win. I mean, I kind of do as well, but I also, like, I do actually think that the LPL really needs a win for them financially. Because the investment in the LPL is really going down. Who's their MVP? Shank's probably right. Yeah. 11-0-3. Jesus! Oh, welcome to the chat, by the way, Eden. Oh, we have a new MVP song as well, I'm pretty sure. Do I think FlyQuest can go far? I've not really watched that much LTA. I watched a little bit of the finals last night. I mean, Inspired is fantastic. Inspired is fantastic. So he'll be able to make a difference. But then again, they lost versus BLG when BLG were looking kind of shit, so... I don't know. Like, losing against BLG at this MSI was not fantastic. Hey, long-time fan, just never been in stream? Well, welcome into the stream, and thank you for being a fan. Appreciate it. IMO, FlyQuest's biggest obstacle is the rest of the LTA sucks. They don't have good practice. They said there's much around MSI, so... I mean, they said that. You could argue the same problem for some teams in LEC in the past as well. G2 had that issue before. Micro from the Oriana was pretty crazy, actually. Bonk. Shank's looking back on form. He started the split really poorly, so it's good to see him there. Of course, there's all the damn controversy around him, though. I just wish that they'd... I don't know. People got banned or suspended for much less than that, by the way. I hope people really recognize that. Like the stuff which happened with him, people did get suspended for much less. I'd just like some consistency. Oh, yeah, I forgot I was running a gold ship campaign. We have gold ship to do, folks. Normal... Wait, did I fail a thing? No, this is actually our first turn or so, isn't it? Hey, Fred, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Do I take 2 on speed? Actually, I kind of want to do recreation early. We're gonna get enough stamina anyway, I think. This gives us some energy back. Three is good. Oh, I need to rinse some out, so we'll do that now. We'll actually do this one, because power is very important in the early game. Ooh, 4 is good. Oh, I mean, the direct is kind of half, so 3.5. I have no idea what this one is. I guess we'll do this. Maybe I should have gone for another recreation. I don't want to go 2 recreation though. Yeah, we rest. Nice. Nice look. We want to train primarily speed and stamina. Wait, no event? Damn, that doesn't happen often. Happens a little earlier into the game, I guess. Hear me out. I'm gonna go for this because these are my two most powerful supports. These two are very, very powerful supports. They're my best cards. We actually take guts. We need a little bit more guts. After MSI, do we think there is a major region that will pick up Honkyu? So just a quick fact check there. PCS is a major region. I just want people to know that. PCS is a major region. They do qualify. But Honkyu is fantastic. Yeah. PCS has been a major region ever since this year started, yeah. There are only major regions now. So PCS are a major region. We never fail 15%. Thank God, didn't fail. Yeah. But yeah, PCS is a major region. IG is an entire major region by themselves. Well, I mean, they have enough international titles to make that claim, I suppose. Is it PCS or APAC in general? Yeah, PCS is the major region for APAC, yeah. Oh, sorry, no, LCP, rather. PCS is like the qualifying league into LCP. If Weibo stopped throwing, would the number of throws in LPL go down by 25%? BLG's late game exists, so I don't know. Such things are beyond mortal ken. Honkyu and Maple both qualifying is cool. It's, yeah, I mean, Maple actually glowing up for playoffs is insane. Casa being back is very special.
第二轮对阵 BLG 的一把比赛吧，就我们当时是打了特别久，可能打到40-50分钟了，然后特别焦灼了。然后我觉得印象深刻是因为我觉得我们前面其实是有一点小优势，但是因为我是有失误，然后导致后面游戏进行特别困难，然后我们那把也艰难取胜了，我觉得特别好，所以我就印象比较深刻。我觉得我队友打得特别好。我是觉得现在就是第3赛段，第2赛段东西就先不要谈了嘛。就我们现在有做的不好的地方，我们就多复盘，多看看录像，多看别人比赛，然后吸取他们的长处，然后尽量能够改正我们的缺点，然后季后赛的时候打好就行。就想对我的队友们说，常规赛已经结束了，大家都不用想。然后季后赛的话是BO5，然后回到之前的BO5，我们应该会越打越好吧。我相信大家都是更擅长BO5，就希望他们能够比赛的时候压力不要那么大。然后我们
Oh, am I going for Saiyan Sky? I pulled and I didn't hit him, so that sucks. Yeah, I put like 40-50 rolls in or something like that, because the stuff which I'd saved up, because that champion, that character is very, very broken, but I missed it. I think I've got enough, maybe. Do I have enough for one last 10 pull? I don't know if I do. So yeah, I missed it, which sucks. Maybe what I should do is try and just get someone's Saiyan Sky to borrow immediately, so I can at least get the ult. I know I'm not supposed to pull without enough for 200 pulls, but I wanted to see if I could try it, but yeah. Does UMCI have a global server? Is it segmented regionally? So this is the global version, but there's also a version for Taiwan and Japan. Go guts from events. I've found for this one you want to get guts from events because you don't get quite enough from from training. Oh, Christmas augury is insane. Yeah, so I've heard. Ah, rip. Screw it. 41%. We pass those. We do not pass those. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm sorry. We are, Okay, well, that's not very good. That's really, really not very good. Jesus, okay. Okay, we have one way out of this, which is... Oh, Jesus, what do we even do here? What do I even do? Oh my god, I'm sorry, this is glue. Glue. Oh god. Yeah, I spent all my rolls and I didn't get shit, so that sucks. Okay, let me quickly do a team trials. Okay, hang on, whatever. We're on stage now. We'll deal with that. We'll deal with that after. Okay, close towards game 2 now, folks. Oh, did everyone see that? So, a number of months ago, I think about 3 months ago or so, someone left a very kind comment for me in Reddit, and I was like, okay, that's very nice. And their username was Seagull Fucker. So I commented and I said, well, thank you, Seagull Fucker. And it was very much like one of those very strange social media experiences. They turned up again yesterday. They turned up again yesterday. Thank you so much, by the way, for the resub, Becca. Great to see you. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, I think I have a parasocial relationship with someone with a very questionable username. Yeah. Oh, man. That made me laugh. It did. Into game 2 we go. Weibo on blue side now. Compliment for Pintalus. The only thing I'm more excited for than this draft is seeing Pintalus in my chat, of course. Would not be... is that a proper missed ban? Are we getting a draft remake or what? Tabo looks confused, as he should be. You have to get confirmation. Is that legit? Is it not? If the next ban comes through, you... No, okay, so Champions Slate falls through. Okay, missed ban. Remake the lobby. Hey Esther, good to see you. I have a parasocial relationship with Pro League. I watch games and then the teams make spooky noises and keep throwing. Oh, man. That's a good one. The teams make noises. I presume so. How do you think they communicate otherwise? Like smoke signals? Maybe they use semaphore at each other to communicate rotations. Ask Pays. Oh god, poor Pays having to get translated for mid-series, mid-game. Was it Griffin that didn't even talk during game? I can't remember that actually. That would be insane if that was the case. And we're just waiting for the Champions Lights to be remade. Back into draft again. So this is the band that was missed last time, and it's the Yorick. I have this parasocial relationship with this LEC caster that's kind of taken over my life. My dude, you can just call me a friend. Starhorn Royal Club couldn't communicate besides extremely basic comms and would just ping each other across the map in their engages. They all just spoke the language of the game in like a super solo queue team. That's insane. I never realized that. And CV Max drilled Griffin so hard, so much during scrims that they didn't need to speak during the game besides very small things. That's insane. League as a language, something. It is. In fact, I think there is a real world where a proper academic paper could be made on how you play the game, changing based on the language you used on it. Because the way that we talk about League in the West and in English is very different to how it's spoken about in Chinese and Korean. There's a lot of idioms which get used. The Annie first pick coming through. Now, typically you'd use the Aurora or the Oriana to outlane it. You have Victor, which can lane quite well into the Annie now. Rise is okay. Galio's okay. You need someone with a little bit of bulk, or can build a little bit of bulk. Because Annie's quite good at bursting out people who don't do that, obviously. Oh man, no worries, Mecha. You can just build up the stream streak again. Insect never learned Mandarin, same with Zero. Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. I'd never realized that, Sam. Is Annie really that high pro? Yeah, Annie's been very good at playing most kinds of lanes. I think particularly once you have the first couple of long-range mages out, Annie starts to really thrive in the laning phase. So you have to go back towards something like a Rise, Galio, now with the Aurora and the being banned and the Oriana being played earlier in the series. You could have gone towards the Victor, but this is safer, I think. So Flandre just blinded Sion with Gwen open and he didn't give an F. Yeah, I mean, I think actually Gwen is less good into Sion than some people think, but yeah, I mean, there was that one kill onto the Gwen and the game fell apart, really. Didn't Uzi mention about that in his video? I actually didn't watch that video. I should really go do that. Actually, my fiance attended a thesis defense on a linguistic shift in gamer terminology a few weeks ago. That is so interesting. Zyra Khan locked in for Light and Crisp. But yeah, I think the way that you talk about the game, I mean, the way that we talk about draft, as we're doing right now, evolved when LS developed the B1 to R5 terminology. And also, to a certain extent, talking about the colors of draft. You know, a mono-red draft, a blue control draft, something like that. You understand what it means if you're from an MTG background, but still, the process of picking a team comp which is synergistic was much less common, say, before 2022, 2021. It's much less common. The language in which we talk about the game changes the way that we play it. Anyone's Legend with a great front line for the Kai'Sa. The bot lane it's playable for Hope and Kyle, but you're not really getting push hit. Well, now with the Annie locked in, it's not like you can... Oh man, if there was ever an angle to go just a random Silas drop hit. Alistair and Galliwalt's pretty good. That is a good point. You could have locked in the Nico instead of the Alistair on 3. Nico is still a very strong champion, and I think that would have given them more laning phase priority. But then again, Kyle is such a good Alistair, I think he'll justify it. No, Typhus, you raise a good point. Nico would have been completely fine for Anyone's Legend on 3, and it would have given a good way for Anyone's Legend to engage just like the Alistair, but with a bit more laning phase strength. Now, Anyone's Legend looking for top lane and for jungle. I don't see the jungle matchup right now. I suppose having a way to utilize the Galio would be important. A lot of the AD skirmishes out. Of course, no Poppy and Wukong from the first game. It's a Zed blind pick into jungle for Tarzan. Mind that Tarzan quadra-killed his way to an LPL title last split in the finals. I'm surprised it's locked in like this. I mean, I suppose the Zed can go in, get the Galio ult, and then pop out. Kiana locked in. I was about to say, Kiana, I think, is the better AD Assassin in the jungle. Tien locks it in, and Tien, the last time we saw him, Kiana absolutely rocked the show. Tien won a world championship when Kiana jungle was in meta. This guy is insane on the champion. Breathe on the Renekton as well, so fine blind pick. I'm surprised about the Zed blind pick. I wonder if that'll just get hard punished now. Ornn locked in for extra engage. Flandre, of course, a very proficient tank player. I don't know if anyone's Legends damage is going to be that easy to get out, you know? Now, if Shanks plays well, the Galio can add an extra bunch of damage in there. But my worry is that, you know, a good enough Kiana ult, a good enough Annie ult, and the teamfight just falls apart because the carry gets blasted in the Kai'Sa. Or the Zed. I actually think, weirdly, I think I prefer Weibo's draft. I think it's easier for them to get damage out. I think anyone's Legend, if they make a misstep, someone dies, particularly if that Kai'Sa dies, the game becomes very, very hard to play. Now, I will say, folks, Hope's Kai'Sa is ridiculously good. Hope's Kai'Sa is very, very good. I think nameplates on, anyone's Legend are happy. I think nameplates off, I think actually the draft, I'd normally say it's on the other side, potentially a little bit favored. Another fist bump. We'll get ourselves on to the Rift. I'll go check out those stats and let's hear those Jayos.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Let me go check out these Kai'Sa stats. From this year, Hope is 20 games deep on Kai'Sa, 65% win rate. It's Kai'Sa all time, 60% win rate, 50 games of it. God, he's had some good games on it though. His Kai'Sa is just an anomaly. He did lose versus BLG and IG in his last 2 games, but you look at some of these KDAs, 14-0-7 versus Top Esports, 7-1-10 versus JDG, 7-1-12 versus Team WE, 10-2-4 versus T1 and MSI. You know, he's got some when Hope pops off on Kai'Sa, the kills just don't stop coming. And they don't stop coming. Hey now. You remember All-Star? Like the actual event? Remember that? Fun event for a while. Okay, we've got a little bit of an audio desync. I'm going to quickly hang on. We'll see what happens at the level 1. But I do just want to make sure that we can get the audio resynced as soon as possible. Okay, just going to quickly restart the audio. Should be safe. The screen will go dark. Darkness. And we're back. There we go. Quick reset on it. Just making sure that the audio is completely topped up. I say topped up. Sometimes it gets a bit desynced as the day goes on. I think it actually might be because of my CPU. I'm not exactly sure. Ooh, flash away from the combo. Like, punish there. Good route back onto Alistar. Hope going forwards has the lethal tempo, as does Light. But, well, Desire, a little lower HP. And the execute threshold of... I don't want to say threshold, but the execute damage from the Kai'Sa is nasty. It's missing HP, of course. You're low HP, that stuff hurts. So, loosely, I think, 1-2v2 there from Hope and Kyle. They do lose some HP. If Hope can get himself a clean reset here, get himself a cull maybe, he'll be very, very happy. What does he go towards in that first back? Is it going to be a full cull? Yes, it is. So Hope is now very happy. First stage of lane working out very well for the Kai'Sa and the Alistar, beyond what you'd normally expect. I'm sad that we don't see Camille Galio as much these days. Camille really struggled with the loss of Sundered Sky. Triforce has been fine at some points, but she's really struggled with a lot of different nerfs, particularly to her W, her base stats as well. I think what really killed her was the durability patch, where a lot of the matchups where she could burst people out became much less playable. Hang on a second. Shank's going to get approached by the Kiana. Tien should be able to get a trade here, actually. The, oh no, root missing. Phase Rush was running off, so I was wondering if there was a trade to be made. Tarzan in bot side now. Jungle's both very even. The Zed and the Kiana both have hilariously quick clear speeds. Raptors respawning. Tien on his first. Tarzan not a... Ah, that's Tarzan being spotted heading in here. Stun for stun. Tarzan, oof, nasty double shuriken trade there. Gets an auto attack involved too. Now, one thing which is not... Now, I am a Zed player, so I've played Zed for 10 years, you know. The thing which has not impressed me about LPL Zed players has been their shadow usage for poke, and then also remaining safe. Tarzan's shadow usage has been a little better than some. Kanavi's actually probably been the worst at this. But I really need to see this Zed play well on both sides of the coin. Of course, you want to see the flashy assassination combos, but you will, hang on a second, might see a dive hit. If he gets below half HP, the Kiana gets extra damage with that Q, and Flandre will go down very easily. Only just, what, 2 turret shots taken in the entirety of that dive? Very quick, very clean from Weibo. Kill goes in towards the Xayah too, who also has a Cull, picked it up at the same time as the Kai'Sa. First blood going over towards Weibo. Divine Sunder. Wait, what did I say? Did I say Sundered Sky? Yeah, Divine Sunder. That's the one. Yeah. Camille, when I was talking about it earlier. Breathe. You know what? I thought that was a Warwick skin for a second. I realized this was Project Renekton, which actually... By the way, if you didn't know, Project Renekton just has a guy inside of the crocodile. It's like opposite Dorohedoro. Hot take, Wei has the best shadow play, even if its mechanics are noticeably slower than Kanavi or Tarzan's. I actually can't remember Wei's last Zed game. I know there was a game of it. He had a game of it yesterday, right? I was busy prepping for LEC, so I didn't get to catch that. But, in a second, hope coming towards it. Breathes fine. I will have to go watch that. You know, funnily enough, Sam, some people are talking about that in Twitch chat as well. Stun landing, root landing. First strike for Tien. Ah, nice little sound effect there. Does mean you get the extra % damage increase. Tiny bit of extra gold as well. Brutalizer first from Tien, which means he's going towards the Profane Hydra, most likely. Could go, I guess, could go towards the Voltaic Cycler Sword. Perhaps it is going to be that, ooh, turret shot, Dominus used. I think he just dies here, doesn't breathe. Perhaps not. Hope doesn't have the level 6. Kyle, I suppose, ran out of CC. Ult and flash out there from a good play from Kyle. Didn't even have to use any summoners of their own. It's very high value there from the Alistar. We were saying, you know, could have gone towards Nico. Isn't that more lane dominant? Well, the Alistar did fine in lane, but got the flash out of light early. Making plays already, and Kyle, as we suspected, making the pick work. Tarzan on top side has level 6 now. He'll be going towards likely an Eclipse. I will say, I think Eclipse is super overrated on a bunch of champions right now. Just go Death Stance instead. Especially on jungle. Death Stance, hang on a second. Kyle caught out a little bit. Does have Flash. The root doesn't land because it is used. What happened to your co-streamer? I'm literally here. Oh, my co-caster? Sam? Sam is taking a break for the first series. We occasionally do solo cast just to give each other a break. As it helps us rest our voices and our brains a little bit. 3 grubs to the side of Weibo. Dragon not started from anyone's legend on the other side. Quickly taken by Tien. Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons why Kiana jungle is back is because the clear speed's gone up so far. Okay. Flandre on does he use the ult for wave clear? I'm a little bit worried here for Flandre. Yeah, he has to pull out the ult very early. It's a 4-man dive coming about here. Quickness coming through. Xiaohu will get a stun in potentially. And that'll be a dead Flandre for the second time in this game. 2 kills onto the Ornn. I will say it hasn't actually led to an individual top lane matchup because Breathe has been forced off of, you know, a number of waves from that bot lane plays down on Shanks in terms of XP. So top lane is below mid lane is just a little bit. On the other side, Hope got himself some plates there. Remember, there are 3 plates for a Weibo, so they push towers a lot quicker. They do get 2 from that. Is it 2? Just the 1 from the top side, actually. Just the 1. So 1,000 gold lead for Weibo. 2 assists onto the Kiana, who's gotten some gold from the first strike as well. Kills have gone towards the Xayah. It's not a great comp for Xayah to close down the Xayah, actually. You know, I think that there's a world in which anyone's legend funnel into the feathers and light really hurts them. YSKM and Bin the Camille OGs. Hey, YSKM came a little later, obviously. But he was really damn good. He was playing it even when he was out of meta, yeah, last year. That was a fun time. We had a ton of very good Camille's here in the LPL. What I think of Camille, wasn't it? Oh, God, was it? Who? I mean, we had, of course, Tien was a player of Camille in the jungle. I remember Smeb's Camille being insanely good. That wasn't an LC in the LPL, that was an LCK. Players like Someday and Keen played their trade on it very well. Back in like Season 6. Season 6 where Camille was just permanently pick banned for the entire year. Kyrium, we're all wondering that, don't worry. Hang on, combos through into that mid lane. Exhaust pulled down. Light still has himself an ult, but he's quite low HP. Doesn't think he has a kill combo. Eclipse lands. Ah, and he has to ult away from the Kiana. Ult forced out by Tien. He'll go down. Galio ult coming in far too late. And Tien outplays Tarzan. I really love that from Tien. Says, alright, I'm going to throw the ult at you. You must come into the team or blow your flash. Either way, it's a good trade for me. Tarzan chooses to ult over the ult and leaves himself in a very sticky situation. Could have just flashed, I suppose. Chose the wrong option there. Tien outplays. Tien on the Kiana has been such a force for Weibo, actually. Not played it that much. But God, he's so good. Ning is my most remembered LPL Camille. True, yeah, the 2018 World Championship jungler, of course. Tien, ooh, hang on a second. Hope has ult and flash. Tien doesn't think he has a kill here. Wow, that's a lot of damage. Oh, hits the second Q as well. Forces the cleanse and the ult out of Hope. Tien, a man unleashed. The first strike getting some good value there too. Profane, not the propane Hydra. No hydrocarbons here. Profane Hydra, really getting some good value. They're 1,000 gold up on Tarzan Zed now. Now, this is one of the problems about Fearless Draft. I would love to watch as much Kiana from Tien as possible. You're only going to get a single game of this now. Perhaps you can argue that he wouldn't play it without Fearless, but God, I'm such a big fan of this guy on this champion. Propane Hydra and Propane Hydra accessories. I know. Profane Hydra is very slept on. It's very cheap and better than Ghostblade or Eclipse. The problem with Profane Hydra is its build path is less good than Ghostblade. It's very good when it's completed, but up until that point, it kind of sucks. But I agree, it's an underutilized item. Also, one of the other issues is just that we don't get that many lethality melee champions in right now. It's not fantastic on ranged champions, of course. Arla Camille, true, that's another big player of it. Got a 2,000 gold lead for Weibo now. Minute till the next dragon. Feats of strength still being contested over the kills to Weibo. First turret would claim it for them. They have 3 grubs, so of course that's a threat which they can really use quite easy. Both culls cashed in for both AD carries, which means they're a little bit ahead of the game. Culls are quite important, actually. Xiaohu will, that phase rush, get out safely. We obviously now, with the overlays that we have in Pro League, we think about individual advantages a fair amount. We think about individual advantages between lanes, but because both AD carries have Culls cashed in, both of that doesn't show up in the gold difference, but it does mean that both AD carries are slightly further ahead of the game than they would do. Sometimes it just tilts the axis of power just a little bit. Onivia can live now? Yeah, we're restreaming onto Onivia. Hang on a second. Oh, Tien, great damage again. The first strike. Jesus, it reminds me of when Talon Jungle was the thing where you just jump at someone, get the first strike, get a bunch of gold, make your way out. Looks like Tien is going towards the Cyclo Sword second, by the way. Yes, just for the record, I am not Onivia. We're just restreaming onto Onivia's channel. It's given us the opportunity to do so. It's been a fun time this year doing so. Xiaohu has flash, has ult. Good combo coming in for Kabyle. Good exhaust onto Tarzan. Has to flash away. Root coming through onto the Alistair, and the teleport start to fly, and he's gone into the enemy jungle. The stakes are high, and behind enemy lines, Kyle will go down. That's a steal from Tarzan on the objective, though, and Shanks goes in, and that is an awesome display of talent. A supreme, a peerless display of talent as he knocks Shanks out of the Justice Punch. Oh, Tien, I could watch your Kiana for days. Take a bow. What an insane ultimate from Tien. Just knocked the Galio out of his E. That was insane. He loses the dragon. It's a good steal from Tarzan, but what a Kiana play from the jungler away. But jumping forwards, Cope, ulting to the side. Another cooldown blown. Really, really need to see a replay of that one. I mean, AL did get the steal. He did get the steal. The initial combo from Kyle was okay, but the follow-up wasn't really there. Tarzan being exhausted meant that his damage wasn't really much of a factor. 2,000 gold lead for Tien individually now. All right, let's watch this again. Combo against the double bot lane looks pretty fine. The exhaust goes on to him, though. Things get spooky after this point. You know, Kyle forced out of the play, front line's out of position. You could argue there's a bit of an overplay here. Tarzan managed to get in. Watch Kiana now. Ults him out of the Justice Punch, gets the stun onto 2 because everyone's in the Thunderdome, and it's a 1 fight. What an insane ultimate from Tien. Just a round of applause. Love this guy. And he's gone for the Axiom Arc. I was wondering if it's going to be the Voltaic Cyclo Sword. He's gone for the Axiom Arc for lower ult cooldown. Of course, they're good stats on the item too. If you get ahead of the game and you start getting kill participation, more Kiana ultimates, hell yeah, that's going to change the game. Thank you, Spirits Maker, as well, by the way, for very kind comments on the cast yesterday. It was very cool again to cast GT versus KC with Medic yesterday in the LEC. And thank you, CZ, as well. Appreciate the kind comments over there. Flandre will get himself a bot lane turret. First get one of the game before anyone's legend. Feats of strength were claimed by Weibo as they took, by the way, in the outro to that play, we really need to talk about this. 3 turrets there. 3 turrets in a blink of an eye using the 3 grubs to open up the map. And, you know, last game we saw the game fall apart off of one play to the side of anyone's legend. They took 1 kill onto Breathe and onto Xiaohu, and then things fell apart and the game went with it. Similar is happening here now in favor of Weibo, actually. Did not expect to see that after the game 1, but again, LPL players have a way of confusing you sometimes, of throwing you for a loop. Weibo, can they ramp up in a way that they somehow always do when it comes around to World season? They've made it to World semi-finals and finals in the last 2 years. Kyle stopped out in river. Crisp actually takes the scuttle crab. Shanks, hang on a second. Did he just use his E? I think he did. And I think he might be dead for it. The root's not going to come through. He'll escape with the ultimates. Tien, I think, could have flashed to confirm the kill. Choosing not to. I do think it's quite important to hold on to your flashes to Kiana, though. Need to get out of the likes of, you know, Ornn combos and the CC from the melees of anyone's legend. Breathe, getting ulted onto. Now he's the one that's overstayed. That is a very, very dead Crocodile. Kill goes towards the Galio. Kill towards Shanks. First kill of the game for anyone's legend. That being said, they've used how many ultimates now? Well, they've used the Ornn. Tien will steal a red buff. Tower goes down in mid lane. It is still technically a 4v5. Holding this choke point is nasty. Double combo! Where's the ultimate for the Kiana? Goes on to 3 people, and the combo is insane. Double kill for Kiana. And that Axiom Arc immediately takes off. What? Hang on a second. How much cooldown did that just take off? Whoa, 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 whoa. Look at that Kiana ult cooldown. Isn't that almost back already? 2 kills and an assist in there? Tien's ultimate's almost back already. Axiom Arc value, baby. Redemption used under the tower. I mean, Axiom Arc value. Guys, Tien's ultimate was on a 15-second cooldown. Are you kidding me? Tien builds the ego item and immediately gets huge value out of it. Just whoa, whoa, folks. I need you to focus on the ult cooldown of the Kiana here. Pulls out the ultimate. 2 kills and an assist. Kiana's ultimate's back off cooldown. Axiom, he's just the GOAT. What can I say? I can't believe it. He's actually making Axiom Arc work. Oh, God. I mean, I need him to use the ult immediately now it's off cooldown. I need him to immediately use it. Just make use of the cooldown, baby. Oh, that's so funny. Now, the problem is, he probably won't use it until it would have been back off for cooldown anyway. Oh, God. Fun stuff, that. Awesome ult from Xiaohu to open that up. Of course, Xiaohu was the hero of that play. I just found the Axiom Arc very funny. Tien will claim a dragon. First one of the game for Weibo, interestingly. Yale got the last 2. Atakan is available. Weird to think that the game is at that point. It feels a lot later into the game because so many turrets have been taken. But, you know, Atakan's only just spawned. Now, there is a chance for Weibo to throw around the objective. Let's not kid ourselves. It can happen like that. Tien's going to recall. I wonder how many... Is Tien going to get a full item? Did he just get a double kill? Used the first strike a number of times during the last... So, yeah, he's got himself 3 items already. 3 items at 20.5 minutes. Jesus. Doesn't stop off the tier 2 boots. Kiana doesn't always need them. .404. Tien not found. Well, I think he absolutely has been. Normally in the enemy jungle this game, actually. Doing a good job of giving huge issues to anyone's legend. I think just the amount of extra random CC that can buy space for Kiana to do something is insane. Now, Galio ult is up and available. AL have all of their summoners available too. They are, however, down. Just a ton of gold. Just a ton of gold. Yes, they have 2 items on the Kaiser. Yes, they do have a Galio peeling for them. I don't know if it's enough. Now, the magic damage shield's not going to save you against a Kiana. They are on vision if they start this Atakan, and they will do. Duel, I mean, this is your chance to make your way back into the game. Losing HP on your Alistair doesn't help, but he's still got 2/3 of the HP. Xiaohu still has flash, actually, by the way, and he'll stun up the Alistair. Down to 0 HP. And a flash away will not save him. Combo in from Chris, buys out the Galio ult, the Orn ult as well. That's a lot of tools used by anyone's legend. The Atakan has been releashed, though. Gains a lot of HP. Now you don't have the Tibbers. You do have, you know, flash still available from the Annie. 4v5 around the objective. Do they think they can take this? Garroot onto the Zed, and he's forced backwards. Supreme display of talent. Gets some damage onto Flash. It's not that fantastic. I wonder if AL feel like they can go for something. Flash away from Desire. Makes things hard. Steal from Tarzan. Good on the smite key this game, but sadly not in the fight. He'll go down again. And anyone's legend will claim themselves the Atakan. That is a big objective for them, but they will lose all 5 members, quote unquote. Question mark, rather. No, they'll lose 4 for the Atakan. The petal value, not insane, I suppose. Anyone's legend do get themselves an objective bounty off of that. It is worth noting. So anyone's legend get themselves the objective bounty. They get themselves a kill onto Crisp. The petals aren't that insane. Kyle gets blasted. He was first traded onto by Light Zaya. Xiaohu takes all the remaining HP basically after that point. Tien didn't get the best ult in this fight, has to be said, and they were tanking the Atakan an awfully long time. Couldn't quite cleanly get the take. They walk into the Atakan shred there as the circular rings come in. Good route from Light. Light had a very good fight here. Very good fight, actually. Flashing away from Shanks' combo, too. Ulted, immediately flashed back. And the Desire wasn't killed. It was a real threat there, actually. Flandra a little lucky to get out alive. Anyone's legend have given up their jungle now. Not that they have much choice about it. Is it going to be ult on bot side? Eclipse, Conqueror used. Ult coming through. Where are the cooldowns? Energy. Still enough for Tarzan. Tries to get the multiple shuriken. Needs an empowered Q for the heal. And there's not quite enough damage, actually. Shank's coming in. Doesn't have the flash. I think this is still going to be a kill anyway. Hope coming down. Here comes Tien. Look at that Kiana. Chris coming in. Where's the combo? Tien walking forwards again. Ultimate stopped out by Kyle for now. And it's going to be the Galio escaping. Wonder whether he could have just stopped that with the Supreme display of talent, choosing not to use it, but still 2 for 1 in that bot side. Breathe going down. Hope and Kyle both bot lane as AL in trade. He was stunned out of reactivation. Damn, sucks for him. Flandra couldn't get that much in that last fight around that top side. I believe that's what that was in context for. Mid lane turret not able to be taken by anyone's legend here. They did try to get some damage onto it, whereas Light is a 3-item AD carry with 3 grubs, so we're feeling a lot better about that. Tien, so hard for the Galio to catch out. Teleport down to the mid lane. Tien getting great damage down. Jesus, Shanks, no ult, no flash to get out of this one. 6-0-8 on the Kiana. 2-0-12 on mid lane as Xiao, who picks up only a second kill this game. He's been donating the rest of them across the rift. How different is this from game 1? We were saying, you know, LPL Playoffs has a very strange way of making teams ramp up. There's always a run in each playoffs. Always is, particularly in summer, when teams realize that Worlds is on the line. We had WE in 2021 so close to making it towards that World Championship. Jomong, back then, also known as Elk. WE last playoffs, of course, was one of the biggest stories there. Weibo had been that story a little bit before, particularly through regionals. As we've talked about before, Weibo made finals this time last year against BLG. And you know what? Breathe was pretty damn good in those finals back then. That was part of a very good streak of form from him. I missed watching Kiana. I really missed watching Kiana to an extent too. The thing is, Kiana is inherently unfun to play against in solo queue. For a lot of different people. Now the thing is, I actually really like Kiana mid. Kiana jungle, I have some issues. Hang on a second, Tarzan. We'll spot out weirdly Breathe there. This is a Scorch Claw for a little bit of poke. Baron started. Okay, now this is a point where things get a little bit spooky for Weibo. You do have a great angle for Tien with an ultimate onto this. The all-seeing Baron does have some good terrain to stun people up with on this. But yeah, I think Kiana mid lane I really enjoy playing against. Play Kiana jungle. When you're permanently invisible in the enemy jungle, a little bit less fun. She's a lot less powerful than she was, which I appreciate, I will say. I like how risk-reward she is. Ahri Kiana, one of my most favorite matchups in the game. Have to just try and predict the mobility of Kiana. If you ever hit the charm, she dies. If you miss, you probably die in return. Baron started up again. Anyone's legend. Do they have a way into the pit? Put the ward down. Retreat back into their own jungle. Look how defensive they have to play. Supercharger backwards. Hop back into the pit, clearing out the vision. Weibo not cleanly getting a Baron start, just claiming vision again. Now what they're hoping to do is force anyone's legend to drop all their wards, clear them, and maybe get a play when those things are down. Flash away from Tarzan just for the quickness. Chris has had a good game on the Rakan as well, worth noticing. Good damage from Tien. The Flandra has a great ult across the side of the team. Where does he reactivate it? Onto the support. Not that much damage. It's a big tool down. Big tool down. And I think the quickness is a little less valuable than the ult of the Ornn, actually. Because it feels like Weibo's so far ahead, they can fight with just their basic abilities. Stun onto Kyle. Does he have to blow the ultimate? Yeah, he does. Another tool down. Just the phase rush and the stun used from the Annie. AL bleeding out tools and cooldowns. Tien off vision. It has the root. Kept that from the river. You can get a root onto someone. Things get very scary. Roots, knock up onto Flandra. Flash away. Not bad damage from Tarzan, but, well, Tibbers slaps the Forge Guard down. Better than Ram, I suppose. Tien might even be able to get himself a mid lane in a turret here. Stole away a Wolves camp while he was at it. Almost a 10,000 gold lead to Weibo. Flash forward through Xiao, who again, Tien into the enemy jungle, and there's the ultimate. Stuns out the Galio from his ultimate, and Tien goes wild. Kyle trying to stop the Kiana from getting damage down, but I think the damage has already been done. A light in the darkness, not just for their AD carry, but for the team. Weibo blown apart in game 1, shining brightly in game 2. Don't even need the Baron. Tien, very low HP, but who gives a damn? clean up through the enemy camps, get himself some extra regen. Weibo take a full 5 kills just for Breathe going down themselves. 7-0-10 the Kiana. Quite low HP to actually take this Baron, but Tien, after regenning up through the enemy jungle camps, should question mark be safe? I hope they're safe. Chris getting quite low. Shield comes in just in time, and Weibo will get themselves a Baron onto 4. Some clean feed just dying, folks. They should come back soon. This will often happen. A little bit of time. Wait until the audio comes back. I just realized, hang on a second. Audio went dark. Don't you worry, folks. It'll be back just in a second. Wait until the audio comes back. Should be fine just a second or two. I say that. Bloody hope so. I think it's happening yesterday. There we go. So this is just a replay of that fight. Just a replay of the fight. Nothing's happened. Just the resets lost there. Sometimes the clean feed has a couple of issues. Of course, it's coming across the world from China to here. Don't you worry about it. Tien stunned the clean feed. Yeah, he's so powerful. He actually just supreme display of talented the damn clean feed. That's what happened there. IRL knocked him. Perhaps. Tien, level 17. Higher level than his solo. He's 3 levels up on jungle. 3 levels up on jungle. Jesus. 4 items going on 4. Tarzan takes a mid lane outer turret. Now, IG or BLG tomorrow? I think you have to take it as IG on recent form, but I don't know. Playoffs has a weird way of changing power rankings, doesn't it? Inhibitor falls in bot lane. Mid one is exposed. Tien is very happy to place separated now. Tarzan, he's pushing out mid wave, flashing in for the quickness. No reactivation this time. Chris might die for it, but no Forge God comes across the other side. Tower's falling. One of the Nexus turrets going down. Tarzan, not bad damage onto Light there, actually, and a W lands onto Light. Good shotgun coming through from Hope. Tien going in, and the supreme display of talent catches the Kai'Sa. And there will be no more gameplay from Hope. Hope is dead. Hope is gone. And Light is very much alive in the darkness. Weibo, a clean game and a clean response from game 1. We will have an even series, at least 4 games in series 1 of the day. Weibo carried by their jungler, 10-0-7. It's almost binary. Well, isn't that a way to make a response? Oh, Kiana. Oh, Tien. You know, I think Tien has been a bit up and down in his gameplay, but God, the Kiana has been good. God, the Kiana's been good. You called both in Champ Select and they were both stomps? That is true, actually. Sometimes I get it right. Sometimes I get it right. Well, thank you, everyone, for joining me for today and a wonderful day of League of Legends here in the LPL. I've turned my camera off. That is the thing which I did. I forgot that I'd done that. Where is it? There we go. Hello. Welcome back. My name's Nymaera. I've been a professional League of Legends caster for, well, technically professional since 2022. And I've covered the LPL since 2023. I've cast, you know, just solid 1,500 or so games of the LPL here, and I love doing that. I'm not paid to do it anymore because it's just a co-stream. There is no official broadcast for the LPL anymore. And if you're enjoying this journey through LPL playoffs with teams and players such as Anyone's Legend, Weibo, and players such as Tarzan, Tien on the other side, and so many notable names, please stop by here and enjoy yourselves. If you can, support by liking, commenting, subscribing, or anything like that. Of course, it makes a world of difference to us as well. I'm a little bit under the weather after casting 2 best of 5s yesterday and having an early start again today, but I'm really enjoying this series already. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this, and I hope you are too. And Get Sugantenshu. I really appreciate the comment as well. I hope that you're enjoying yourself over here. All right, so we're going to go into a quick break. We'll run some adverts, watch the highlights, and of course, we'll play some Umusume because it's how I keep myself sane. It's how I keep myself sane. I really need to start training for the event after this one because I don't have any mile parents, which is a problem. I need to keep doing that. Okay, I'm going to turn my camera off again, actually, and we'll have a chill time. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome in, Foxton. Okay, I'm going to run some adverts, and we'll get to those highlights just after. LPL playoffs is 10 days back to back. It's sure something. I should probably get myself another coffee as well. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. God, that just shocked me out of my complete brain off phase. I was pretty much just I was pretty much staring off into space. Look, it's been a long couple of days, folks. It has been. Okay, folks. We will wait for MVP and we'll play some Simulator course in the background. Oh yeah, I just want to do. I'm just gonna do one quick race here. Make sure that's just on cooldown. I'm just gonna auto resolve these and we'll start another campaign. It has to be Tien. No surprises there. God, what a game! Binary scoreline 1-0-0-1-0. That'll be 36 in binary. Right? Wait, is that true? Wait, no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. It'll be way less than that. Just 2... No, I'm completely wrong. That'll be 17, wouldn't it? In binary. 1 0 0 1 0 2 16. Yeah, 17 in binary. Dude, this one, look, I like the old MVP song, but this is kind of baller. 18, god damn it. Oh, it is. Of course it's 18. I'm just dumb, and it's also very. Oh god, what an ult. Yeah, it's 18. It's 18. I'm dumb, and also yeah. I don't think Weibo will win the best of 5. I mean, the thing is, you only get one game of Kiana, and that is one of the problems with Fearless, right? You don't get to see someone their best champion all of the time. You know what? I should really actually get on Weibo as a site. Because I just saw there were some really, really good LPL photos from there. Okay, we ran out of it already. Let's quickly get this done. Okay, that's on cooldown. Let's get ourselves into it. A salute to you too. Okay, let's start another campaign. But I kind of need to start a mile campaign. I guess I could do another gold ship one just because I'm prepared for it. I do have a pretty good gold ship already. It's just, can I get one better? Which one was the one I was running this, I think. Wait, is that the one I was running? No, this is the one I was running. This is the one with the straightaway spurt though, right? No, that's not it. Where's the straightaway spurt? This one? Straightaway spurt here. Okay, we've got a straightaway spurt here. Ah, screw it, we'll go with this one then. Oh, but this is... whatever, this will be fine. This will be fine. It'll be okay. 更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。奥方电竞椅职业战队的选择，连续6年，中国电竞椅销量第1。Okay, let's get it going. 22项调节，提供腰颈肩全方位支撑。上官方旗舰店搜奥风 G7。今晚碾压局。 你的车就这样了吗？或者说 Okay, we schmove. Maybe I should have gone for the wits actually, weirdly. Ooh, 4 on speed, let's go. This is mood up, I think. Is this some energy up? That's not bad. I will actually go for this, you know. Ah, didn't get the best one from that. We will take the... There's a bit of wits from this, I think. Is it wits? Yeah, cool. Ooh, nice. That's really, really good. Because these little hints give you some extra friendship as well. Makes your training a lot quicker. It's whatever. We will take some power. We gotta try it. Yay. Getting really good training at the start here, actually. Now I just need this shit to happen when we actually have the friendship training that we're ready. Nah, I'm not doing a 47%.
遇到最多的问题，感觉就是我们有很多局是被对面翻盘，然后在这部分
Nice mid
我
up.
觉得有很多遗憾的部分，然后大家应该对这部分印象会比较深刻。然后季后赛的话，我觉得是完全不一样的游戏。我们从 BO5开始打的话，选到的阵容跟常规赛也完全不一样，然后就是以一个全新的姿态去打这个季后赛。这版本资源讨厌比较重要，然后我觉得我们队伍前期获得优势的能力非常不错，然后但是中后期的一些资源团上决策打团的时候可能会有些着急，然后我觉得我们队伍的风格呢大概就是取得优势然后开始运营这样子。我觉得我们队伍在季后赛的话应该也不会有太大的变化，可能选人上会有一些突破。季后赛这场交手的队伍其实每一支队伍我觉得都特别有特点，然后我觉得都很容易去遇到他们，然后我觉得最可能遇到的还是 AL 吧。如果遇到 AL 的话，我觉得 AL 是一支以野辅节奏为核心的队伍，然后就要注意好他和卡尔的动向。
Lots of words to say from the man in the jungle himself. Okay, I need to get myself a coffee on the brew before Champions Select comes through. Okay, coffee is a brewing. And let's get ourselves into that Champions Select soon. So no Kiana for Tien anymore. That could be a yeah, that could be a thing. Into game 3 and into the draft for it. Oh, it's the Empire Strikes Back Hoth Landspeeder-esque theme. John Williams theme, I suppose. He was always a very big brass guy, but his strings were pretty good too. Jarvan banned away. Seen that banned a couple of times this series now. Trundle's still available despite being nerfed. Could be picked up here. Same with Varus. Varus has really fallen off in terms of prio. Who do I think will win? I mean, I think it's likely AL do, but Weibo just showed us a great game too. And look, LPL playoffs are a great way for a team to ramp up. AL, they've not been nearly as strong as they were last split, if you consider the start of this one. But Anyone's Legend have ramped up well into playoffs. They fell in a meaningless series to WE, so there's a little bit of an asterisk on there, but they were still 0-2 against WE, a team which, of course, bombed out, didn't even make playoffs. Trundle banned last. Rumble available, and the clean feed has briefly died. Okay, that's not very helpful. That's not very helpful at all. Alright, okay, just wait 1 second, folks. Just wait 1 second. It will be back. The clean feed occasionally does this, depending on the day. And we'll see whether it comes back in short order. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The stream is going dark. I know it's not you. There we go. There we go. It's back. It's back. Okay, so it's Rise and Corky on the other side. So sorry about that, folks. It's I don't think it's on our end. Don't think it is. What will you pair up with the Rumble now? Do you go towards the Varus and just say, look, Varus Rumble is such a good combo. Doesn't matter how much damage the Varus has all the time, because the ult pinning people into the equalizer is so dangerous. Better during draft than in-game. That's true. That's true. Xiaohu realm warps the clean feed. Xiaohu, my dude, you got. We talked about this. Don't ult during champ select. Nico locked in. That is a nasty lane. Kyle, a good Nico player as well, of course. I think that's selling him short, actually, just calling him a good Nico player. Kasansei for breathe, alright. Don't you mean Rune Warp and Realm Prison? Don't you start. I get this messed up all the time for reasons which are beyond me. Okay, so what do we want to round out these drafts? So Weibo have a bit of front line. They need to be very careful. I wonder whether Nocturne is really good here for Tarzan. Aurora's not in there. They ban away the Cassiopeia, which is a good matchup into the Rise. The Yone as well. Shanks, I suppose, could go towards something like Silas as well, but not great ults to steal. Akali might be good for Shanks here, actually. I didn't run my ads in the last break. Oopsies. Double support's banned away from Crisp. And Weibo do need a little bit more engage. AL have their engage already with a bit from Varus, a lot from Nico. Victor for Shanks. That might not be too bad. I'm just wondering whether they... I guess that would be very good at playing from range. I do wonder whether they could go for a dive burst mid-jungle, though. You could go something like Vi. You could go Skarner as well, actually. Skarner might not be bad. The Karma locked in for Crisp. Shinzao also not bad here. Tarzan's very, very good at it. I'm just wondering if the Shinzao fits their comp as well as a Skarner, though, or something like that. Very good early pressure. Takes it away from Tien as well. I think actually it's better as a takeaway from Tien. It's not bad for their team. I actually think Skarner is better for their team, but Shinzao is better to take away from the enemy team. Last pick for Shanks in the mid lane. Okay, gonna go for the ranged option. That makes sense. Now you've locked in the Shinzao. You outrange the Rise, you can have plenty of wave clears. No threats onto you either. Yeah, I think Weibo have zero threat onto the enemy team, besides some global threat. This is a very difficult game for Weibo to play. I don't think you really want to be playing something like the Neferi either all the time. They lock it in, trying to give some agency towards the MVP from that last game. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Karma's 2 rings. Damn, very topical that. Very topical. See how crisp holds up your champion's name there. So Weibo, basically no engage. Basically no engage. Have to play so much around the realm up and early pressure. Ale absolutely smashed this draft. I think unless Weibo get monstrous early leads and win through macro, I think this game is almost unplayable for them. They have almost no engage, and they're against a team which vastly outranges them. This is a disgusting draft here from anyone's legend. Right draft coming out from Tabe. Let's walk on to the Rift. I'm going to have to put some adverts on Twitch real quick, folks, because I forgot to run them in the last break. Oops, my bad. I'm going to get myself my coffee. We'll pump up the volume, get those gyos in. We'll see you on the Rift.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Well, no one died at the level 1. I'm back with a coffee now. Wonderful.
全军出击！
I'm surprised that Weibo didn't go for heavy dive after the Varus was locked in. That's usually how T1 tries to punish the pig. Yeah, but with stuff like the Jarvan band, it leaves you with some less options. You think maybe something like a Vi comp could have been okay? I think when you have the Varus and the Rumble, you are just in so much crap. The Varus ult into the Rumble ult is enough damage to win a team fight by itself, really. You pin someone into the full equalizer. I think that Varus Rumble is one of the strongest combos in the game. Very, very strong. Laning phase of the Varus Nico, kinda disgusting. The Karma's here to try and mitigate some of that. It is going to be the poke Varus. Kind of expected from a comp like this. You are playing full range. Triple range from AL. The Rumble does count towards that as well. And the Nico a tiny bit. Lost Bubble only on to hope. Great cast yesterday. Thank you. Appreciate it. I really enjoyed casting a medic. Had a lot of fun. Kept up the hype. Ooh, minion or two lost under tower there, weirdly, actually. Didn't expect that. Hope had all the ability to last hit them, just didn't hit them in the right order, I suppose. Xiaohu, good wave positioning here. Could potentially flash roots if Shanks goes really looking for this wave. Shanks knows he's in a bit of danger. Yeah, he doesn't see either side of his mid lane, knows that Tien could be hit. He needs to be afraid. It does need to be. Very large amount of CS time used, though. Shanks flashing away early. Is there enough damage? I don't think there is. The spell flux not bouncing. Not bouncing quite far enough. I think it would have killed, actually, if the spell flux had reached him. Not sure how it didn't bounce there. Must have gotten out of the bounce range from the minions which were hit before it. Very lucky to survive there. The full route not quite landing onto Shanks. The slow only from the Rune Prison. Tien slowed down his clear to do this, worth noting. He went for his first quadrant, stopped in mid lane for about 30 seconds, I want to say, and now he's going back towards bot side. Only going to be the level 3 to fight this Scuttle Crab with that now. That's enough. He'll get the Scuttle Crab. Does Tarzan go into the enemy jungle now? I don't think he can, because bot lane has too much prio. Xiaohu's teleported back as well. No flash on Shanks. If Tarzan goes in towards a Gromp steal or something like that, he will die, because Karma and Corki can roam over. Okay, so that works out quite well for Tien, actually. Shank's really bad wave position. How the hell did the wave get like that? This whole problem comes because Shanks lets the wave get away from him. He pushes too hard. Well played from Xiaohu to keep the wave on his side of the lane. Now, Tarzan is going to get a Raptor steal off, which is nice for him. I think it will be a full steal. Should be. Should be there. Ooh, going to be quite close. He'll get the steal off. There you go. All right, Smite comes through. So you get all of the small Raptors? All but one. Scuttle on top side available. Tarzan realized, look, okay, you've slowed down your clear. I need to get something from your jungle. Couldn't get anything on bot side. Does get the respawn of Raptors. This jungle matchup has been so important. I mean, it's no surprise when it's Tien and Tarzan. No surprise. Now, both these have been top-tier LPL junglers, especially on a regional level for a very long time now. Can Weibo win even if anyone's legend has a better draft? Based off of regular season, it's unlikely. But, as we've been saying, LPL playoffs has a weird way of affecting things. Teams just ramp up in playoffs. Sometimes. And Weibo has been one of the more notable examples of it in the last couple of years, of course. You know, you have anyone's legend with a great team fight comp later on. I'm really worried for Weibo as soon as we get to 5v5s. Weibo need an early advantage. They're not currently getting that. The bot lane 10 CS lead, that's not bad. Cole coming in from the Corki as well. Weibo, if they get early dragons, yeah, that'll help. That'll help. So they can cross-map later to avoid some of those fights if they want. Especially if they think they're losing 5v5. But they can also potentially look for a soul point win condition if they get enough of them too. First one going towards them before the grubs spawn. Important that the team actually roams over to help this get taken a little quicker. Because we don't want to waste too much time here. Tien already behind a camp or so. Or about two actually. Oof. Good double root into the arrow. Varus Nico, nasty damage. Weibo is super low range, but if Ryze get fed and can aggressively realm warp, they can play it. It's on Xiaohu being strong enough. I think the realm warps are really important. I actually think if Breathe gets ahead, that's potentially a game break. You just need a side lane that you can play towards with the realm warp. The roots, the stun through into the Chaos Storm. Takes a chunk out of Ryze. Another Raptor still coming through. Tarzan wants chicken. He wants those chickens, man. You do be loving the poultry. Well, Varus damage doesn't really look that scary anymore. Yeah, the poke Varus has been hit a fair amount. It's still, you know, it's still the same champion-ish, and the ults will be very important later on, particularly for the Rumble. But yeah, poke Varus has lost a lot of its sting. I don't really know what Light's going to do with the Corki in this game either. Feels like the Corki really struggles to teamfight later on. There's so much random damage which can kill you. Rumble, if he's anywhere close to you, your teamfight's over. Even Shinzo can randomly, you know, walk in with those crits with the Sundered Sky. Cause you a ton of issues. Hey, couldn't catch game 2 due to meetings. Was it close? No, not really. Tien had a Kiana game which was disgusting. Went 10-0-10. It wasn't close at all. Now the problem is you only get one game of Tien Kiana. That is the nature of Fearless Draft. God, it was good. I would watch that one back just for the masterclass. Tien had an awesome ult in one of the dragon fights to cancel out a Galio E. So he kind of bopped him out of his E into the wall. It was really, really sick. Grubs now being started. Tien took the first dragon of the game onto the grubs. If they can get 2 grubs, they're happy. If they get 3, obviously they're very happy. I'm not sure they're going to be able to do that though. Xiaohu has flash. E was used by Tarzan. Tien would love to stick around. Doesn't get that second one. So 2 grubs to anyone's legend. They'll be able to take 2 of them. However, not able to get the full objective dominance. Oh, the audio is really desynced now, actually. Okay, sorry, folks. Looks like Clean Feet's really struggling today, actually. Just going to quickly restart the file again. 1 second, folks. The screen will go dark very briefly. Should be back soon. Just wanting to make sure the audio is resynced. I think it might actually be due to my PC, folks. Might be. Sorry about this. Does happen. It's the nature of being a bootleg co-stream broadcast. AL, 500 gold ahead. Weibo straight dominates late game, right? I don't know if I agree with that. I don't agree with that. I think that... No, they do have a front line, and the one bonus they have is they actually have a tank. But anyone's legend have great late game damage, and they have a lot of range. Will Worlds be fearless? Yes. Yes, Worlds will be fearless. I wonder... I do suppose there is a question about, you know, does Poke Varus scale particularly well now? You see the damage from the Varus, it's not as scary as it was before. And as it's only a Dirk, whatever, the early damage of Varus used to be so oppressive. Vision traded for vision. Not that much done towards the combat. No, before if, hang on, if a Varus had done that, I was about to say you'd get quite scared. I don't know, I guess, you know, light jumping forwards, all the cooldowns now used. Look, if Varus had done that a patch or two before, that would have been a dead karma. Not the problem here. Hang on a second. W used. And flash away from Hope. Good from Tien there, actually, to say, all right, you've used a lot of your cooldowns, and I got a W to dodge the last one. I just see Neferi and Rise and I insta-thought late game domination. Well, Neferi's not as strong as she used to be either. Of course, she was very popular earlier in the year. A lot of LPL junglers picked her up after the mini rework coming through. Assuming no disasters, Victor should be online by the time Varus starts to fall off. No, I mean, the thing about Poke Varus is that it shouldn't, well, it never used to fall off, really. Poke check was so disgusting. But yes, Victor, once you get to 2 items particularly, becomes a big, big problem. Dragon is alive. Weibo really want this dragon. Ooh, Breathe. Doesn't get the W bot back. Breathe taking some decent damage here. Actually. Another Q3 landing. He got that bot back before. Potentially could have forced the flash out. Flandra needs to be a little bit careful here. No teleport from Flandra is from Breathe if there was a fight over Dragon. Could actually see a fight around that. Hey, Solo Pup, good to see you. If Tien could play Kiana for 5 games, Weibo will be a Worlds contender? Damn, you're not wrong. Fearless. Fearless is removing us of Team WE and Weibo being, you know, world finalists. Dragon started. Weibo really won this. Bree teleporting in. He's actually very strong at this point. Has that first item, and he's the only frontline on the match, really, on the map. Easy grub Dragon take. Anyone's legend don't find a place to contest. Kyle is off vision. Uses that shape splitter to get a bit of tangential vision. Oh, jumping forwards onto the Nico, and that's a W from the Neferi. Kyle flashes, but he's only going towards the enemy turret. Tarzan going forwards. Chris will die here, but that's a turret. That's just a support dying. It's not that valuable. Flandra doesn't have a flash, can't really get himself that easily out of the play. Has a little bit of space blown, and the Victor is in the middle of the fight. Tarzan trying to buy space and doing a decent job of it. Xiao gets the kill, and Tarzan is now left alone as the front line. Hope putting arrows down, but is it enough? I just don't know if the Varus is strong enough anymore. The nerfs really hitting a flash away. Light and Xiaohu alive. I wonder whether Xiaohu will go down to Varus on the back end of this play, but Flandra will fall first on the other side. The bleed will be enough. Weibo take an early fight, which they really needed to do so. Hope not able to kill Xiaohu on the other side, and anyone's legend lose the early fights. So that's two dragons for Weibo, 1,000 gold lead to them, 2 kills on the Neferi. Perhaps this is the early game they needed. Now, folks, I'm not going to lie. I thought anyone's legend would be dominating this series. I thought it might be a 3-1 with Weibo lucky to get the 1. I thought, okay, Tien, Kiana, that'll be what gets them to it. Weibo choosing good fights here, jumping onto the engaged support and saying, all right, you are not getting the value you need. Kyle, not great value there. The jungle support caught way too far forwards. And now Flandra flashing forwards for a support feels really bad because your Rumble needs to be a lot of your damage. As we've seen, the Varus isn't really carrying. I just feel like in previous patches, Varus would have been able to carry these kind of fights. Just not here. Breathe gets to go all out. There's a ton of damage down. You just see that the cleanup is not there from anyone's legend. One way or another, Weibo managed to keep rolling forwards and keep that damage ticking. Shanks caught out massively there too. Shanks had managed to get himself into a better position. Perhaps the damage from the Victor could have made the difference. Of course, it is the Rod of Age. It's not the most damage from a first item. That comes later once you get two, but still, it's not bad. You know, Victor's base damage is typically strong enough already at that point. And folks, I mean, from draft, I was saying, look, anyone's legend. They smashed this draft. Eventually, it's going to get to the point where they outrange. They have a ton of different mixed damage sources. What can Weibo do? They need early advantages. Well, they have that now. They have the 2 dragons. They have the early kills. They don't have the 3 grubs. They only have the 1 of them. Perhaps Weibo can educate us on how to play a draft like this. Herald now started from Weibo. Do anyone's legend contest? They do have Flandre hitting level 11 and walking towards this place. Shanks will push out. Don't think they're going to be here in time to contest, are they? Low half HP. Another eye hit will probably do it for them. The arrow hits onto Tien, but not enough to steal the Herald. Not close enough at all. Easy objective take. Anyone's legend not contesting. Weibo need 1 more big fight before 2 items for anyone's legend. I'd agree with that. I think this lead is a good start. They need a little bit more than this for me to be confident in how they're going towards the mid and late game. Maybe I think I really underestimated how much weaker Varus was compared to previous patches. I mean, now you're down 700 gold, it feels much worse, but Varus has been such a, you know, a hallmark of the meta. Very strange to see him fall off, really, to this extent. I suppose he has kind of ruined the bot lane meta for a little while. Like, this champion has been so dominant for so long. Hey, Shelly. Good to see you. What's the next thing that's coming up? Dragon in 30 seconds. Weibo really wants to take this on cooldown. They want as early soul threat as possible. You are getting towards... You're getting really close to 2 items for Tien, you know. That's really scary. Looks like he's potentially going towards that Black Cleaver second, not going towards the Shojin, which we sometimes see. I mean, the Eclipse really fell off on the Neferi, actually. We saw a lot more of Shojin into Black Cleaver, Death's Dance, skipping the Eclipse entirely. Oh yeah, that's true. There should be a Serpent's Fang at some point for the Karma Shields at some point. Worth noting, people talking about that in chat. Okay, wave's pushed in. Good timing of the wave push means you can go towards Dragon as it spawns. W used from Tien early. They really want to take this on spawn. They want to take this now. Anyone's Legends, do they have time to contest? Shanks is going to go back, get himself a recall before fighting. 2/3 HP on Dragon. Anyone's Legend need a good angle hit. We would really like to deny this Dragon if at all possible. Flash away from Christarsen using his E. Can't go into the main fight now. Xiaohu gonna get stunned up. That's a problem. Varasol landing. Kyle getting onto light, but I don't know if it's enough. The Equalizer's not fantastic follow-up, actually. Swipe comes through from the Neferi. Soul point achieved from Weibo, not the soul itself. Varus goes down, though. And Hope's gone. Hope is gone. Anyone's Legend. They don't get the smite fight. They don't end up getting the actual fight afterwards, and Tien is in the backline. Starting to roll through with some of those daggers. And Anyone's Legend, they're a little bit late to the contest. Battle Herald coming through. Double hit coming through, and the tower is very, very low afterwards as well. It's even a tower. Weibo, how are they making this draft work? The early fights are working well for them. I think they understand their win conditions. Early fights. Good target access with the Neferi. Tien, so good in that last game, and honestly, very good in this one too. The Neferi has been a game changer. How did Hope get caught out there? I thought with Xiaohu getting stunned up at the start of the fight, he wouldn't be able to cleanly make his way into the fight. Let's look at that in the replay. We know what happens in terms of the smite fight. It goes the way of Tien, despite the fact that he's left alone on that dragon. It's quite scary. But Tarzan uses his E cooldown. You see that Xiaohu is stuck on the top side, and somehow he ends up getting the kill onto the Varus anyway. What happens to Hope? He walks into the enemy jungle. What is Hope's positioning? Hope just walks into the enemy jungle. My dude, you just can't do that. I didn't quite realize how egregious a mistake it was in positioning. I hope, my dude, that is just not where you want to be. Oh, what is happening? Shanks and Hope, their positioning in the last two fights has just not been what we expect of them. Now, Shanks had to, you know, he had to flash out of what, the Cassante W or something like that in the last fight. And in this one, Hope walks into the enemy jungle with no teammates nearby. I mean, Hope perhaps thought, well, I have to walk here. But you can't walk into the enemy jungle and that far away from your teammates. If your flash is not carrying you to safety, that's just too far. Hope feeling like he has to go towards a Edge of Night second too, by the way. It was a good pincer, though. You're absolutely right there, Liam. It was a good pincer. Forced Hope to position in a way that he thought he could, you know, get another arrow out. Just ended up too far away from his team. And now Weibo have early soul point. Soul threatened. 2,000 gold lead. You know, Rise is online. The Neferi's online as well with the Eclipse Black Cleaver. Stop oohing me, Nico. Roll up. Hang on a second. Tien thinks he can potentially get himself a kill onto Flandra, and I think he's right. The equalizer equalizes nothing. The sum shows the same answer. Kills to Weibo. Now, Atakan is available. Weibo will teleport in with the Rise. I don't think there's going to be much of a contest. Hang on a second. That's awesome. From Breathe. Gets the kill onto the Nico. The Atakan does go down. I think Tarzan's going to die for it. So it's actually technically going to be, what, a 3-for-1 if you include the kill and top side? 3 for none, rather. And the Atakan. Shanks might even die here as well. No flash. I think that even might be more than that. Hope. Caught under turret and Breathe is tanky enough to not give a damn about the structure firing back. 5 kills for Weibo. They give up the Atakan, but I don't think they give a damn. They'll take the bot lane turret on the outer, the inner one, the next threat. Weibo, where has this team been? We said that about JDG yesterday too. I thought this draft was going to be so unplayable for Weibo after a certain point in time, but you know what? They're educating me, folks. One of the better things about League of Legends is learning about the game as you watch it. The Varus just not strong enough. The positioning from Shanks and Hope just not good enough in this game either, bluntly. Now, Neferi is not here at this play. He was on top side, killing the Rumble instead. Breathe. Double shunt into the wall. Takes the Nico out of the picture, so there's no pop loss. And the engage is largely gone then from that point. Tarzan dies very quickly, and you can see the problem where anyone's Legend, if they lose their front line, die very quickly. The teleport was cancelled by Hope, so he couldn't get out for free there. Shanks dying afterwards as Tien finally makes his way to the plate. And I don't think Weibo care about the Atakan now. They just don't care. Dragon in 20 seconds. Weibo, they've spent a lot of gold. They'll be able to threaten the Soul at a very early 22.5 minutes. Xiaohu. How much can he trade back onto Tarzan? He has flash. Good trading back, actually, on the whole. Half HP on that flash for the Rune Prison. And Breathe will kill the jungler. There's no smite for the dragon anymore. Cassante will go down. Perhaps anyone's Legend can take the fights now. No frontline for Weibo is important. I think Breathe is happy taking the smite off the table. If this dragon goes to low HP, there will only be one smite in play. Xiaohu is on the flank. Use that flash. A very critical flash to make sure that Tarzan was in real threat. Teleport back into the play. It's a flash away from Shanks. He's in the enemy jungle now. Dragon getting taken lower. I think it's on high enough HP that AL can still fight, though. Round more. Phase rush, rather, coming through from Xiaohu. Good damage coming back from AL on the whole. Shanks trying to poke. Light is actually very scary, though. And the dragon's going to get lower and lower. Realm Warp used to reposition. There is only one smite. They want to kill the Neferi, but they have a W. You can't kill the dog. They just go invulnerable. Soul for the side of Weibo. Another couple of kills at anyone's Legend, and no one's Legends here at the dragon. They are left to the storybooks, and the Legend will just have to be passed down by word of mouth because they're not here to tell their story themselves. Tarzan dying at the start of the fight leaves anyone's Legend in dire straits. Weibo, Cloud Soul for them. It's not the strongest soul in the game, but the extra movement speed will very much be used by them. Thank you very much. Tien, another wonderful game from him, and a real shout out to Xiaohu. Rise was one of his clutch picks in years gone by, and he has been so pivotal in the last minute or two. You know, setting up for that kill onto Rumble before the Atakan, coming down for the teleport into a great Atakan fight for himself. And in this fight here, flashed before to confirm the kill onto Tarzan, and it provides a flanking threat, gets the spell flux threat. They don't get to kill the Neferi. They have a W. This is what Neferi does best. Tanks a obvious telegraphed engage and then just runs it back at you. Weibo with Cloud Soul going to be so hard to escape now. Varus hates playing against Cloud Soul because he often says, look, I want to run away from you, just with my own 2 feet. How do you do that against a Cassandra with Cloud Soul now? If Breathe gets a good ult onto the backline, Victor and Hope's Varus are just not going to be able to survive. Tarzan, taking a bit of chunk on Tien. Has the 2 items himself. We're, I think, secured by Tien there. W Pathmaker used by Breathe. I think he needs to flash out of here. He's going to go down. Good pick off by Anyone's Legend. Too far from Breathe. A bit of an awkward series for him, actually. He's been on decent form recently, but here, going a little too far. Tao taken in mid lane, though. Weibo not going to get completely traded on for nothing. Baron has spawned. I wonder if Anyone's Legend just say, okay, you don't have the Xante, let's go for this. Weibo already have that Salt. Potential of a Realm Warp coming in from Xiaohu. Health King taken down slowly but surely on the Baron. They're not great at tanking the Baron, though. You can see that Tarzan down to 2/3 HP. Some poke coming in from the Corki. Kyle manages to catch out the Rise. Can they manage to finish off completely? There's so much damage coming from the Rumble. He had no flash, and that's going to be one of the solo laners down. Breathe doesn't have teleport to rejoin the fray, but Anyone's Legend, I don't think they take enough damage away from the members of Weibo to take the Baron. So they'll take 2 kills, one onto Breathe beforehand and one onto Xiaohu at the Baron fight. And they call it quits. Not a bad trade for them, but not really what they wanted. They would have loved to take the Baron itself. Rise, 4,000 gold ahead of Victor. Mage on Mage Violence is going the color of blue as Rise comes out on top. Did die for that last one. Has Cosmic Drive, interestingly. Don't always see that on the Rise, but the extra cooldown reduction makes it much harder to catch him because he gets the extra move speed from the Cosmic Drive passive and gets to go through his own passive much quicker too. Weibo. Well, they have their Cassante back now. They have their Rise, and they're going to go towards the Baron itself. Breathe. Again, very threatening with the Cloud Soul, by the way. Can potentially hold Tarzan at bay. Doesn't have the Q3 charged up anymore. This could come down to a smite by Tarzan. What you got? It's a Baron steal! Tarzan with the smite key, which might save the game. Weibo should have just seen him out. Anyone's Legend, can they escape the fight now? The Varus goes down. I think the Shinzo will afterwards, but not well. Perhaps not. Flandra, great turnaround damage. Weibo, this game was in your hands. All you had to do was keep the Shinzo away. 2 dead. Will they escape with any more? I think a 3rd will come down. Flandra likely to die here. 3 dead, but Tarzan has done the damage. Weibo will march forwards in the mid lane. 4 dead, excuse me. Anyone's Legend. Hang on a second. The Baron still comes through. Will they just lose the game off of this? Perhaps the damage isn't done. Kyle is around just as support. Is there enough wave clear? I think with Varus respawning there will be. Weibo, giving up. That Baron. Great smite key from Tarzan, perhaps keeping them in the game. If the Baron had gone down to Weibo, it would have certainly been the end of the game. Now it's more of a question mark. End of the game? So Tarzan manages to get in range here. Very close to being taken down. Flash in. Smite is good. And then the fight comes after. Realm Warp allows Xiaohu to get into the plate. Does, of course, throw himself into a number of different members, and Flandra, real credit to him. Gets a ton of damage down on the Rumble. Means that at least the Rise is not there to potentially aid in the finishing of the game. Breathe, really pulling the trigger well. Shut up, Rumble. Shut up. Oh, Shanks, he has flash. I don't know if he's going to hold on to it for that much longer. The root not going to land, though. Tien could have thrown the ult through. Didn't want to dive without any follow-up. Baron buff only available on Kyle, of course. Elder Dragon in 30 seconds. Folks, I still think this is very Weibo favored, despite the snafu at Baron. It's a large lead in mid lane. Mid diff has been huge this game. The Victor has had very little to say about this game, and Xiaohu has had some great realm ups and great... Oh, he's flashing forward again. Wants to get another great playthrough here. Kyle, the one person in the Baron buff trying to play defensively here. Tien going on to Hope. Hope, he's only a little virus and he can't escape the Cloud Soul. That dog's got legs on him. They're going to start running faster than the Uma Musume horses. Run all you can, but you don't have the aptitude for this race. Is that Tien or Goldship? Who goddamn knows? Walking forwards, Chris has so many shields, will just about escape. Amazing! Has his own move seed to bring towards the play. Shanks will make it out, and the sad B will not really be enough to save this game. Weibo will march towards the Nexus. Did not get the Baron, but who goddamn cares? Weibo will take the lead in the series 2-1. I didn't think this one would be the way it would be. Weibo very much underdogs. Anyone's Legend finished the split strong despite a loss to WE. Now they're down 2-1 versus Weibo. Weibo perhaps ramping up towards Worlds in a way that, well, only really Weibo can. We've made it. Amazing at a Ghost Dreamcast. Had to drop one there for the horse races in chance. Weibo taking the lead. Now that is not something thought I'd see today. Credit to Tien again. Tien has had an awesome series so far. Oh, and we take... That's just the wrong thing in general. Wait, I have a camera there? I didn't even realize I had a camera there. What? Well, there you go. That was on the wrong scene. There we go. Hello, folks. How's it going? How's it going? Oh, gosh. Where there's a will, there's a Weibo, folks. 2-1 for Weibo. And opening up 2 match points for themselves. I think Tien has had a great series. Folks, dare I say it, Tarzan's getting jungle diffed. I also think that, you know, Shanks had a great Orianna game in the first game, but you look at the games after that point, Xiaohu just had a great Rise game. Anyone's Legend now have to fight back 2 games. And for, you know, our previous split, Titans, who went top 3 at MSI. It's not what we'd expect from them at all. At all. Weibo take the lead. Where do you point fingers? I think Kyle's had a bit of a rough one in the last 2 games too. I think that actually... Light and Chris doing a pretty good job. Great LEC casting. Thank you, Johannes. Appreciate you. Oh gosh, push my voice a little bit on that one too. I don't know whether I'm going to stick around for the second series, folks. Sam might have to come and cover that one. We'll still keep streaming, but it'll probably be a solo cast from him in that one. But yeah, folks, I'm going to run some adverts when I can. And yeah, if you'd like to support us, we do have a couple of ways that you can do. There's a Ko-fi link. We're not paid to cover this anymore. There is no official LPL broadcast. Thank you, Afterrock. Appreciate it. But yeah, if you'd like to support us, if you can like, comment, subscribe, keep, you know, watching, makes a lot of difference to us. Makes a lot of difference to us. Okay, folks, I am actually going to turn the camera off. I do need to rest my voice a little bit, my brain, bluntly, too. Okay, folks, I'm going to take a quick break. We might play some horse game in the break. Are you doing more LEC prep during the second series? No, I'm not. I'm not casting later on. I just need to actually give my voice and my brain a break, really. Because the LPL playoffs are a slog, folks. I can't afford to be losing my voice this early into them. Oops, sorry, I had to take my chair off of my charging cable. Posture check, I'll do that, I'll do that. Holy moly, that was some rise damage. Is it over? No, no, this is the best of 5. What happened to AL? I think some of their drafts got a lot worse. I think that Kyle and Shanks, Kyle's been fine actually for most of the split, but I think Kyle has not been fantastic now. I think that right now, Tarzan and Kyle are just getting dipped in jungle support. All right, let's throw on some adverts and we'll chill the MVP. Damn, I had a good header yesterday. Xiaohu? Tien? Yeah. Nice. Okay, well, did I put adverts on? Yes, I did. Let's play some Intermission. Okay, so we've done our debut race. I'm just making an Instagram post actually. Okay.
好久不见。
关闭车窗，空调调到22度。
好的，都搞定了。你好，很高兴我们重新认识。
Okay, let's have a look. This is probably the best one. Yeah, we do this. Even though this is like better training, we go for this just because we get the extra friendship.
画世界，
让眼界突破边界，让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
See you, Talon. Good night.
上京东搜游戏台试机
Ooh, we can take that.
游戏
That's
手
good.
机低至8折抢。
We take the energy from this actually. We might get another training out of it. We take this. Exactly. If we hadn't taken that, we would have likely failed this, or well, it would have been much more risky.
第三赛段用一个词来总结的话，我觉得可能是
I breathe.
人需加油吧。然后感觉一路走过来，就是大家都也出现了很多问题，但是也能看到我们有在进步吧。然后前面优势的局也挺多的，就可能在季后赛的时候要更多注意一下。我觉得季后赛的 BO5 上单英雄其实还是蛮丰富的吧，就相对来说可能是会比较好做的一个位置。然后在游戏中感觉是可能是要就是上单要发挥好自己的部分，就处理好换线还有打团的部分吧。我觉得我们可能在前期的部分就是会做的比较好一点，然后训练赛也经常去处理这些地方，但是中后期的确是经常有被翻盘的可能，就在季后赛的时候我们要更注意这些部分吧。
This song reminds me of an anime opening. It reminds me of an opening to Zetsu no Tempest, I think it was. We always go for... Yeah, we won. Nice. You get some really good skill points from there if you get it. Yeah, we'll probably be able to do this and then we'll get to... Well, we'll see if how it goes, but... Okay, well, now we see if we're glue or not. I think we're not looking fantastic here, actually. Oh, maybe, no, we've got a clear line. We're fine. We're okay, actually. Do we have the stats for it, though? I don't know. No, not quite. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, that actually makes the campaign a lot harder. That makes it a lot harder, actually, so we might have to glue that as well, sadly. Okay, let's get ready for what could be last game of the series. Did not expect it to be in this fashion, though, at all. Into draft for game 4. Weibo 2-1 up. Did not expect that one at all. Tien has been unleashed this series. Great Neferi game, great Kiana game before that. Game 1, yeah, was very one-sided. Not really much of a contest, but Weibo have locked in. They won on red side last game too, so it's not like it's been a blue side, red side diff for the series. I don't feel like that's been the problem. Jarvan was banned away in the last game, worth noting. Jarvan actually up this time. He's been banned in both games. All 3 games, I believe. For that, perhaps not in game 1, actually. It was the Poppy first pick for game 1, so I don't think it was in that one. Game 2 and 3, though, was removed off the table. Now available, of course. The Aurora being gone makes some of the combos aggressive out of mid lane. A bit harder to play towards. Mid lane's going to be in a bit of a weird spot, actually, with many of the traditional mages gone. Almost all of them, actually. And the Azir and the Aurora banned. Trundle first pick. There's no Sion or Ornn to pair it with, no Cassante. I don't know, I feel like Trundle is a lot worse when all the tanks are out of meta. I think you're okay playing Jarvan into it. If AL loses here, are they out? They go to losers bracket? They go to the losers bracket. Oh, that's a nice little break in the song, actually. Damn, I've been loving the LPL music. Rel in for Crisp. One of the better tank supports at surviving the Trundle because you can jump backwards. Also, you can somewhat steal your stats back at points too. Are we really going towards like Sejuani into the Trundle? Occasionally it works if you snowball the game. Oh, Morgana's fantastic. I love the Morgana. All right, okay. Morgana very likely going in as jungle. And Trundle hates this matchup. You know, Trundle just gets... You can't exactly walk at the Morgana. You can sometimes put the pillar down before the Black Shield comes through and the slow will persist. But if you ever get hit by a Q, you just can't play. Misfortune's locked in now too. I wonder whether Weibo can just look for a long-range draft. And someone tell me the seed numbers. So Anyone's Legend is seed 4, but were likely higher than that, really. They finished better than 4th place, really. And then Weibo, what were they? Were they 6th, I believe they were? I think JDG were 5th and they were 6th. Jarvan now in, and that means that we are likely getting Morgana in a solo lane. We are likely getting Morgana in a solo lane with the Jarvan being locked in. Jarvan very good into the MF. It could be top lane or mid lane, folks. No, it's more likely the Morgana in a solo lane, folks, rather than the Morgana going in towards jungle. And the Jarvan towards top lane. Morgana's been seeing great win rate across all 3 of those roles. Technically everywhere on the map, actually. I think it's only really bot lane as APC it's not being seen played. And then weirdly as support, just not as powerful either. Silas Akali banned for Shanks. Maybe they are matchups which do better into the Morgana in mid lane. I wonder if Xiaohu's ever played this before. I'm gonna go look that up actually. How big of an upset would it be if Weibo win this series? A big one, honestly. A big one. Weibo looked okay in regular split, but nothing special, really. Okay, he's played one game of Morgana before. It was a loss. When was the last time he played it? 2018 spring. He lost against EDG. Played it against Swain. He lost. Handedly. Would have been against Scout, that one. So, if it goes to the hands of Xiaohu, I'm going to play that for a long time. Kassadin being hovered. Shanks is a player of it, and we get a Kassadin. I'm not going to lie, it can be pretty rough to play it into the Morgana, because you jump into them, you get ulted, and things feel pretty crap afterwards. You also leave yourself without any pressure from mid lane and very low wave clear. Your siege, your anti-siege is still dreadful from anyone's legend. I think this Kassadin is tunneling too much on the individual matchup and really struggling elsewhere. If you look in Jace, you are looking at Jace into a Jarvan. Jesus, I hope you know what you're doing here. I really hope you know what you're doing. Zeri for lights gives them some decent follow-up. We're seeing some W max Zeri, by the way. Kalist showed it the other day in LEC versus G2. I don't like this draft for anyone's legend, folks. I don't like it at all. They have one form of engage, which is Bard. There is no setup for the MF. And they've got two mobile carries into a Jarvan. The Aatrox comes in, and Aatrox loves playing against stuff like the Kassadin too. You can't exactly escape him very well. I think Weibo slammed this draft. Xiaohu, his only second game of Morgana mid ever, played it once in 2018 spring, so it has been 7 years since Xiaohu last played this. Folks, most of the players on the other side of the rift, they weren't pro players when Xiaohu last played this champion. There are players on the rift which started playing after Xiaohu played his last Morgana mid game. Ridiculous. Shanks locks in the Kassadin, and you know what? I just don't think it's the answer. I think it's okay versus stuff like the Zeri sometimes, but I just don't see what value you're getting outside of a good laning matchup if that is the case. Reminder that Morgana has a weird amount of sustain in her kit with the passive. Corn MSI Finals 2015 Game 5. Worth noting that that was not actually a very good counter pick. The thing which actually won that game was Wolf first time in Nautilus and getting his ass blown out. I don't know, that was bad phrasing. Anyway, Pawn countered Faker on the LeBlanc at the Morgana mid. It was a long time ago. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't actually counter him. Faker still went like 5-1 in that game. Alrighty, folks. Weibo, I think, come out with a much better draft here. Now, technically, last game, I thought Anyone's Legend had a quote-unquote better draft, but then again, I forgot how much Varus had been nerfed. Alright, this could be game, set, and match for Weibo. Let's get into game.
Welcome 敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Dude, if Xiaohu walks away with a win from this series, what a frickin' turnaround it will have been from Tien and Xiaohu, whose regular season was kind of meh. Xiaohu, a player who, you know, not too long ago, you think back to the start of last year, we thought his career might be over. It was playing so bad. Hang on, so it can be a Q hit. Ooh, hang on a second. W start, doesn't want to lose lane pressure. You really need the W start as Morgana. Bit of damage onto Tarzan. Ward cleared. No XP given by wards now anymore, by the way. Can they get it again? That's another ward down. They've just put 2 wards down and they've lost both of them. Anyone's Legend looked really rattled. Xiaohu has the first strike, by the way. Gets 2 autos onto Shanks, but no W. Doesn't have the W now for the first bit of the wave push, but who cares too much, right? We'll be fine here. Does he want to auto shove that wave? You presume so. Who's got the better draft? I think Weibo got the better draft. First time since 2019 in the LPL that we've seen a Morgana mid. We've seen it occasionally in support. We saw it in jungle in 2021 a fair bit around the MSI meta. It has been a rarity. The recent buffs have really given something to play around for Morgana. Massive win rates, right? I think she's been buffed 3 patches in a row, I want to say. Quick check on actually what has happened with the champion. Light barrier. Yeah, so they must have used the barrier and the heal very early on at level 1. Sometimes you see that in the 2v2. We weren't focused on that. The camera was elsewhere. Crisp and... unless I just completely zoned out. That can also happen too. Kyle used his own heals. 2-for-1 summoner trade. The MF, lane dominant. Not gonna lie, quite worried about how much value the MF is going to have later into the game. I don't think it's going to be very much. Did he misclick? Oh, did he just... Yeah, okay, mate. Guess he just misclicked then. Whoopsies. Ooh, good Q there from Xiaohu through the wave. Getting auto attacks down. Xiaohu just perma-shoving. It's not like the casting can do that much about it. Shanks hasn't played the casting in this split. No surprise there. Not a very common pick at all. Very strange drafting here today. You know what? I'm a fan of seeing some different picks from time to time. As long as there's good logic behind them. We'll see if Shanks can make the pick work. Breathe his first Aatrox game of the split. Didn't expect that one. Light was a very good Zeri in the past, by the way. He's very good at that. One of his favoured picks before. I wonder what the build's going to be from Xiaohu. Might be the Blackfire. I presume it's the Blackfire Torch. Ooh, double hits onto Flandra. There's both procs to the W. You do get extra damage from it re-procking. I miss seeing Hui as much as we did. Wait, we see occasional games of it. You know what, folks? I mean, it's a decent early game from Weibo. I mean, slight lead for the Aatrox, Jace over the Aatrox. Mid lane's going fine for the Kassadin. The lane matchup is good. I'm just worried about the value the Kassadin is going to give later. I don't think you'd love playing into much of this enemy comp, really. I think Aatrox can deal with you more than fine. Morgana, yeah, you have an okay matchup just kind of soaking farm. You're never going to get wave clear against them, and you eventually gets to the point where Morgana lands a Q onto you and you die. Kyle will need a Mikhail's first item. But that means you're missing out on a redemption, which is very, very strong right now. Yet to see whether it's a W max Zeri or not. Nope, it's the Q point there, so it's not going to be the W max. I wonder how Tien's going to do on the Jarvan into double immobile carries as well. And technically, you're not awful into the Trundle all the times too. Crashdown misses. Makes a bit of damage there. Had the shield, of course, and not too much. Light just trying to get as much shove in here with the empowered W's through the wall. Bonder doing fine on the Jace. Picked up a lot more Jace this year than he's done in some previous years. Anyone's legend. I mean, coming back from MSI, we thought, okay, they've slumped, but whatever. Must just be having a bit of a break there. Their Spartan schedule around that event was kind of insane in terms of their practice schedule. Not bad from Breather, actually. Very good for them. And then the split went on, and they ramped back up again. They did lose the split on, they'd lose the last series of the split against WE 0-2. But I thought, well, you know, it didn't affect standings. Surely they just didn't care enough about the series. Perhaps that was a sign of something a little bit bigger. Tarzan was spotted on bot river. Kyle's walking up. Yeah, he'll spot him now. He needs to hold on to his flag drag until Pill is used, and indeed has done so. Reminder that you can have... Hang on a second. Oh, not great from Chris. Flashing forwards. Magical Journey already in place. Summon it down from Chris. Uses the heal as well. Alright. Well, not that much value from Chris there. Switches over to the teleport. Swinging the miss somewhat. Tien will flag drag the crowd. No contest over that. Quieter early game. Dragon started by anyone's legend. Ooh, contest over the dragon after all, actually. No flash left on Chris now. Bullet time, pretty good onto Xiaohu. Ult coming through from him as well. Magical Journey will get Tarzan over the pit, but there's W onto him as well. Xiaohu getting good damage down there, but he might die all the same. Light starting to pop off. The bullet time's already been used, as we highlighted before. Barrier on Light. It's not enough. He misses a Q in there as well. Where's the damage? And Shanks has his own cleanup potential too. The dunk flashed away from Tien. No flash himself down. Now they're stuck in the pit. All he needs to do is wait a little bit longer. Tien gets the passive down. It's not bad, actually, into Shanks, and there's no mana left on him either. He'll get out of the pit. Good fight, though, for Anyone's Legend. All things said and done. Dragon will survive the encounter somehow, someway, and 2 kills to Shanks on the Kassadin. He's got himself a lot of money in the bank. Two kills to the Kassadin. That changes the equation somewhat. The bullet time, real credit to Hope. Gets huge value, and I didn't expect it. The bard binding gets huge value. Chris not having enough in the tank either really helps. Really helps AL because he doesn't have the flash to confirm stuff coming through here. Lights takes a ton of damage. Does have the barrier. Just doesn't have the go button there. Doesn't have level 6. If you have the lightning crash, I think they win this. Tien doesn't hit level. Doesn't you know, get the dunk through until later on into the fight as well. Just about gets the kill onto Tarzan. Walks into auto range of the Bard. I think he actually gets a kill if Bard ends up not auto-attacking there. 2 grubs to Anyone's Legend. So Weibo will get themselves that. No dragon killed just yet, by the way. Ooh, we've got a real audio desync now. Okay, folks, I'm just going to go do that audio resync again, so it looks like it's gone off once more. Happens again. Don't worry, the screen will just go dark for 1 second. Don't you worry about it. Be back in just 1 second. There we go. So Weibo, losing that early fight. I think their draft's pretty good, folks. There's a lot of flashes missing on Anyone's Legend now. We'll see if Tien can use that now with the ultimate coming off of cooldown. Maybe they go towards Dragon and say, you come fight us, and we'll have a ton of ability to punish your flashless carries. Phase Rush from Flandre. Hits the Shock Blast onto Breathe, even though he dashes. Easy take of the Dragon. Shadow likely going towards the Blackfire build. And top lane as well, Mavi, by the way. And top lane. Ooh, ult coming through from Breathe. Good knock away. Really good knock away from Flandre. That could have really been a kill there. If the W managed to get the pullback, or those Q3 had hit, you would have imagined Breathe would kill that. Does Black Shield block Bard ult? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. You can spell shield Bard ult too, by the way. Quite worried about this Kassadin. Getting those 2 kills early. Now, I think it's quite hard to play the Kassadin in general in this game, but I think he's going to do fine as the Morgana, which is the problem, really. Black Shield tanks up a little bit of that damage. Not used for, you know, spell shield necessarily, but there to block the damage. I missed the top lane. Was that in a fake league I don't watch? Just in solo queue, maybe. Just in solo queue. So Anyone's Legend, they still have some really big comp issues. They don't have any setup for the Misfortune ult. They're going to have to be just relying on Hope to find an angle for himself. You have the Jace and the Misfortune into a Jarvan, which both really struggle against that champion. There's no tank for the Aatrox to strip. What happened to Anyone's Legend after the international break? I think their jungle support really failed to adapt to the new meta, with some bits of the new lane swaps coming through. I think that drafting really fell off for them. Hope you're better now. Yeah, I'm doing okay, Zareth. I'm doing okay. I'm just a little bit exhausted after yesterday. 2 best of 5s is going on. Jump forwards in the mid lane. Hope does have flash. Like, racking up that lightning crash. By the way, I'm interested to see if Light goes towards the Hexplate build of the Zeri. That might help versus some of the bursts from Anyone's Legend. Gives you a lot of ult uptime as well. Tien slightly ahead of Tarzan. Ooh, hang on a second. Cooldowns are going to be up in 5 seconds or so. Steals everything but one small raptor. Yeah, I think that Tarzan is really he's been out jungled by Tien largely this series. Light still has his dash. Ooh, not great from Chris. Kyle is around. No 6 just yet. Tien exhausted. Xiaohu not there in time to save his own jungle. Subjugate was used. Tarzan still has flash. Has ult rather, and his flash. Yeah, no, that's the one. Yeah. The cooldown's right. Death to Chris. Chris has had a poor game on the rail, folks. Struggling to make ends meet. Struggling to make skill shots connect either. Another kill over towards anyone's legend. I think Weibo are actually okay if the game goes late game. I know it sounds strange going into a Castellan, but I think they're genuinely okay with that. The GT was rough for people think it was a Medivedi cast. I saw no comments about that, Apple, so I think that's just a you experience. I literally saw no comments about that. So I don't think it was rough for that. Actually, I had a lot of very positive comments about it. Nymaera and Jamada that goes, thank you, Tilly, appreciate you. I actually hadn't seen a single comment about that, Apple, by the way. And Casual's chat at the end of the day is just a Casual's chat. And they meme all about a lot of things. Need a Vedi Nymaera Sam cast? Hell yeah. It's the frickin' Simulacrum cast, or whatever it is. Doppelganger cast. It can't be Black Shield. Black Shield only works if you can cleanse or QSS. That's not true, I didn't think. I thought that Black Shield did work on Bartle. Oh, strange. I didn't realize that gank, that's good to know. Flandre going towards Breathe. Does have the ults. Pops it. I think he might just die to the Subjugate, though. The Redemption coming through as well. Sunder Sky not going to be enough to heal him. A couple of missed Qs and an easy kill for Tarzan by the help of Flandre. Flandre's been playing out the matchup very well, actually. Good sidesteps. Is scaling for Weibo that much better? Well, it's about execution, right? But you do have Jarvan into 2 mobile carries, and I don't think the caster loves life here. There is a flash and a magical journey for Kyle. It'll be safe here. Good damage from Tien with the passive and the Sunder Sky giving that first bop on the auto. 2 growths to AL in a second. There is flash for Flandre. Can Tien force it? Just wave clear with Fly Drag. Dragon available. Weibo did take the first one, but that was that huge fight where he actually lived through it. Oof, great trade from Hope there. I don't think there's a contest now. Not with Light being so low HP. Castellan can assassinate from that HP. Crisp is walking down. Weibo, I guess maybe they do want to contest. Crisp getting jumped on by the Castellan. Xiaohu missing the Q. Ultimate coming through. Not great from Xiaohu. The Castellan just jumps away from it. Losing a lot of HP now. Hope caught though. Forced to cleanse. Tarzan flashes immediately, and that's anti-synergy, all right. Luckily, the magical journey will see Tarzan out to safety. Weibo somewhat escaped that one. The bullet time was actually pretty good from Hope, and Kyle undoes a bit of the hard work. Anything else happening across the map? Well, Light still fairly low HP. In mid lane, just clearing that one out. Weibo still sticking in bot side. Quite low HP on Tarzan, of course, too. There is still the dunk, and Chris goes forwards. Hope flashes away. Shanks on the side. Good damage coming in from Hope, actually, as Weibo once again failed to actually make people stick in place. The Bard disengage has genuinely been very impressive. The pillar does stop things out. Subjugate was used there. Tien stopping for an auto attack. He's not going to land on him. Subjugate now down. Shanks has level 11 and he flashes into the binding. That is not what you want. Dark binding into a dark casket. Tower now opened up here. Weibo find a pick onto the Castellan, and Shanks, who got so much early gold, showcases the Castellan is still very much mortal. Herald taken by anyone's legend on the top side of the map as Weibo focused very hard on the bot side. Kyle doesn't have flash right now. There is a chance he can again dunk him. He can magical journey out of the Cataclysm if things go certain ways. Stacking items for Castin almost online. And of course, he's at that level 11. So close towards that level 16 mark where he becomes so mobile. Siege in towards mid lane. You know, one more Q lands. Things get very dangerous. Redemption coming through. Killing up the minions, interestingly. Good Bardol. Where's the combo afterwards? Nothing. That's it. Breathe. Does he have ult on the side? No, he doesn't. Has the Sundered Sky, which can help him a little bit, but he's left out to dry. Does he have anything to help him? No, not really. There's a heal from Crisp, and it's a little too late. Redemption now coming in from Endless Legend to corral Weibo onto one side. I think Shanks walking forward. The bullet time is really quite good. Double kill for the Caster now as they roll forwards. Weibo, the siege failing for them. As Herald will now take the mid lane turret in return. Another turret likely under threat as they can be charged into the mid lane inner. Anyone's Legend, a great turnaround as Weibo, they looked like they were in a good position, and Breathe caught out on the flank undoes their hard work. Not the cleanest game from either team, really. Tien does have level 11, and he has himself an ultimate. Cleanse coming through from Crispin. Tien's just gonna die. Gets the dunk through, but it really doesn't matter. Blast going to get them out of the Cataclysm. As Weibo, the wheels are coming off a little bit now. Anyone's Legend. Using the pillar, using the Bard mobility very well. This is when Anyone's Legend look a lot better. It's when their jungle support is really firing on all cylinders. Very dramatic there. Vampire Cassidon. Good Bardol. Set things up well, but Breathe makes huge mistakes here. Goes too close to Flandre, misses his Q, runs into Shanks as well, and it's a 2v1 solo lane kill. Breathe just goes way too far. Should have just backed off a little bit more. The turret wasn't dying anytime soon. He wasn't going to go under it. Big mistake by Breathe. And suddenly in the 4v5, without the Aatrox there to disrupt, makes things very difficult. Good pillar back into the bullet time. Allows Shanks to jump forwards, get that final kill. Binding onto the bar, lands some poke afterwards. Is there going to be a Rylise for Xiaohu afterwards? Means that the W gets quite a lot of value. You walk over it, suddenly it's a full slow field. I do wonder whether it should have been higher damage, but the extra HP doesn't go amiss, I suppose, against a team that has a lot of burst. I don't think this is the best Zhonya's game for the Morg. I don't actually think it saves you for everything. Breathe now down 1,000 gold. And again, everyone's down 1,000 gold besides support. And that's 500. That's still pretty significant too, actually. Hope's had a really good game on the MF. Real credit to him. Dragon in 10 seconds. Weibo presumably wants to fight over this one. Shanks at level 13. 2 stacked items in the Rod of Ages and the Seraphs. No 2 items for Zero. Well, no 2 items for anyone, actually. Xiaohu caught them, so it doesn't have a Zhonya's. Doesn't have that much to play around, really. Good flash, though. Will that save him? Not sure, actually. Redemption's going to come through. Shanks has gone quite far. And it's gone far enough to get the kill. Xiaohu goes down. Weibo not in position to protect him. Actually wonder whether Xiaohu should have stuck under the Bardol. Maybe that gets him killed, too. Weibo now down a member for the dragon fight. Tower taken. Atakan started. Dragon not even focused so far. Take the Atakan, why not? Shanks really scary now, especially with some of that dedicated CC off the table. Atakan, no contest. Easy take by Anyone's Legend. Just much more coordinated as a team. I do think the composition from Weibo should actually have a lot of answers into Weibo. Yeah, when they're a member down, and when Anyone's Legend are playing very coordinated, it makes it much harder for Weibo to play the game. Dragon taken easily. Pull back from the Aatrox is a little scary, but Magical Journey will see the team out to safety. Blast Cone is available. No Q landing. Safety for Anyone's Legend. Anyway, we're really still spoiling for a fight. Hanging around the red buff. Kyle looking for a Q. Breathe. Not going to get stunned there. Zeri W going wide as well. Red buff secured by Anyone's Legend. Nothing really found by Weibo. They are going to deny Anyone's Legend a wave on a mid-turret. Small objective, though, all things said and done. The HUD's not showing the gold gap. It does it between members. You don't need it between the teams all the time. LPL doesn't always show the gold difference immediately between the teams. Five kill Kassadin. Bit of a problem there, isn't it? I wonder whether he goes towards Malignant's third. That can be a really nasty way to up your mobility even more. Go Cosmic Drive occasionally too. Lichbane for burst. Going for the Seekers. Go for the Zonies. Why not? Can help you against something like the Morgana ults. Allows you to jump in, get the AoE slow from the Force Pulse. Thank you, Monserrati. Appreciate you. It was a fun time casting yesterday. I really enjoyed it. Good vision control by Kyle. Kyle's had a very good game on the Bard. He's been everywhere he's needed to be. Good stuns in multiple points. Great vision control. See right now, Weibo, they have one Scuttle Crab taken. That's the only vision they have, which isn't on their side of the map. Does not care about getting hit by a W there and a couple of Qs from the Aatrox. Weibo still. Getting all this praise for LEC casting. They should schedule you more. Hey, I mean, I'm hoping for that too. I'm hoping that I gave myself a good shot. I think I'd Gromp steal away from Tarzan as well. So the blue buff and the Gromp. The slow bleed away has led to a 5,000 gold lead to anyone's legend over Weibo. Tarzan use the Mega Cone to get towards Breathe. Bartle, not bad there. Crash down, interrupted there too, and it's a flash forward for an awesome binding from Kyle. I think the Cosmic Binding has outweighed the Dark Binding in this one. It's bardgaming.exe. I think it's crashed the computing systems of Weibo. 2 dead so quickly. Anyone's legend. Jungle support take over the map, find a play when they need to. Shanks hasn't really needed to go crazy Kassadin mode. Anyone's legend break the base in Weibo, wondering where it all went wrong. Wait, I love when casters change their buy right after casters comment. He is going towards the Malignants. You're right, he didn't go towards the Zonias. Bought a Seekers, thought, now I'll go towards the Malignants. It is really good snowball line for casting. If you get Malignants on him, it does do a crazy amount of work. So the Monster Energy Blast Cone goes wild. Allows Tarzan to get the slow there, and the Bardock is insane. But the special bit is the flash here for the double binding. And we said there's not much setup for the MF ult. There is if Kyle plays like that. You don't normally expect it, but god damn, that was some important CC. Kyle is my man of the match for game 4. No doubt about that. Yes, the kills are on the Kassadin, but Bard, what great play from him. Another Cosmic Binding lands there, actually. Shanks, very perilously close to that level 16 on the Kassadin. And there you go. Full Kassadin late game achieved. Only gated by mana now, not really cooldowns. We'll keep jumping around. Hopping in and out of portals. More damage, the more stacks his ult gets. And Weibo are just so far behind. They're so outstatted now. They'd like to hold anyone's legend at range and then say, well, you know, the Aatrox can burst through the Kassadin or the Trundle if they walk up too close. I think Breathe dying so many times isolated. I say twice, so many times, twice, right? And then not getting some of the better trades, actually. Flundra was out trading the Aatrox a lot in terms of being able to escape the Ws and not fall down to the Aatrox. Has really left Weibo without the disruption and the cleanup they need. The Morg mid, as we said, first time since 2018 for Xiaohu, first time since 2019 for the LPL. It's not achieved that much, really. Not really. Couple of bindings here and there. The early fight around the dragon, the very first dragon fight of the game, almost got value. Couldn't quite after that point. Dragon taken by anyone's legend quite easily. Get up to third dragon. Weibo realizing, look, can't really do much about that one. Malignance is in for Shanks now, so his ult cooldown is probably at about 1.2 seconds, if I remember rightly. He'll have all of his... if he has ult Hunter stacks, that'll be there. He has the spellbook, by the way, on the cast. Didn't really touch on that before. Didn't feel like it was that important to touch on. Xiaohu maybe going towards the Zhonya's next with a leisurely large rock. As I'm walking towards the end of the jungle. Stun missing from Rel. And the bottle catches onto the Zeri. That's a nasty bullet time afterwards. Chris does get a pretty decent combo back, but the HP is just not there now. Support down, jungle pretty much the same. Xiaohu bursted out. Some summoners down from Weibo. Tien is alive, but he's got no HP, so we'll go back to base, and AL might just peel back towards the Baron and force Weibo to approach into their vision they've set up now. Blue trinket used. Control wall will get cleared here as well. Weibo losing important information across the map. Kyle will escape through the magical journey. Tien coming over, does have the dunk. Flash forwards, they catch onto the Zeri, and Xiaohu has been massacred. No HP left, Shanks jumping forwards, and he just keeps going. Level 16, Malignance. Breathe is trying his best. The Sundered Sky's okay, but there's too many stats. Too many people. Anyone's Legend will end the game here, you have to feel. Weibo lost in the early game too, gave too many stats, too much gold over to Anyone's Legend, and could not stand and fight. A wave in bot lane will be their red carpet on blue side towards the red side base. One tower down. Anyone's Legend will bring us the silver scrapes. Bring out your finest cutlery. We're eating good. Game 5 in just as many days. 2 times in the last 2. My words made sense there. Just don't look into it too much. They definitely made sense. Anyone's Legend bring us to the full distance. Very quick leaving of the stage there. Anyone's Legend. We'll make sure we go the distance. We have another series after this one, reminder, folks. Oh, man, I'm trying my best to keep myself high energy, keep my vocabulary running. Turns out doing a ton of games in the last few days makes it a little bit harder for that. Hello, my name is Nymaera. I'm a professional League of Legends caster, but this is my own stream. There is no professional broadcast for the LPL anymore. There is LPL English and myself and a number of other co-streams which are doing our very best to bring you the LPL game so you can enjoy it. So you can follow these teams, follow these players. There's no one getting paid to do this anymore, though, which means that it is a labor of love to keep covering this region. Now, if you would like to support us, obviously by watching this, you're already doing so. But if you have a favorite LPL co-streamer, give them some love. Give it a like, give it a subscribe, give it a comment. It really helps. The big co-streamers, of course, they come and go from the LPL. As smaller co-streamers, which like to try and cover the LPL, we really need your help. And yeah, now it's an LPL Plus, we get to enjoy things. And yeah, we'll keep up the coverage as best we can. It's very hard to keep covering this. Basically, we do this for less than minimum wage when we're covering it. If you see an LPL stream right now, we are not paid to do so. There are a couple of ways you can help outside of that, just watching and commenting stuff. It's a program called League Mastery, in which I've done a casting course. If you'd like to learn how to be a caster, or maybe just you're interested in how casting is done. Thank you, Parking. Appreciate you. But yeah, if you'd like to understand a bit more about casting from someone who's been part of the industry now for a couple of years, there's a casting course on League Master which I'm setting up. I'm going to take a quick break. We'll go to the adverts, watch our highlights and MVP, and we'll be back after this. Caedrel's going to watch this? I hope he does. I hope he does. This is a support comment. I appreciate that. Appreciate you all. And hey, it's just really cool to be able to bring you the LPL every day, you know. My life would not be the same without LPL, really. Wait, you're a professional caster? I thought you were a professional Uma trainer. Yeah, you know, I've got to work 2 jobs in this day and age. In this economy, yeah. Yeah, casting is my side gig. I just play Uma Musume for a real job, you know. Wait, is this stream he was talking about, or is this a pirate stream? Not exactly what you're talking about there, Alex. So this is a co-stream, and I'm restreaming onto Onivia because it has a big audience, and you seem to enjoy it here as well. We get some of the proceeds from the YouTube revenue. But I also stream on Twitch at the same time. Currently, I'm streaming on 3 places. I'm streaming on my Twitch and my YouTube, and I'm re-streaming to Onivia's YouTube. A little bit weird to be streaming on 2 different YouTube sites at the same time, but it means that I have an archive of my own stuff. And it's just double dipping on the algorithm a little bit. So, yeah, helps out a little bit, doesn't it? But yeah, there's no official LPL stream anymore. No official LPL stream. Please don't bring up the economy in New Zealand's not doing it. Hey, Vestian, good to see you, by the way. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I hear PCS has been full of drama recently with, in a good way, Casa and Maple both making it back to Worlds. Also see that there was some comments about it being best of 3 for them to qualify for Worlds, which Chispin's already addressed, which is good. So good that, like, yeah, I know, just in terms of the history. I do hope that Garm make it through as well. I do. But yeah. Kyle MVP, obviously. That bard was insane. Sorry, the name of the channel gives bot channel vibes. No worries, Alex. It's all good. Garm isn't out. No, they're just in lower bracket. They lost, like, their first chance to qualify. They're in lower bracket. Yeah. So Onivia has been, the highlight channel's been around for years, and they do a lot of highlights. And then this year, they decided to, like, reach out to us to give themselves some live stuff. Need Kiana and Levi there? Absolutely. Kiana is one of my favorite stories in League. You know, the guy literally couldn't... He was illiterate before he joined Garm. Garm taught him how to read and write, which is insane. Okay, folks. I'm going to put on some adverts, and I'm going to go rest my voice real quickly. Hey, Reeks, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, Kiana could not read or write before he joined Garm. Garm literally brought this guy out of poverty. Playing esports brought him out of poverty. It is such an inspiring story. Kiana is a very special player. Okay, guys, I'm gonna put some adverts, and yeah, I'm gonna go for a quick break, folks.
是暗夜的猎手，更是夜拍的高手。OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL
皇冠战马。更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。 中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。奥方电竞椅职业战队的选择，连续6年，中国电竞椅销量第1。奥方 G7 专业人体工学电竞椅，22项调节，提供腰颈肩全方位支撑。上官方旗舰店搜奥方 G7。今晚碾压局，你的车。
就这样了吗？或者说，
开一局吗？
开就开。
Why are we spamming dinosaurs in Twitch chat? Hello, we back. Let's do some not that much long time left for it. Okay, so we got, do we, oh, I don't know. This actually might be kind of dead already. Oh, do I bother with this one? We already had like a couple of failed trainings. And I'm aiming really high for this. I guess we can keep going, but it's not looking fantastic. Take the energy. Yep, there are 2 best of 5s today, folks. There are 2 of them. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Edgy. Okay. Back-to-back best of 5 long slog. Yeah, I'm not doing this. So Sam will take over the second one because I'm not solo casting both. I'm not doing that. Like I've done this grind before. Look, okay, this campaign is dead. We do it. We try it. Yay, we win. Yeah, so Sam will take over the second one, but I gotta rest my voice, folks. I gotta genuinely look after myself, you know. Stuff. Yeah, I mean I've been used to 9 game days. I'm used to that kind of thing. Like, it's just part of casting the LPL. You just get used to the grind. It's sucky, but you get used to it. It's only for round 1 that we get the double things. That's awesome. Who do I think will win? MKOI or Fnatic? MKOI probably.
后面准备季后赛的话也是一样，好好准备，然后好好打吧。就我们第2阶段打 BLG 吧。 因为我们
hoping for long ass straightaway spurt and turf. Do I cast this evening? No, I don't. Straightaway spurt is good. Oh, we got that at least.
享受每一场的比赛吧，然后好好准备每一场的比赛吧。然后第3阶段季后赛的话也是一样，就我们每天好好训练，然后好好努力。
Badger Scholarship campaign? Yeah, we had like a. We had a bit of a thingy, what's it called? So, I gotta really take care of my voice. Yeah, folks, I do have to take care of my voice. I've been casting so much. I'm just aware that we have such a slog of LPL that I can't play things fast and loose with my voice, really. Like, I've been trying to be better with that this year. I've been trying to. Obviously, it's not always possible, but yeah. So, see, we have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Yeah, so basically up until next Tuesday, we have games back-to-back. So we have 2 best of 5s today. Then it's basically a slog until next Tuesday. And then there's a break for a bit. How's the creation of your course going? Yeah, I've got 5 videos up. So I'm just recording when I have time and inspiration right now. I haven't really... I've structured it loosely in terms of the 5 pillars, in terms of delivery, analysis, storytelling, connection, and control. And then there's going to be some things which are a bit more agnostic of that, in terms of there'll be a combination of them. But the theory will be in those 5 things. And I'm trying to balance it between having theory and then having more actionable things, and then having some more just practical skills, like how do you do a good review? For instance, like there's a couple. I need to ask Nymaera actually, because I have a document from Australia, so it helps a lot. But I have a review document from last year's LPL, I think it was, or it might have been 23. Was it last year or the year before? Where I reviewed him. So I have like a review doc of when I was really tryharding reviews. And while I wouldn't do that as much now, just because I don't have time and energy for it, it's nice to be able to show people what a good review looks like. Because I think the most important skill you can have as a caster is to take and give advice well. Because if you do that, even if someone is better than you right now, you will be better than them in the future. Also, the logic goes. Yeah, no, I've found like a website which I'm pretty happy kind of just displaying things on. So I have basically a whiteboard which I can kind of have as a visual aid. Just hand draw some graphs on there if I really wanted as well. And that helps a fair bit. We shall rest. And yeah, I think, I hope it's actually interesting for people who are not actually casters themselves too, just to understand the thought process which goes into it. Nice. Good training. What's the site called? Canva. Canva. Super cool to see something like this being done. That's off. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah. I mean, like, obviously there's a financial incentive, right? Basically, if people sign up through the link, then we'll get some money out of it. As it stands right now, I don't think anyone's actually signed up to it through our link. I'm a little bit worried that people will go through other people's links and just use it through that, but yeah. That's just the way of the site, I suppose. But because I think basically anyone who's on that course, you can use their link to get access to the other stuff, I think anyway. Let me know if you need any graphics or header stuff for that. Thank you. That is really, really kind. Where can I reach out to you for that, Enya? I actually might have a think about that, because what I want is just some reusable stuff, so I can just kind of, you know, make things a little bit nicer. Just, it doesn't have to be high effort. It's just something to slap on screen. You know, that's a lot of people. What the hell? Discord? Sure. Yeah. Is your username the same on Discord as it is on there? I forget. We'll go for this because there's just so many stats. What the hell? Cool. I may reach out to you for that then. What's 3 on that? We never fell 29%, right? Let's go. But no, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, we rest. Okay, game 5, folks. Silver scrapes incoming. 3 on that as well. Let's go. I mean, the training's good. I mean, this campaign is still probably not what we need. Oh wait, no, we're in classic gear. You know what? This could actually still work out. This could still work out. Maybe we could elug this, or elug. Anti-glue it. Take some of this. Last game of the series coming up, folks. I mean, Weibo are on the brink of upsetting anyone's legend. I need to really reinstate how crazy that is. That is not normal. This should not be happening. Now, Weibo were, you know, a middling team. The gap between top 3 and top 4, top 4 and the rest of the league was absolutely insane, by the way. Hey, Katari, good to see you. Thank goodness the series isn't over. Yeah, I know, right? It's definitely not over. This series is, I mean, like, yes, I know there was people who are like, yes, but it's Weibo, and I do actually empathize with that. Like, they are a weird, scary, wonderful team at points, but you know, this is yeah. You just don't expect it. You just don't expect it. I'm up just in time for a game 5. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All of these games to get capped by CFO. Look, I'm just saying top esports may make it to Worlds. They're very likely to. And, you know, things happen at first stand, which I'm sure they'd really like to forget. CFO are a great team. I really hope that CFO become like that real pillar of light for CFO. for the LCP, because the LCP are a major region. They need a major region ambassador. Into Silver Scrapes though, you need someone like Honkyu to be like, look, this is a region which is worth staying in. This is a major region, we can put up good results. You know, like we had the Flash Wolves before. What's my rank? I was like Diamond 2, Diamond 1. I was rank 1 in Arena though. I was legit rank 1 in Arena because I was very, very good at that mode with Zyra. In fact, I might be doing some content for that next month with Dumbs, maybe. We shall see. Teams come back out onto stage. LMS was a major region for like 4 years and got ignored just as much. That is the thing. Everyone underestimates Weibo. The thing is, Weibo just, they ramp up in summer playoffs. They just do, one way or another. I think that this regular season was more worrying than most of their other regular seasons. This is one of those times where you do genuinely think, okay, they're actually in trouble now. The synergy isn't there. The peak carry potential isn't there. Especially with Tarzan going and Tien coming in with, well, actually, you know, do they have that star player to really lead the charge? Well, if they beat anyone's legend here, we will have to have that conversation again. Who wins the summer glow up this year, Weibo or JDG? Well, did we see JDG in the last games of the series versus BLG? I wonder if EDG might be the ones that are glowing up. I wonder if EDG are. And we get JDG versus EDG in the lower bracket, actually, coming up soon. That'll be in the next couple of days. IG Summer Glow Up, that's very true. Very true. Can't overlook that at all. I thought they were good for bits of this year, but now they're genuinely title caliber here in the LPL. Into the draft, last one of this series. We have 2 best of 5s today, and the first one has gone the distance. Draft for game 5. Settle in. Get yourself seated, get yourself a drink, popcorn if you got it. Whatever you need for a comfortable viewing experience. Bot lane, jungle, all gonna have some different matchups now, really. God, I mean, this is game 5 of Fearless. Anyone's Legend were good at Game 5 Fearless earlier in the year. Fell off at MSI, really. That's where we thought, oh god, what's happened to them in these later games? The draft last time brought out a Kassadin in Game 4. Did not expect that one at all. What do we have still available? Well, the Yono would have been nice. The Aurora's been permabanned the entire series. No Yorick for Flandre. Azir's gone as well. What's the priority pick? This is the problem with Game 5s. You need to pick a staple pick and go with it. Vi Ari, Vi Ambessa could be important, and Breathe has been a hell of an Ambessa player. I don't think he's had the best series. Perhaps this could change things. You need to separate the Vi and the Ambessa now, I think, and they do so. Lucian locks in. One of the better bot laners. You got Lucian Braum, Lucian Nami. Weibo, they see the Vi. You want your own dive comp because you have the Ambessa. You're afraid of a Braum later on. You don't have Karma. You could take away the Braum, I suppose. Caitlyn Braum could be okay. Then again, Vi's quite good into Caitlyn. You can make your jokes now. Braum locked in. What's the carry alongside it? Do you AD carry now or risk getting denied? Ezreal, safe. Good pairing with the Braum. Okay, so the Nami's good at bullying the Braum. Normally we'd see the Lucian with the Braum. It's taken away. Lucian Nami for Hope and Kyle. And what's going to happen is the Vi can ult, and then if you lead in with the tidal wave can hit them in the duration of the Vi ult, CC each other. It's actually not bad follow-up. No mid or top, no mid laner or top, sorry, jungle for Weibo. No mid or top laner for anyone's legend. Nocturne banned away. Skirmishes, I think, is pretty good here for Tien. It's okay versus the Vi. Sivir mentioned. It was already banned, sadly. I said not banned, but already taken earlier in the series. Jack's gone from Flandre. Renekton's gone in terms of some of the other better matchups into it. Sion. Gwen. Ornn. What do you pick into this top side? On LEC, Odo said Lucian is a bad champion. LEC Lucian is bad. In China, it's much better. Europe, EU Lucian is bad. Western Lucian is bad. It's very good here in the LPL, though. Mordekaiser for Flandre. That's a good point. Mordekaiser is still up and available. We saw that in Game 5 from BLG the other day. Ahri banned away from Shanks, so there's no Vi Ahri. No surprise there, actually. Are we at a Zoe angle? What do you do now? Flandre does pick a lot of different champions. He was a Shen player earlier in the year. You can have the Vi Shen, put the ult onto that diving Vi, jump into the backline. And instead, Rek'Sai top lane locked in. We saw it a little bit from Broken Blade, seen it about the place. It's good at lane pressure, very hard to catch. Has, you know, infinite sustain almost. Good wave clear. Worse in jungle, better in solo lanes after the changes. Twisted Fate locked in for Xiaohu. Dangerous versus the Vi, but very good point and click versus the Lucian. And the Lee Sin for Tien. Tien Lee Sin. Who remembers him kicking G2 in the back of the head in 2019? He had a pop-off game on the Kiana earlier. Perhaps his Lee Sin with a gold card setup could make the difference. Shanks, what do you do into the TF and the Lee Sin? You need to play something that is survival, something that is safe. The LeBlanc is risky, and Shanks goes for it. If you ever get caught by the gold card in range of Lee Sin Q, you are a dead mid laner. The TF LeBlanc is a well-studied matchup. Shanks is a long-term player of the LeBlanc. You can follow the Vi. Very long-range engage. Surprised in some ways that it wasn't the Sylas. The LeBlanc instead. God, you could almost fool me that this AL comp was a 2022 composition. Besides the Rek'Sai in the top lane. Lots of mid-game here, folks. Lots of mid-game. Lots of snap engage from the Vi and the TF with hopeful follow-up. A lot of ability to move very quickly from one side of a fight to the other. With Ambessa, with Vi, with LeBlanc, Lucian. Not exactly sure who comes away with a better composition, you know. Not easy to tell. Last game of Series 1. The level, the 1 to 2 item power spikes, incredibly powerful for both teams. Weibo on the brink of upsetting our reigning champions in anyone's legend. Anyone's legend, a reality check is what we will frame it as. Humbled here by Weibo. I think particularly Tien. Great series from him. Anyone's legend slapped back hard in Game 4. You'll have to do so again here in Game 5 to secure the series. One last game for this upper bracket match. Loser goes down to the lower bracket, and we'll follow the rest of the Gyos.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
A stack up for a level 1, but it's on a ward. Hey, I'll know about this. I'll spot the ward. Crisp, my friend, maybe be a little bit careful there. The electrocute from the Lucian. $5 from Alex. I appreciate you. Appreciate you an awful lot. for the super chat there on YouTube on Anivia's chat. Thank you for what you're doing. I appreciate it. Go AL. Well, an AL fan in chat. Sure, there are many of you. Anyone's Legend earned a lot of fans across this year. Particularly for the likes of Tarzan getting his first title. Shanks going to walk forwards. Gets gold carded immediately. Good auto attack reset by Xiaohu. Xiaohu, one of the more famous TF players actually around there. Another good auto attack reset from him. As the spellbook doesn't have something like the Comet. Quite hard to use that into the little Blanc, of course. Oh, another top deck gold card. Gets him an extra auto attack. Now, typically the blue card does give you better damage, but if you get an extra auto attack afterwards because they're stunned, of course, that's better for you. You get an extra auto attack. A level 1, that makes a lot of difference. Shanks is still trading back fairly effectively, though. This should be a tight game. Oh, flash forward for the Q. Misses, though, Hope. Flash for flash. Heal. Blown from Crisp as well. Both summoners available on lights. Hope much more vulnerable. Jumping over another bubble. Kyle not getting value there, but the Qs are not landing either. HP trade not as bad for AL as it could be. Winnable for Weibo, but split push strat for anyone's Legend. Well, the problem is you're split pushing then into at least Sin TF, who are very good at shutting down side lanes. Assassinate you very quickly. Anyone's Legends comp does feel like it needs to get an early game lead, honestly, to me. I mean, does it? Oh, does it? God, I don't even know if... Normally I'd say that against any other kind of composition, but I don't know if that's true versus Weibo's. Both of these teams really spike on 1 to 2 items. This is a Lee Sin win condition. You know what? I don't disagree. Lee Sin, if he gets ahead of this game, can assassinate a lot of the enemy team, particularly, you know, not top junglers easily, but everyone else quite well. Oh, Breathe misses the cannon there. I wonder if Breathe could be a win condition here too. The Ambessa probably the best scaling champion on the Rift. Yeah, Breathe on the Ambessa. He is the best scaling champion on the Rift here, I think. A lot of early game champions. The Ambassa gets rolling. I think anyone's Legend have trouble. Oh, flash forward for the gold card. Flash away from the LeBlanc. I did see that, Spirits Maker, actually. The last time the Rek'Sai top was played, but it was only played last year. Rek'Sai top was very meta in bits of last year, and bits of 23, I want to say, as well. One of the few games where Lucian isn't really outranged, so yes and no. You're outranged by a Fire Cannon TF. And if you ever get hit by a Lee Sin Q, you feel awful. But yeah, Lucian actually can dance around quite effectively here. This can be a Lucian carry game from Hope. Hope's Lucian's actually pretty damn good too. Jumping forwards, rocking the Spell Flux. Shield getting some damage reduction. Junglers on opposite sides of the map. No openings presenting themselves right now with the bot lane pushed in. Tien, no option there. You can't exactly shut down an Ambessa that easily in topside. Wave is not in a good spot here for Xiaohu. Shanks looking for that chain trade. Does get it. Breathing low HP now. Flandre, can he get a kill with the E? The knockup could be really painful here. It was obviously on cooldown. Grasp traded for Grasp. Early trading of the Rek'Sai working out well versus the Ambessa. Hang on a second. Lee Sin on the bot side brush. Tien, champion which he is very, very familiar with. Won a world championship on it. He has a skin on the damn champion. Not using it here, by the way. A good chain there from Shanks. Kyle flash down. This could be an early game Lee Sin snowball win con. I don't know who Tsuyan was. He was the player for IG that replaced YSKM. He had a short stint in the LPL. Level 6 from Shanks. 2 chains here potentially, by the way. Gold card onto him. Ooh. Nothing really more follow-up there. Good trading from Shanks. It hasn't led to a huge lead in mid lane, but it's a little. Do you think Thunder Sky is a bit too broken right now? Well, it is very strong, but for a play, yeah. I mean, you compare it to like the mage items in the game, yes. Yeah, it probably is it's very strong as an item. It is very strong, Thunder Sky. It's not good later into the game, but if you get it first, that item is so broken to the one item spike. Tien aiming for what would be a, decent scuttle crab to bring him ahead in terms of camps. No level 6 from Tarzan. This is the kind of game that can go from 0 to 100 very quickly. I think every champion is actually weirdly ready to skirmish already. Gold cards, Braum Qs, they can start fights. LeBlanc is level 6, so, she has random kill pressure as well. Tien hanging out in the enemy jungle. Looking for a red buff steal. I guess anyone's legend don't spot this coming. I suppose they know that topside is not their friend right now. Xiaohu, look, if you're invading on topside, you probably shouldn't be here, friend. He doesn't have flash. Xiaohu's going to die for first blood here. A bad overextension. You're invading in topside jungle. You should not be in botside river as a flashless TF. Bad mistake from Xiaohu. Easy pickup for Tarzan. Shanks gets himself a Dark Seal stack. Dragon started. Xiaohu does have ult if he can respawn and get down towards bot side in time. Tien is just not really interested in this, so wants to go towards topside camp steals. Takes away an entire quadrant away from Tarzan. Then what he'll likely do is go towards his bot side quadrant and then use the TF ult as pressure to potentially skirmish through. I wonder whether Weibo look for a bot side jungle skirmish. They lose the dragon and get Tien ahead. I think he should go and protect his bot side camps. I think he should go towards it and see if they can skirmish towards it. I think he's powerful right now. They're choosing not to, though. Grubs spawning now instead. Okay, he's going towards the grubs instead. Tarzan will match the camp stolen if he goes towards this full bot side clear. Hey, Sam, how's it going? Yeah, there is Sam. Sam, can I trouble you to get me another Red Bull? I'm struggling over it, man. It has been a high energy series for a lot of it. Tien, one of the real main characters of it. Grubs being fought over. Level 6 hit from Tarzan. He can lock down this Lee Sin or, of course, breathe. Shanks jumping forwards. Chain hits onto him. Flash to break the tether. Oh, Ezreal steals one of the grubs. It steals one of the grubs. That means that actually there's a smite of Tien. This is going to be 3 grubs. Tarzan, he missed smotes. Ezreal getting that ultimate on target gives Weibo the full set. So I'm going to dip out for Series 2, so you don't need to put the chair in. Okay, fine. Xiaohu pushing in this mid lane. The 3 grubs really helping Weibo. Of course, now they'll have great pressure on the split push as well. Anytime AL leave a tower unattended, perhaps Xiaohu can go for a split push win condition. Be a big problem here from anyone's legend, actually. Andra trying to wave clear as best he can. He can get a lot of good push here on the Rex side. A lot of good wave clear from him. Sure, we'll see what his build is as well. We've typically seen the Rod of Ages into the Lich Bane coming back in. Slight gold lead to Weibo. Jumping forward, Shanks a lot of damage. Is there anyone covering his lane? No. Shanks still has flash, fairly safe. I don't think you can really jump onto an Ezreal Braum in mid lane. Tarzan's running out of options, you know. I say running out of them. It's not like he's really looked for them that much. I'm worried that anyone's legend just gave up 3 grubs against a team which they can't really punish that well. Tarzan's in bot side jungle. They do spot him there with a ward. Does he feel safe enough to use this? Uses the Q. He's used the Q. He doesn't have his safety out there. Might use to use that ultimate quickly. Xiaohu has the gold card now. Q cancelled out from that's a mistake, Tarzan. And he has to flash the wall. Breathe. He teleported down towards that bot side. Flandre, low HP. No, not really, rather. Ugh. Low cooldowns, I suppose, with the tunnel in. That was an awkward Q from Tarzan. Cancelled out by the gold card. Teleported towards top side from TF. You can see very quick engage coming through from his ult. No way TF holds versus Rek'Sai. TF has a lot of wave clip. can just always clear wave, clear with Qs. One of the things about APTF is that, you know, one of the buffs to the champion was the Q base damage, which means that your wave clear is actually very good again now, comparative to what it was. A red card, a Q, pretty much cleared a wave at that point. Nymaera Red Bull sponsorship one. I'm saying, I said this yesterday, it would make my life a lot easier. 3 grubs. Makes his life a lot easier here. Breathe, maybe don't take all of those tower shots. Took 2 of them. Mr. Affes, did Flandre really intentionally pick Rek'Sai into Impesa? Look, the actual tank champion pool had been completely nullified. There was no Ornn, no Cassante, no Sion. Tanks were basically off the pitch, off the table. So it's about the best tank-ish champion you can get. Whilst also having, you know, infinite sustain, good wave clear. It's not a bad matchup against the Ambassador. Was winning the early matchup. Three grubs, Weibo splitting the map. This is danger for AL. This is danger. There's still 2 minutes left to turret plates. Xiaohu doesn't have a Sheen, but does have the stack deck and the W's. Stack slip pushing is doing quite well here, actually. It's not like anyone's legend have their own globals to bring in. They have no teleports from their solo laners. 2 plates quickly taken by Xiaohu. It's going to be a third even? Not exactly sure how much he's going to get there. Did he finish off that one? Guess we'll see when the Rek'Sai moves their damn portrait off of the tower. No, not going to be able to get that third plate. Ezreal has a cull. Lucian doesn't. That's another discrepancy we'll have to see. Kind of utilized by Weibo. Xiaohu's a rich man. I mean, TF Prince Gold, folks. He Prince Gold. Has Merctrez now as well. Dragon has spawned. Anyone's Legend. I guess they just say, look, we're not going to win the split push. Let's win through objectives. Let's get that Dragon started up. Anyone's Legend. If they group up, are they stronger than Weibo? I'm not sure, you know. I'm actually not sure. Tarzan going forwards. Good damage onto Crisp, actually. Flash away from Shanks. The passive that hits him from the Braum was threatening. Gold card not through. Low HP. Tien, very good at securing these as the Lee Sin, and they'll get it. Flandre not able to get himself an engage, and AL just leashed the Dragon, and now can they get out? Another flash from a solo laner. Flandre down there. Passives coming through. Can they get the Braum passive completed? Breathe got very deep, and the tidal wave sweeps Weibo aside. The kick is awesome from Tien, though. Perhaps he can be the difference. The Lee Sin, that one Worlds, can't get the fight. Light has a little bit of damage, but he can't finish off anything but a clone. 3 dead from Weibo. Then they go too far. 3 for 1. They get the Dragon. But Breathe goes far too deep looking for that fight. Lee Sin for Tien, so close with that massive kick and E combo. Cannot get the final damage they need. They go too deep trying to finish off the Braum passive onto this Rek'Sai. It lands here. Flash for a gold card. Ezreal ult, Glacial Fissure, but the auto attacks just don't follow through, and the tidal wave is monstrous. What an insane tidal wave. It is an insane kick into E. Tien tries his damn best to tell you, but they just don't have the follow-up. Not quite yet. Oh, Tien, a full team kick. It doesn't matter. So close. We did say that the early skirmishes matter an awful lot to both these teams. I do wonder whether Weibo could have just let that one be, though. Hang on a second, there's a gold card. There's no flash for the LeBlanc. Out of turret range is Xiaohu. Another gold card like that does make some problems. Gold card. Charged up by Xiaohu. Not used there, though. Merctrez help him an awful lot. Pop that ghost as well. Hang on a second, Tarzan. He's got no ultimate. What is Tarzan doing, my dude? That is not the play he wants. Gold card onto him, loses half the HP. Still no ultimate for him. They really want to defend this. A great chunk by Shanks. Crisp has been blown up by him in the last couple of fights, actually. Despite being tanky on the Braum, the turret will survive. Weibo not able to capitalize on bot side. So Weibo would love to have taken that first turret there. Open up the map a little bit. They have the 3 grubs. It's easier for them to kill towers, and they really want to play around sideline. Shanks is going to get a great trade onto Xiaohu as he comes into that bot lane, potentially. No, not quite. I was wondering if he'd actually be able to shunk him out as he arrived in that bot lane. Has the Ether Wisp with movement speed. Going towards Lich Bait second. Very even in gold. Shanks at 103, 5 stacks on the Dark Seal. Powerful on LeBlanc, actually. That Luden's first item is a nasty spike for the LeBlanc. Imperial Mandate from Nami, one of the best support item spikes in the game. Lee Sin and Vi, very even in terms of gold. Herald started. I think it's spotted. Don't think they aggroed the ward, as in, like, didn't auto-attack the ward, so it wasn't spotted that way. AL moving their jungler towards bot side. Xiaohu playing more defensively this time. And there's some blast guns in bot jungle, weirdly. Spots LeBlanc, of course, clearing that wave down there too. A couple of Krugs, mini Kruglets, secured by the Q. Level 11 on Xiaohu, does have the Rod of Ages stacking up. Twisted Fail, where's that going? Going under tower. Okay, just using it to check that there was no one behind the turret. This turret is still going to die, though. Bad miscalculation by Xiaohu. Could have popped the ult earlier to spot people roaming down and instead wave clear. Now he's just wasted his ult, lost the tower. First tower goes to Annual's Legend, giving them the feats of strength. Mistake there by Xiaohu. That ultimate is very important. I think Xiaohu's actually had a very good series on stuff like the Rise. Did that in earlier on. Right here, though, losing that ultimate and the tower. That's not great. Tien going to get engaged onto. They've lost vision, and AL pounce. They get themselves the vision control, and they pounce so quickly. Herald does still destroy the mid lane turret. That is a victory for Weibo in terms of getting that down, but losing their jungle and their mid laner in the last minute leaves a lot to be desired. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. Can Anyone's Legend go towards that before Tien has come back up? He'll be spawning in 15. We'll need a number of... about half a minute or so to get towards the objective. No TF ult as well. I think Weibo just have to leave this. And sadly for them, they don't have the Twisted Fate ult to go cross-map. They'd love to be using that top lane right now. Throw it towards the side of the map. Are they teleporting anyway? They want to contest. They want to contest. They have no jungler. This will not be a smite contest. This is about the fight, I suppose, more than anything else. Teleport into the tunnel. Thunder will immediately E away. The macro from Weibo leaves a lot to be desired. Anyone's Legend, very good at picking off people in the last minute. So no recall stopped there by Lights. Wave cleared out by Flandre on the bot side as well, so Weibo can't immediately push in towards that bot turret. Well played by him. Anyone's Legend, playing around the last objective or two very well, taking that bot lane turret. The easy kill onto Tien. Good trigger pull by Tarzan. And Kyle's follow-up with the Tidal Wave has been the same. The Tidal Wave in the big fight earlier on was the big decision maker there too. Tower will fall. Light will get solo gold for that. Even in gold, but Anyone's Legend 2 dragons up on an Ocean Rift. This is the kind of game where an Ocean Soul can actually make a big difference. It's very easy to dodge out in some bits of damage after the initial engage. The first person's going to die regardless, but Lucian managed to get a double tap, hop backwards, makes it a lot harder for you to kill him once he has that soul. Normally, I think Ocean Soul is very good when you've got tanks in the game. Of course, Rek'Sai will be loving that. Second item in for Shanks. That Horizon Focus is very cheap. Very cheap. Only 2,800 gold for 125 AP now, is it? Something like that. Lichbane for Xiaohu means that he's actually a damage threat. He can go towards topside. Does he have teleport? No. No, he doesn't. They're trading Atakan for the top lane turret, but with the amount of petals taken on the Rift, I actually think there's going to be quite a lot of value from the Atakan. Weibo, one of the most likely teams in the LPL to actually give up this objective. TF is now warming down. Does have the level 2 of the ultimate, not the max range on it. Teleporting down into bot river. Lee Sin is here. They have full vision over them, of course. Ezreal is not fantastic there from Light. Flandre jumping forwards. And Xiaohu gets jumped on. The shield's not bad from the Braum. Actually, that saves the tidal wave from splitting up the team. The redemption coming through to heal that same Braum as well. And now suddenly the Vi ult is down. That's not bad for Weibo. The Atakan not traded at all at the end of the day. Chris, quite low HP. Needs to be quite careful here. Bit of poke coming in from the LeBlanc. The Weibo think that they can take the Atakan. Do they want to just leave it, given that Light and Crisp are a little low HP? Tien. Oh, spotted out by Tarzan. It's scary. That was a blind Q into the brush. Weibo using that TF ult to bring him back down after killing that turret, but he hasn't managed to spend his gold yet, so it's not like that gold is actually useful right now. Tien getting level 12, using that smite. Shanks jumping into vision. Tarzan, no ult to it. Chris, low HP. They can take down the support. Chris dying again. Flandre, tanky enough. TF now flying back into the play. Has enough move speed from it to get out. 4v5 now. No Crisp. I did wonder whether Weibo should back off because he was low HP. Ended up killing them down. Q missing from the Lee Sin, but the LeBlanc is forced to jump back. Anyone's Legend. Take the freebie. We'll move back towards mid lane. Weibo still took a tower in this whole trade, so they're not unhappy with that, I suppose, in an objective sense. But not able to get a fully capitalized fight. Not able to get the Atakan. TF ult almost back off cooldown, so you can go reset safely. Get back out onto the map in good time. Anyone's Legend. This is where normally these kind of games are the ones which they thrive in. The ones where it's about intricate map pro, about strategy. They are our strategists. Tarzan and Tabe, the combination of jungler and coach, was one of the biggest selling points for this team for me. Tarzan, one of the greatest generals on the Rift, and Tabe, one of the best coaches off the Rift we've ever seen in the LPL. LeBlanc build is interesting, valuing vision over damage. So, worth noting that the Horizon Focus is one of the best second items in the game for damage too. Very, very efficient AP. Gives you the same amount of AP as a Death Cap for a ton less gold. With also getting a ton of cooldown reduction too. With the Ludens, you actually have a very good 2-item poke combo. Is this the best Weibo we've seen all season? Oh, man. So you're telling me you won't be at the next international? Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, sadly, I don't think I will be at Worlds. I think I would have been contacted for a visa at this point. But hey, you know, I'm happy to be casting here LPL for you all. I appreciate the commentary all the same. And thank you for the super chat again. Really appreciate you. So, Dragon up in 20 seconds. Anyone's Legend will get themselves to third. They've been trying to play around the Flandre off vision. Ooh, that could be huge. Flandre. What a veteran player he has been. It's been a key part of this Anyone's Legend roster. Do they spot him out? They do now. Okay, Shanks jumping force. Great damage onto Breed. He has teleport. They have Redemption as well to top him up. He needs to recall that. You can't fight at this HP. Dragon will be started. That's the go button. Can they stop the recall? No, I don't think so. The flash force. They want to go force before Breed can regen. Shield, miss. The ult from the Rambassa just not working well enough. Tarzan goes down. It is a trade of jungle for support. I think AL might have put enough more than they can chew. And the bite comes down onto Flandre. 2-10. Gets a kick onto Hope, but cannot follow it up. The Q cannot be followed by a deadly Sin. Gold card comes through. Carnage in the bot river. 3 for 2 in favor of Weibo. No smites on the table. Is there a spellbook to take one through? I don't think it'll matter. Anyone's Legend. I thought that with the chunk onto Breed, that would be the difference, but apparently not. Shanks, can he get a chunk over the wall? There is no smite, remember, jumping over. Spotted. Needs to play a lot more safe now. Gold card charged up from Xiaohu. Dragon claim by Weibo. Folks, strap yourselves in. Even Dragon game. Even enough in gold. We are going into a tense mid to late game. You know, I remember my first split in LPL 23 spring. I think it was Weibo versus LNG, which went to 5 games in that playoffs. They've made a habit of tight playoffs games ever since. Teleport back out onto the map. You can change the players. You can change the names. But somehow Weibo retained so much of this crazy late game series potential. Atakan start again. Teleport coming in from Breathe. This time has himself 2.5 items. Atakan started but not finished. Xiaohu has the gold card. And he charged it up onto anyone. Had himself that ghost running for move speed. Couldn't land it. Atakan resets. Aggroed by Weibo this time. Resets coming through from Anyone's Legend. They're doing this on full vision. Not sure they should have aggroed that, folks. Teleporting towards mid lane. Anyone's Legend would like to push that in. And then go towards the Atakan. Shanks has a Medjai's, by the way. If he gets one good fight, he will start popping. He will get the mid lane turret off this wave if no one responds to it. TF does not have ult for the next 10 seconds or so, I'd imagine. Turret will be killed. Shanks gets that one. Some extra gold in pocket. Evens up the gold between him and Twisted Fate, even with the gold generating passive. This is the fight we'll look back at. Dragon, still need to see the Atakan setup, really. Great chunk from Shanks.
and they think, look, we have to get a chunk now before Breathe resets. They see him recalling because he's on vision from the Horizon focus. And they want to look for a fight before the regen comes through. Goes on towards the TF, but Chris blocks the door. Even with the Ambassador ult missing, it doesn't really matter. They managed to peel back, trade 1 for 1. Chris gives his life. This time is a much better usage of the Braum full HP bar than before. This could have been game-changing. The Q can't be followed up on because he dies. LeBlanc zeroes him out. Oh, if Breathe had hit that ult, that could have been so different too, you know? Breathe had hit that ult. It would have been a clean win. Rapid fire cannon for Xiaohu. That is terrifying for anyone's legend. These fire cannon gold cards, they can change the game now. They can genuinely change the game. Got the Rod of Ages to walk at you a little bit more aggressively. Has Flash and Ignite, worth noting. Bree's still at that 2.5 item mark. Would love to get himself to 3. See what it would be on the third one, whether it's something like a Cyrilda's or something else. Oh, catch on to Chris, but he's gone. CC'd, can't even raise the shield. And the shield wall comes down. Anyone's legend. Is that the sign for them to go now? Atakan, not taken still, but I think it will be after this. Crisp. 0 and 4. Great fight the last time, but his performance in team fights has determined so much of this. Shanks over the wall, looking for another burst potentially. That assassin LeBlanc. 14 stacks now on the Magi. Happy with that one. It's going to have to be a 4v5 for their lives. Good Q landing, good poke. Hope is low HP. Tarzan gets chunked a little bit lower too. TF is going on to a... He's gone on to a control ward! This bottom but Breathe goes on to the gold card. He's got enough HP for the Rod of Ages. Breathe takes down the LeBlanc. Magi stacks ripped out. And Ezreal goes over the wall. Light in the darkness. Perhaps enough. They're winning a 4v5. Another kill as the Na'Vi goes down. Flandra trying to pick the pieces. Trying to kill the AD carry with the help of the Atakan. Another tunnel. Another bit of damage. Is it enough? Yes, it is. And Tien misses the Q. Only in the LPL do you see fights like this. Somehow, Weibo fight themselves in a 4v5 into a good spot, but they can't quite capitalize. It's a 3-for-3. Tien does retain the smite, and somehow the Atakan will remain up and available. I hope you're entertained. I hope you are indeed. Anyone's legend not able to get the Atakan at the first try, and they can't quite win the 5v4. I thought that ultimate onto a control wall was going to be the death of Xiaohu. But the gold card into the Ambassador ult. It changes the fight. Ultimate from Xiaohu. Gets the gold card onto the LeBlanc. The CC lands from the bubble. But Breathe goes into the fight. I mean, credit to him. He pretty much gives his life for it, right? Flandra ends up getting the kill onto him. But he ends up saving Xiaohu for long enough for Light to start cleaning up. God, this is so close. The Q over the wall means that Flandra can get onto Light. If that doesn't happen as well, it's probably a lost fight. The Atakan shredding him. I don't know if he'd have the HP without this. So close. LPL knife fights are so entertaining. We are within 500 gold coming up to 30 minutes. Xiaohu, gold card, loaded up with the cannon again. Atakan, was it taken yet? No. No, it wasn't. We still have Atakan available. Now, after a while, you just think, oh, bloody hell, is it worth dying over this thing? The dragons spawned now. This is the longest I've seen an Atakan live in a pro game for a while. Gold cannon, gold card, the fire cannon loaded up again. Atakan started. Do they use the TF ult to spot it out? They spot Flandra up here. I don't know if they realize that the Atakan's going down as fast as it is. They spot it now. They'll spot it now. It's only half HP. Can they finish it off in time? Does he go for a flank? No, he wants to go for the front and center. It's going to be... Oh my god, it could come down to a steal. Lee Sin stealing objectives. We know how powerful that can be. And Annual's Legend have been tanking this for a very long time. The longer you tank it, the worse it gets. Gold card. Loaded up again from Xiaohu. I think they can take it. Look how much they've been tanking this in terms of the shred. It's not that much damage, but it can help an awful lot. Breathe. Good damage onto him. Tarzan trying to go into the backline. Gets Breathe, but he dies for it. Is it enough? Is it a good trade? Flandra gonna get passive up. Hope. Great damage onto him, but now he's alone. Tien caught up by a bubble, and that bubble could send them into the dark depths. Hope gets a second kill and starts to ice skate. I don't know if Weibo had the damage. TF dead as well. Tien trying his best, but I think this shot has already landed in the heart of Weibo. Anyone's Legend, ever our strategists, finally win the Atakan dance. Atakan finally claimed after 11 minutes. It has been a dance for almost all of its lifespan. Is anyone's legend somehow slipped the dagger in the ribs of Weibo? That might be the game which, the play which breaks this game and breaks the series, but goddamn Weibo have given them a run for it. Just a little bit slow to the objective that time. Breathe caught out the Ezreal was damn close to stealing that too. Third dragon for anyone's legend, now threatening the soul. Breathe killed at the start of this team fight is crucial. The Ambessa is the champion that could break this game. They are very good in the late game. Especially if they get onto one of these carries. They get to stick to them so well. Breathe on the flank. I think he just makes a huge mistake here at this point. No, Flandra gets a great engage onto him. Tarzan manages to catch him out. And Breathe doesn't really get to interact with the fight after that point. Hope gets some great damage weaved through. Buys enough time for the extra cooldown so LeBlanc going in and out and in again into the team fight. Breathe. It's not been his best series. Needs to show up for later fights. He can still turn this game. Anyone's legend shut him out of that one cleanly. I will go hydrated. God, I need to hydrate. So it's a 2,000 gold lead to anyone's legend. It's not enough to break the game. That being said, got 14 stacks on the Medros for Shanks. He's earned back some of those stacks he lost earlier. Has a Void Staff. It's a good game for LeBlanc, I gotta say. No one's that tanky. We saw how much he blew up the Braum earlier. Cyril's and Light helps him cut through the Rek'Sai a little better. I mean, folks, this could be a game decided on a single team fight. AL won the last one. It got them a good leg up in this game. Got them to soul point. Got them a little bit more extra XP and AT. Shanks trying to one-shot Light. That is scary. Light is not that tanky. He has a Hex Drinker. Will help a little bit. If he gets himself towards more Malmortius, that'll help him even more. Surely he has to recall on this HP. Surely. And reminder, folks, this is the first of our 2 best of 5s today. There's another one after this. Toppies, what's NIP? Doombeat playing up against Toppies, what's later? Fire Cannon loaded. Not walking around because they don't want to walk into the Rek'Sai passive. Breed's ult misses because the Nami's already dead. Can they find the fight off of this? The GA popped onto the Lee Sin. Maybe this is the fight that Weibo are looking for. Another gold card. Surely coming out soon. And it's a fly to the backline. Shanks trying to clean up, but all he's found is a fistful of a fist in the face. Breathe walking forward to Shanks. Smoke, mirrors, but you can't dodge the gold card. Weibo clean up 5. And they'll be able to walk down mid lane. Can they get... What are they looking for here? What are they looking for? They have themselves 3 grubs. Do they think they can end the series? All we said, it could be a 1-team fight. Do they take the inhib and go Baron? Do they look for the end? There are 30-second death timers. Weibo! Where there is a will, there is a Weibo! Anyone's legend are ruling LPL champions. Meets their match in the most unlikely of opponents. Weibo Gaming, consistently inconsistent, win Game 5! How does this team keep doing it? I cannot believe it! Weibo fell, our LPL champions, in the final game of the series. They just do not ever let you take them for granted. Oh, Weibo, one of the most wonderful teams in the LPL and in the world. Ramping up in summer playoffs again. Anyone's legend will have to make their way through the lower bracket. Weibo take a 5-for-none fight off of a rapid fire cannon gold card. And anyone's legend, all the hard work around the Atacon falls to pieces. A 5-game victory for Weibo. And my voice is shredded. Well, I don't know about you folks. That's a hell of a way to start the day. I don't know how to beat that one, folks. We'll have another best of 5 after this. Sam's going to step in and take over for me for the next series because, God, my voice... It's being pushed, folks. Jesus Christ. Weibo,
Where there's a will, there's a Weibo. Consistently inconsistent. A team you can never count out. You can never count out this kid team. What a team. This is, no, by the way, folks, Anyone's Legend are not out. They are, however, in the lower bracket. They'll have to face off against the loser of NIP versus Top Esports. Anyone's Legend in lower bracket. Now that adds in a definite threat in the lower bracket. God damn. Holy moly. Folks, I'm going to rest my voice. If you'd like to support us, there are a bunch of links that I'm going to put there into chat. If you'd like to continue liking, commenting, subscribing, it makes an awful lot of difference to us, particularly this time of the year in LPL playoffs. We want to give you the best coverage we can. We hope that you are enjoying your time here. We have another series today. God, I hope you enjoy that one too.
Well, well, well. Hello, folks. A deserved MVP there for Xiaohu in a most insane game of all time. Standard LPL things. Somehow, Xiaohu does it again. And AL, oh boy, the championship curse strikes once more, huh? Well, well, well. What a wild old game. Still got enough value here. I'm slightly surprised Light and Tien didn't get it as well. There was some absolutely insane Lee Sin kicks this game. But the gold card's what managed to turn it all around. Key picks onto people like that definitely mattered. Just zooming in on the auto attacks. Yeah, baby. Let's go, Xiaohu. It's a really good Destiny gate, to be fair. Very clutch. Gold card gets himself some value. And hey, Amber, good to see you. Oh, Shanks. Oh, dear. You only missed one game of Varus, Amber. It's all right. Responsible. How can people win when the score is 16-13? It basically is to who kills the base first. Kills are... I don't want to say immaterial because that's the wrong term, but they are only one metric. The only way you win the game is by blowing up the enemy base. And if you happen to do that by smoke and mirrors, despite being down a lot of resource and fighting a gunfight with a knife, but you still manage to get the last hit in, then so be it. More of an indicator than an absolute. For all those indicators are often quite valuable. Oops. That's the one I need. Hello. How are y'all doing, folks? I'll be taking over for the second series. Not somehow Xiao carries and shows agency. People won't give him credit. He deserves despite the career he hasn't even in a top laner. I mean, to be fair, his top lane career was pretty obscene. And I think the thing is, to an extent, Psycho, you're kind of right. In that, for a very long time, I think Xiaohu was putting himself up as the LPL GOAT. Was very, very, very good as a mid laner for a very long time. Role swap top, was also excellent as a top laner. Had a lot of success there. Role swap back to mid. Still managed to make world finals. The issue has basically been the last year, 2 years, probably 2 years really. This year's been a bit up and down as well. Where, like, genuinely with the level of form he was showing last summer, we thought he was done. We thought he was done. Like, he was not playing well. And this year, again, like, would you have Xiaohu as a... hell, even a top 5 mid laner in the LPL right now? And you'd have to think about it, wouldn't you? Because really, you've got Knight, you've got Rookie, for sure. Then you probably got someone like a Shanks and a Cream, probably up there. Angel's playing quite well, even for Group Nirvana. And you kind of go down the list and you're going, okay, well then maybe Xiaohu starts coming into the conversation, right? At that kind of level. And yes, I exaggerate a little bit.
WBG Tap Tap 获得本场比赛的胜利，我们邀请到的是小虎以及 Crisp， 有请两位跟大家打声招呼。
You think top made him better side laner?
WBG Tap Tap 的中单选手小虎。
Made him a better because it felt like it was his weakness before. There's an interesting question.
再一次恭喜你们！那我相信大家非常非常的好奇，两位拿下如此惊险的决胜局，此刻的心情是如何的
I never thought like Xiaohu's side laning was the weakest part of this thing. Because actually, to be fair, Xiaohu's greatest strength for the longest time was his ability to play off Fog of War and make those very impressive roams, basically off Fog of War use. And that always helped the side lane. I do sometimes think that he was the player who was given
least attention and was asked to give the most, which made side laning hard, right? Because realistically, when was a team ever going to play for him and not Uzi, right? Or was there ever the RNG roster we had? Was it? You had that Breathe Xiaohu Uzi roster? Am I right? I think that was that one of the rosters? Oh man, I'm trying to remember old Xiaohu Uzi rosters. RNG.
哦，抓住了这个机会，也成功的拿下了决胜局的胜利。那同样的，在这个赛段，其实大家觉得 WBG 整体的状态还是有所起伏的。不过来到季后赛，你们的备赛以及
he has such nice high highs. Yeah, he does. I think, but the thing is, like, again, there's the issue is actually there's been periods where, like, particularly 2024, where the highs just weren't happening, and 2023 it was still very inconsistent. It was before he was actually very, very consistent and still had a lot of high highs. Which sucks. Not gonna lie. Let's have a look. Say 20.
而且今天其实第二、第三局小天的发挥也非常的亮眼，2连 MVP。我想再问一下松松，当你跟他
That's right. There was the Bin roster for a bit, wasn't there?
这种刺客英雄像
Bin and Tangyuan.
你是什么样的感受呢？
首先他齐安娜玩得很好吧，然后他在选到齐安娜这种英雄的时候，就是我就只需要帮他弥补一些空隙，然后稍微吸一下对面的技能，然后感觉他就可以收割。
那同样的问问我们的小虎，因为你们两个今天第二、第三局
When did Xiaohu leave RNG?
你又是怎么评价小天的发挥以及你们两个人的联动呢？
首先的话，前期入侵性非常强嘛，然后跟他配合，前期还是挺容易打出优势的。然后最近的话，天哥反战打得不错，所以就挺好的。
其实来到了我们的这一个最关键的红破蓝的第3局，也会成为整个 BO5的一个关键点，尤其是这个资源团上处理非常非常的好。我想知道这个松松，你们在大龙团处理的时候，你们是怎么样去分工，怎么样在惩戒以及追人上去沟通的呢？
那里的话，其实我们已经有一定优势了吧，然后我们就去抓
December 14th of 2022. That's the one.
不需要给对面拼抢的机会，直接就。
So yeah, there was that Bin Breathe roster, wasn't there, in 2022?
开赖的时候也看到教练的 reaction 镜头，我想问一下
虎哥，
当你们打完比赛，看到教练的这个 reaction 镜头，又看到那波精彩的团战，你的内心有什么样的感受？你有什么想对教练说的吗？
没什么感受吧，把 BP 做好就行。
Oh, Gala, of course, yeah, yeah.
之后的一个比赛发挥了。那最后一个问题，今天其实粉丝们看到你们的发挥和表现，对于你们其实有更多的期待了。2位有什么想要对这一些对你们有很多期待的粉丝们说的呢？
感觉今天只是一个开始吧，后面还有更精彩。
When did Uzi left? Was it early 2020?
其实我们还是有挺多失误的吧。
The Shanks drama affect the team so much? I mean, quite possibly. It wasn't very pretty, was it? And Shanks has not been playing very well. Honest answer, he's not been playing very, very well.
加油吧，然后也希望我们能一起进入世界赛。
Sick dress, yeah. I mean, Chris heard the footsteps. Oh, really? No, just don't F up the draft for us. Excellent. Incredible news. Show left RNG tweet. Well, yeah, 2023, and RNG stopped there having success by Breathe Way. That's right. I mean, to be fair, it was a big downturn, wasn't it, for RNG at that point? Am I Nymaera's boyfriend? No, I'm Nymaera's older brother. We cast together, but no, I'm Nymaera's older brother. Hello. Unfortunately, I've known that guy for a very long time. But yeah, sibling commentary. According to Shahir, that's how they got the series winning pick. No way. Of hearing the footsteps. That's mental.
能回来吗？哎，我没事，你慢慢打，小心一点，地铁还能打，我害怕。下刀可能会想 TPT 后面，下刀可能会 TPT 后面。好，我觉得看卡莎，他没有进化了。看杰，前没进，把 AD，杰死，把 AD。OK， 我2把 W 赖他，有 W， 还行，赢了。哎，兰博必须想。维鲁斯没大，我们冲正面吗？准备。不是兰博没大了，来冲正面吗？能看吗？盾被我破了，踢了，维鲁斯兰博没大，尼克要开，没闪，维鲁斯没闪，拉扯一下，我再拉，再拉。维鲁斯兰博没大招，我没事，我拉开 OK， 你拉。我感觉金的小龙打怎么说？好，就打呗，先。金的小龙打吧，小虎自己拉手。能打龙就 A 龙。
围口都没闪，围口都没闪，哎，打了你们打，先打龙，先打龙，先打龙，先打龙，打龙，打龙，打龙，打龙之后准备撤，
保一下打野，
打架，
这样子能操作，
拉水小，当爆根，这看这，nice，
哎，漂亮，对帮忙打吧，
再来一个，放这点吧，村长，这里有人，他们踢出来了。
That's actually insane. You guys still in Berlin? We are indeed. We are indeed.
黄子没闪，
能看打架吗？这边看打架吧，绝地没闪，我会看个绝地。
I think it's gonna be 3-0 to build. We're not gonna. Well, we've got winners that one. I mean, BLG's another day, right? We've got Top Esports versus NIP next, which will be interesting. Stream was yelling. That's fair. What did I say? I said we are still in Berlin. Yes.
哎，那个再来，慢点，打脸上。
Drop the one over. There we go.
AD 抢起来了，AD 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 开 ，all in 好，来，放在腰机，能一波吗？中了，有机会，中了，杀，漂亮，来一波，感谢兄弟们，感谢，nice， 开家，
When did Uzi leave?
漂亮
Is that 2019? No, it was. That's right. It was like beginning of 20. It was that weird 2020 period, wasn't it? That's the one. That weird 2020 period. So what was the last Uzi roster? Was it Zatai? Maybe it was Zatai as the top lane. Maybe it was. I think it was Zatai top, wasn't it? Way back in 2019. I just can't believe that, for how much I like this game, I had a detox for 3 minutes to risk getting interested coming back at it. It's a great game. It's just very intensive. Didn't Uzi play with Make on AEG in like 2023? Yeah, he did. I was talking about the last Uzi RNG roster, but yes, I believe he did. There was that brief resurgent where he went to, was it ED? It must have been EDG. Was it EDG? There was also the failed BLG experiment where he was on there for a bit, and there was Doggo and Uzi fighting over it. It just didn't work. And ironically, the year after was the one that was 2022, wasn't it? And then 2023 was the BLG that was good. We turned mads. BLG, but they never let him play. Right. Yeah, that was 2022, wasn't it? Yeah, because RNG contracts are really... So RNG weren't letting him play? Oh, good grief. I mean, obviously, the RNG contracts were pretty poor. Curium, do you mind just repeating what what Chris said about the footsteps. If you're still paying attention. This will be an interesting one. Realistically, NIP are about to get slapped. EDG danced in the right weight class yesterday versus IG. They weren't good. They weren't quite good enough. The Atacon dance was a few steps shy of success. Chris kind of got lucky. We were just setting up vision. He heard Nami's footsteps. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. So, top esports, back to winter form in some ways. Looking very dominant. Jaculov, deservedly MVP, I think, of the regular season, was excellent and was a huge driving force of the team. Alex got old and got a haircut. Yeah, that's the one. And got shorter. And yeah, that's it. I'm shorter in stature, but larger in spirit. Weed wires, indeed, indeed, indeed. There we go. Oh, got some. Actually, who this is? Who are they talking about here? Hang on, let's turn the camera off. Let me have a look about that. This is curious to see exactly who they're chatting about here. Where is my? There's our top esports v NIP. When was that from? When was NIP? It's probably the last time that NIP was winning. Is that the most supports? Well, what are the stats here then? There's Nio. Of course. This is a SN number 1 versus a Nirvana number 1. Right. That makes sense. That makes sense. Of course, ironically, NIP were not first in Nirvana, from memory's sake. It was EDG, wasn't it still? Do and be third most Lulu user. As I say, is that just Lulu or is that everything else? Because of course Mako's going to have the highest on like nearly everyone. 3-2 to top esports. Wow, lots of people giving NIP a lot of credit here. Huh. I think it's a 3-0, no? Am I missing something with NIP? Don't get me wrong. I think Leave is excellent, and Leave versus Jackie Love should be great fun. But I fear for Niall quite a lot. You're missing the NIP magic? I mean, maybe. Oh. Surely 3-0. I'm kind of there with you. Show. Yeah, to be fair, he had a great series. We are in Shenzhen. NIP, obviously in their own home arena. Oh, look at them getting some flowers. Oh, that's really sweet. Getting greeted by the hometown fans. 3-0 TES. I'm kind of there with you guys. The Chinese cast seems to have a lot more faith in NIP. I mean, it is home ground. It is Do and Be Magic. It is Leave.
各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘航。我们邀请到的是滔博战队的打野选手 Kanavi， 欢迎 Kanavi 来现。I
think the audience will win 3-2. No, Jane. That's it. That's it. That's it. Here's the interview. Let's listen in. What's Kanavi got to say to us? A little bit.
NIP 的我感觉他们就是偏向打后期的吧，因为他们就 AD 选手、Leave 选手感觉后期 carry 能力很强嘛，所以他们就是感觉是后期发力的队伍吧。
那滔博整个队伍目前的状态，在 Kanavi 你的眼里是一个怎样的水平？
最近感觉我们队的话，其实训练的过程也是很顺，然后结果也很好，所以我们感觉状态都比较好吧。
期待今天滔博战队的精彩表现。各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘航。我们邀请到的是深圳 NIP 的中单选手杜硬币，欢迎硬币哥来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是深圳 NIP 中单杜硬币。
那今天在季后赛的第一轮比赛要对上滔博战队啊，硬币你会觉得今天对上滔博关键点在哪里？
我觉得我们打 TS 主要是要注意前面的他们的野辅的节奏吧，因为我看他们的比赛就是他们第3赛段，尤其是前面的野辅节奏是非常好的，我觉得这方面我们一定要注意的。我们要拿下 TS 的话，我们前面一定要抓好。
Anyone saying anything interesting？
看样子也是做足了充分的准备啊。那在赛前有没有什么想对队友说的加油打气的话？
想对队友说的话是，只能说我们多能就是只能赢一场就赢一场吧，因为我觉得我们打 TS， 说实话，大家都不是看好我们嘛。但是我觉得 NIP 这个队伍就是很多人不看好我们的时候，我们都是做到了。希望这一次也是我们一起加油。
也期待今天深圳 NIP 的精彩表现。
Well. Mac, are you watching us in the bath? Oh my. This is like LPL Rubber Ducky, is it? IG or top esports champion IMO. I think honestly, on paper, I agree with you right now. I think top esports are the most dangerous early game team in the league, and when they snowball really hard. And players like Kanavi, 369, Jackie Love, all very, very dangerous when they get leads. I think Kanavi in particular, if he gets an early jungle advantage, is the most dangerous player in the league right now, but he is a bit inconsistent, whereas Jackie Love has just been consistently mashing folks right now. It's very, very dangerous. He said everyone is trash, quoting double lift. Was that Doinby? Oh, fabulous. Oh, wow, Weibo won that game 5? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Clutch pick onto Crisp. Not onto Crisp, from Crisp. I think if we're going to see NIP win this series, it is going to have to be through NIP absolutely storming through bot lane. Leave has been exceptional for NIP over this year. And I think if he and Niket can get rolling, Nycat, actually, got to get used to that. Nycat is the correct pronunciation. You got IG best late game in the LPL? Probably, actually. Yeah, I think they... Basically, the moment Atakan spawns, IG come alive. They are incredibly dangerous about basically baiting people into awful fights around Atakan. And they just play those fights so much more comfortably than anyone else. Weibo BTL? Yeah, they do. Wait, Nymaera gets a 5-game FS when you get the 3-0 stomp? I know, it's ridiculous. Sometimes that's the way of it. We had a very similar kind of vibe yesterday, actually. We had the 3-2 scariness where BLG ended up just about squeaking through. NIP wins, by the way, duo. I appreciate the confidence. Good for you. Right. I'm going to very quickly run to the bathroom before things kick off. So I'll be right back. I'll let the walk-ons happen. I'll be back in a minute or two. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Amber, keep them in line. I'll return shortly.
各位召唤师们，大家好！欢迎各位来到2025 LPL 第3赛段常规赛荣誉颁发的舞台现场，我是主持人刘航。在第3赛段常规赛的烽火激荡当中，当赛场上选手们以默契协作书写传奇，是教练组们在幕后以千锤百炼的战术储备筑起胜利的基石。他们用行动诠释何为值得信任，无论是赛前 BP 的精密推演，还是临场调整的神来之笔。 总是为团队焕发全新的锋芒。他们用常规赛完美收官，锁定登峰组第一，证明何为实至名归。一路过关斩将的征程是战术深度与决策魄力的最佳注脚。获得2025 LPL 第3赛段常规赛最佳教练组的就是滔博教练组。让我们掌声有请滔博战队主教练轰米，有请。 欢迎轰鸣教练，欢迎！来，先跟所有的朋友们打一个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 TES 教练轰鸣。
欢迎轰鸣教练。那滔博在第3赛段的常规赛锁定登峰组第一的成绩，我想这背后一定离不开教练组的默默的付出和努力。而且特别要值得一提的是，这也是滔博教练组啊连续蝉联了常规赛的最佳教练组。所以先请轰鸣来分享一下，再一次的获得这个荣誉有什么样的感受呢？
스플릿2 이어서 또다시 최고 코치진을 받았는데요. 이게 수상 소감을 한번 부탁드립니다. 그냥 일단 대표로 이 자리에 나온 것 같고 그냥 아무래도 좋은 선수들과 좋은 코치와 스태프과 그냥 관리자들 너무 많이 도와줘서 사실 좀 편하게 할 수 있었고 그래서 이 상을 받게 된 것 같다고. 그래서 뭐 TES 많이 응원해 주시고 했으면 좋겠다고.
首先他觉得是作为一个代表来去受这个奖吧，然后有很多的就是遇到了非常好的选手，然后有非常好的教练，然后也有非常好的一些管理和我们的工作人员一起，然后创造了一个非常能够积极向上的氛围吧。然后他也是然后也是希望大家后面能够继续就是支持滔博吧，然后让大家多去支持我们就这样。
这个常规赛第一的背后是整个团队的努力和付出啊。那今天大家也要告别常规赛，迎来滔博在季后赛的第一场比赛了。홍미教练有什么话想对所有的选手们说的？
플레이오프가 시작했는데요. 선수들한테 하고 싶은 말이 있으신지.
그냥 경력이 많은 선수들이니까 너네가 아무래도 열정이 많이 떨어질 수밖에 없지만 처음 시작할 때 그 기억 잊지 말고 다시 그걸 끄집어내서 지금처럼 계속 힘내서 열심히 했으면 좋겠다고. 그래서 꼭 호흡이 더 지금도 좋지만 더 좋은 팀이 돼서 월주 진출하고 월주 나가서 TES가 월주에서도 엄청 잘하는 팀이라는 걸 꼭 증명 같이 했으면 좋겠다고. 힘내자고. 자요.
就是大家都是非常有就是职业经历非常丰富的选手嘛，然后可能在现阶段的话，比起就是刚打职业的时候那个热情可能没有说那么高涨，所以后面能够重拾当时的那个热情，然后大家一起努力能够去进到世界赛，然后在世界赛上证明我们是一支也能在世界赛能够打出非常好成绩的一支滔博。希望大家一起努力，也非常感谢他们现在的努力吧。
目标在更高的舞台。那么接下来，让我们掌声有请颁奖嘉宾腾劲体育 LPL 生态总负责人孙正先生上台授奖，掌声有请。好，两位可以共同合影留念，看向前方。 好，辛苦两位，感谢，可以到台下稍事的休息，谢谢。再一次的恭喜滔博教练组获得了常规赛的最佳教练组的荣誉。那如果说教练是战队的幕后谋士，选手便是划破苍穹的璀璨星光。接下来我们要颁发的这个奖项就是第3赛段常规赛最有价值选手。他从出道开始便扬名立万。 稳稳的始终屹立在最高水平、最顶尖水平的行列当中。他在常规赛使用8个不同的英雄，拿下了9次 MVP。我想，可能也许并不存在什么天选啊，这背后是他无数次的逆境突围和不断拼搏。绵延7载，奔流之心贯穿职业版图，所向披靡，明辉之志再造梦想新征。无需多言了。 他就是滔博战队 JK 浪喻文波。接下来，让我们共同见证这一荣誉时刻，请看 VCR。
而且你们杀完你们撤得掉吗？希维尔来了，哥哥来报仇了！是谁动我的队友？左卫先把敌人扭光，一个不许走，先 A 一个，再 A 一个，美国怎么疯掉了？ 美口也被卡拉蒂给找到了，然后抓下来，19疯狂刮了，这想硬收没收掉，杰克了，我们夸张 kill。卡拉蒂打出了第一条命，5个人增加他的己身，又去点出，精准踩到他，杰克了比较的危险，被强奸减速，但是小奶油和杰克了双 C 在死前打出成吨的 AOE， 把这个魂子给弹满掉了。
看好。
Ooh, we have a fancy show doing.
脚被开吗？杰克闪得很快，拉开了，落去阻止杰克一个飞过来，有塔的呀！
Let's go, Jackie.
不是，有防御塔呀！闪现翻，杰克再一个夜影分，杰克还在输出，他吸了4。
Yeah, we got double best of 5s this week, and who remains not over yet.
你是猎人还是猎物？
我们受不了了，要赵阳，赵阳后部就撞向前面的路要被秒了，加一条陆地没有办法保护路，而且后部被卡拉被切了，把人都打中，后部还在拉手，杰克进场了，杰克守到了后部，3个拉手，4杀，哇，有这波卡上，迅雷不及掩耳，
这个无尽4手，能不能秒掉369？再一个壁咚，有一个救赎奶，那口369闪现，被巨魔给吸死了，杰克开一个反制活动往后 A， 跑步第一时间团战打得并不好。
Oh, the ricochet value.
小田被打出闪现，哥哥的弹射疯狂的弹，直接打了一个双杀。
Congratulations, Jackie Love.
Jackie Love 获得2025 LPL 第3赛段常规赛最有价值选手，掌声有请 Jackie Love.
Finale just said farewell to Humanoid, by the way. Oh, did they now? Have a look.
欢迎 Jackie Love， 欢迎。先来跟热情的深圳现场，包括直播间的所有的召唤师们打一个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 Top AD Jackie Love。
欢迎杰克。 出道7年多的时间，第一次拿到常规赛的这样的一个荣誉，对你来说会有怎样不同的感受吗？
首先还是非常开心的吧。最后就是很感谢我们整个团队，还有我的队友们，因为 AD 这个位置，我觉得就是队友发挥的好，就才有更多的发挥空间吧。也证明了，我觉得我们这个赛段打的还是不错的，希望我们后面能继续努力。
提到这个赛段，在这个赛段的常规赛，刚才也说到了 ，Jackie Love 是拿到了9次 MVP， 这么多年一直保持一个顶尖的竞技状态。我想知道的是，你的动力源泉是什么？
动力的话，首先还是热爱吧，就是还是比较热爱这个游戏，热爱这份职业。然后的话，就是也很感谢，就是一直在支持我们的人嘛。然后。 后面就是我也会
Go check out that Fnatic farewell post。
采访杰克也采访了很多年了。其实杰克在我心里一直是一个大心脏的选手，他有稳重的一面，也有敢打敢拼的一面。也希望杰克能够带着这份大心脏再登山巅。我们把掌声再一次的送给 Jackie Love。接下来，让我们有请腾讯体育 LPL 生态总负责人孙正先生上台授奖，有请。 恭喜杰克！来，两位一起看向前方，合影留念。
What a pose! What a pose!
好，谢谢两位，可以移步到台下，稍事的休息，辛苦了，谢谢。再次的恭喜 Jackie Love。各位，接下来我们要迎来的就是今天第2场 BO5的对决，让我们欢迎 Top Esports 深圳 Ninjas in Pajamas， 有请。
Here we go. Top Esports walkout. Just seen Jackie up on this one. #1 seeds, regular season. It's NIP. Return of Doombe's not necessarily been NIP we're hoping for. At the beginning of the split, split. Beginning of the year, it looked so incredible. Ended up in a trip down to Nirvana. Either way, they've made playoffs nonetheless. I think Jackie was very, very good this split, to be fair, Cars also. I'm not that mad about Jackie getting it.
Shalu, Jackie Love, lead. 辅助航 Naked，
That synth reminds... Okay, this could be a very deep cut, but that synth reminds me very, very heavily of a band called The Birthday Massacre. If you don't know The Birthday Massacre, they're excellent. Golf Horror Pop, they're wonderful. But to draft we go. For game 1, Top Esports versus Ninjas in Pajamas. Or one would hope, at the very least. Understandably, Top Esports come in heavy favourites today. As realistically, they should. Want to see the best of 5? So do I, my friend. So do I. Hopefully, that'll be soon. What he's doing is he's moisturizing his hands from a coffee cup. With a G2 shirt. Yeah, it's one of the watch party shirts. I got it for going to Worlds 2020. When was this? 2024? No, 23. It was a watch party in Berlin. It was the day where it was Evil Genius, Damwon Kier, and JD Gaming in one day. There you go. Surely we get into draft soon, right, guys? Right? Oh! That's the draft music again. All that weird stuff. Right, let's go. All right. Top esports. On blue side, NIP over on red. No surprises here. Galio, Poppy, Aurora are our bans on blue. Yunara's going to get through. So it's a double jungle ban in the Wukong and the Trundle. And the Varus away from Jackie Love. But he's been a superb Yunara. So I would not be surprised to see this one in at all. And the Yunara gets locked in. Rumble was left up, so was Gwen. So Solo will get a hold of the Rumble. Now you could Skarner with it, could Shinta with it. Pantheon is up. Hell, Pantheon Talia is up. Do you need to Talia here or Pantheon here? You don't need the guy. You don't need the Kai'Sa right now. Okay, they'll lock the Kai'Sa. I think this might end up being a Talia Pantheon on the other side now for top esports. Kanabi's an excellent Pantheon. Very unusual to see neither picked or banned. Nico also up and available. Wow, yeah, a lot of big ticket picks. Bream is notoriously a Yone player. Fallen off meta a little bit. These are fun hovers, but I think we'll wait to see what's locked in. 369 choosing a tank matchup into the Rumble. So bot lanes and top laners picked. Jungle mid up. Unusual to have those be our picks 4 and 5. Very unusual. We normally see those picked in the first 3 fairly consistently. Especially with things like the Talia and the Pantheon up, as we've kind of been talking about. Viband. There. I would be unsurprised to see a Pantheon ban here from top esports. Otherwise, I suspect that'll get picked on 4. There you go. Shin's out. Probably going to be worthy thinking of. Neferi might be worth a ban by top esports as well, as Nayo is a Neferi player. And you've already got the Kai'Sa and the Nautilus diving in. Extra bit of burst damage with the Hound's Pursuit could be pretty problematic to manage. There's a Neferi ban on their end instead. Xin Zhao may be the ban now. Got a lot of jungle bans at this point. What's that? 1, 3, 4 from NIP. 2 from Top Esports and the Poppy and the Pantheon. This gets another one. Will be 7 jungle bans. Game 1. There's the Skarner. Would have been a good pairing. With the Rumble in particular. Jarvan. Yeah. Spicy hot pot combo. Throw down the bowl. Rumble fills it up with something nice and chili filled. Kai'Sa can follow it quite happily with the R as well. Good combo. Doomby Nautilus, yeah, no. Yeah, there is the throwback. It's Doomby Rumble with the Kiana jungle. To be fair, XZZ down in LDL still plays it. Silas, potential angle. Kiana as well has been a Kanavi special of late. He's done unspeakable things with this one. He, I believe, goes the Eclipse build. As we did see Tien go for more of a bruisery Shojin Conqueror build. It was first strike Eclipse we saw for Kanavi last time alongside the Annie. Dangerous pick combo now from mid jungle. The moment they hit their level 6s, CC into death with the burst chain is pretty ridiculous. That's a Scion mid. Into the Annie. It's not. It's not Rumble mid, but we'll take a Scion mid. Huh. Assuming there's no last minute swap to throw the Rumble in there, but I think the Scion would make a lot more sense. Into the Annie, who has very little to do into a Scion. You don't get shove. You have no kill threat. Your burst means nothing. There's the front line required. You've got damage elsewhere. I kind of like that, at least in the individual matchup. The dive combo now is pretty strong. A little short range. In that your Kai'Sa and Rumble do probably need to get a little bit closer than you might appreciate, but Jarvan combos are good. Kiana can be a bit nasty for Jarvan to work with because your ult and Jarvan Cataclysm interact in weird ways. Gives terrain for Kiana to do crazy things. So I will say, I think Top Esports have theoretically more damage and more flank angles that could really mash some of the key carries of NIP, though NIP have significantly better front line. Switch that over this way. I think the Scion is quite astute from Doomby. Even enough draft, but I think if Kanavi gets ahead, he could be a real problem this Kiana. The Jarvan will not enjoy that 1v1 post a certain point. Okay. Lock in, folks. Kiana jungle for Kanavi. Scion mid for Doomby. Now, assuming it's going to be a tank Scion mid, of course, but this is Doomby. Do we get the lethality Scion mid? How many good deaths is it this time around? There goes the car. The Took us a little while to get in here. Fortunately, we will be waiting no longer. This gameplay will be heading towards our eyeballs. Oh, playing. Jackie loves skin versus him. I see you leave. To the riff we go for the 6th time today. And our first time between Top Esports and Ninjas in Pajamas. There's the skybox. NIP, hometown versus #1 seed. Kanavi, level 1 hooked. I think he's dead. Giles for Top Esports, turn for despair. Oh dear. Who got the first, but it was Kaiser as well. Well. Can't ask for a better start there from NIP.
全军出击。
So, looking for the wall there from Nycat. Too much to see on that one. It is going to be that first strike build from Kanavi again. Yeah, the fans feeling Top Esports. I suspect that might have happened before Kanavi died at first blood. At least didn't blow flash or anything. Awkward, but not the end of the world. Heal burn from Hung, turning it around now pretty aggressively as Nycat's already down the ignite from that play earlier. Spirit of cultivation from Jackie Love off stacking that Q. Got lethal tempo rolling as well. What did I just see mid-zone? Yes, you did. Yes, you did. I kind of like it into the Annie, personally. Forbidden Unsealed Spellbook. I can see it. That's barrier down. I think Jackie could just be dead here as Nio with the early flash play. Wonderful flag and drag. Reads the flash at the last possible moment. And I say first blood. It's second blood to NIP. Get all the summoners they could ask for there as well. The only thing is Kanavi's not going to get the opportunity to immediately head through enemy jungle. Jarvan will reset here. Gets himself the long sword. Gets himself the ruby crystal. So we'll have better items to work with. Kanavi may want to just go over the wall here. Yeah, this is the plan. Do this while Nayo does red buff. Gets the ward down. Steals those away. And most of the Krugs. Very astute. Has most of a quadrant to get through here. Jackie and Hung have already swapped out to come support as well. Cullen for the Kaiser. Look at the bottom side replay. Nycat, great flash. Catches out Jackie, who flashes early, but then the flag, drag, and flash. Realistically, the last possible frame, I think. Nice play from Nayo. Early gold lead now to NIP off the 2 early kills. The only thing, of course, is because of the invade, Nayo, well, not the invade, the early gank, Navi did get to basically nav away a couple extra camps, get that topside scuttle crap. We'll be able to reset shortly and head back towards his bot side quadrant as it spawns. Should have a fairly nice first back here for... Might even just be a straight up Coalfield. See what the... I don't remember what goes into Eclipse. Might be a Rectrix for a pickaxe. Okay, there you go. Gets the Fairy Charm and the pickaxe. Chinese cast mentioned the Nayo and Nycat were both on Top Esports Academy. Indeed, they were. They were on the LDL squad that was incredibly dominant. Incredibly dominant down in LDL. Nayo, Nycat, and Jachi are the ones that are up in the LPL right now. Nycat and Jachi were the most aggressive and dominant bot lane in LDL. Big Draven enjoy us. Big Samira enjoy us. Samira Rel, one of those LDL combos. And then Nayo will play a lot of things like the Lee Sin. Really play off early aggressive bot side. and priority to get value down. As players started moving up and down, they didn't win as much as they wanted, but they had some incredible regular season revolts. There's the stun, and Duanbe gets blasted. Kanavi just about able to escape. Sion with no resist is very killable early still. CC chain is strong. Javik style comes across and chops the head off the zombie man of Noxus. Call of the Forge God summon, especially a solo kill yet to hit level 6. It will eat a pretty brittle proc there. A lot of this is basically off those lane swaps and solo kill being a little later to the bot side play. We'll get 6 off this wave, but already having been chunked out pretty heavily. Kind of sucks. 369 can probably afford to back here if he so chose, but I don't think he will. It's okay. Joe can still win this lane, find its trust. Honestly, Moon Knight by Night, my suspicion is that Duanbe doesn't need to win this lane. He just needs to come out of it in rough and vaguely touching distance. Like, his job is to be Sion this game. Early Spectre's cowl would be really annoying for this Annie to manage. I wonder whether Annie's going to be forced into a Leandri's build, actually. We'll see. NIP will pick up the early dragon. They brought the bot lane down for it. Whereas Top Esports kept their shoving as Duanbe is here. Doing his best to clear it out under the wave. Again, you do have, theoretically, the weirdness you can do with with Nico. Cream gets ignited. Throws down Tibbers. And he eats a bit more damage than he was hoping for as Nightcat. Burning that ignite. It's not going to be the heal, by the way. It is that ignite early on. Again, you've got the spellbook, so it can change out a little later on. But for now, it's that one. Oh, Weibo won? Yeah, they did. Off an insane last pick. Rubs, looking like they're going the way of Top Esports right now. They pick up 2. They get hit by the Void Seeker. Oh, nice little combo there, pulling that one out and times it well. With the edge of Vic style, flash away as Duanbe just about gets mana enough for his unstoppable onslaught. Hung briefly changes form. Duanbe will probably going on Ending Despair. Yeah, he probably will at some point. I think it might be something what might be first with the Spectre guy. Yeah, I mean, Unending Despair will come in second, probably. It normally is a tank option. What does Spectre's Cow build into again? I never do remember the full things. I don't think it'll be Spirit Visage this game. Does Kanet Rookham build out of it? Spectre's Cowl. Let's have a look. Yeah, it might be. I suspect Kanik Rookham would be my suspicion. Or potentially Hollow Radiance, but I don't think Hollow Radiance builds out as... Oh, it does build out of Spectre's Cowl. In that case, it's Hollow Radiance. For sure, it's Hollow Radiance. Better wave clear. I thought Hollow Radiance was out of a Negatron cloak for a second there. Apologies, folks. So yeah, it'll be Hollow Radiance. Yeah, exactly. Same. There you go. I'm surprised he didn't get the Barmies first, but then again, he's into a lot of AP. Already died once, just to resist early. Kind of fine. You are a silent. Leave eats a nasty chunk there from Cream. That's Kanavi behind enemy lines. Nayo flagging dragon away. Is that AP Scion? No, it'll be magic resist Scion. It'll be probably Hollow Radiance first we've been kind of nattering about. Though it is doing B, who knows what goes on in that man's twisted brain. Solid early gold lead here for Top Esports off laning, by the way. Despite the kills going against them early, they are up actually nearly 2,000 gold. And that is from mid lane being up about 10 to 15 CS. Big lead in the jungle. Leave, gonna try to jump on forward to Cream, who does not quite get the stun. The Catherine Rain's not quite there, but now Kanavi's then gets the slow. Edge Val's impact comes on forwards and takes the head off Leave. I apologize. Edge of Ixtal. Skarner has done horrible things to my naming of Qs, but there we go. Navi now maybe in danger himself. Will be able to slide away and get blasted by the Cataclysm timing from Niall. Nice work from him. Buffers through the supreme display of talent. Six now jumping onto Nio. Remember, just use his flag. I'm like, ooh, missed the knock on the wall. Actually may now be in danger. Oh, the harpoon hit the crab. I guess it had to turn towards the crab. That's fair enough. Profane Hydra done for Kanavi now. A lot of burst on this one. We don't see a lot of Profane Hydra in Pro. It's very much a... how do I put this? It's very much a... hang on. No, not too much happening right now. Very much like a Rengar item. If that makes some sense for you. Dragon secured. Top Esports in the river. But again, without the supreme display of talent, we don't have that much threat right there. A lot of lethality, obviously. A lot of ability haste from that Profane Hydra. You get the AoE. Oh, Nymaera looking for the flash. Can't quite find it. You get that heretical cleave plot, which is sort of extra burst as Jackie gets jumped on. Kind of turns it around, though, as he pops his own ultimates. Nio is now eating a lot of damage. Kanavi's waiting. They're going to have to TP in on this. Supreme display of talent is coming. Last couple orders from Jackie. Just out of range of the Decimate's match. Hook onto a minion. Nymaera actually now goes forward. Pop Blossom on top of him. They try to get the depth charge back, but now over they come. Cream is exhausted, but still they get the kill on the Nautilus. Kanavi here has got a supreme display of talent. Niall gets shot back out of his flag and drag and popped under the turret. Now Doomby low at about 20% HP. Cream warding off Leave. Could potentially kill her instinct in, but I don't think he's going to be given that much opportunity. Doomby Soul Furnace times out. Gromp being taken. That'll give Kanavi some healing. Tibbers may well be used to tank, as will the clone from the Nico. A disintegration comes on through, and it's a wonderful dive. Top Esports come away with 3. And then IP just left blinking and wondering where the hell their health bars went. Leave at least goes back to mid and picks up a plate, but it is small comfort. Cull will cash in shortly. It's not exactly like Jackie Love is miles behind. He's a wave of cashing his own in. $1,300 gold lead for Cream on this Annie. Involved in everything so far. 1,600 gold lead for Kanavi, who has gone for the Axion Arc second. This is all about upfront burst and ulting on repeat. There's a world with Axion Arc angles as well. If you get a few kills in a fight, but you get a second ult off in a fight, by the way. Kanavi goes Ionian Boots. Legitimately, that's a lot of ability haste. Oh, turn around. I think that's a very dead member of NIP. Nio gets eviscerated. Sun to Sky is only great if you get to order people for the healing, and you certainly don't there. Depth charge onto Jackie, who speeds away with the Kanmei steps, flashes out of the decimating smash, gets charged on into. There goes Lave into the backside, and Jackie will die. Leave looking for some more, but the turnaround for 369. Call the forward, got on top of the rumble. Hung now turning around with the side of Cream. A supreme display of talent. It's pretty good. 369 gets more value. Cream brings down that Kaiser. Solico trying to run away, but Kanavi over the wall. Looks for some more, can't quite get it. As Duenby is still tanking up a lot of damage, but shoved up into the air is Nightcat. As another kill for Kanavi. Reset. Potentially for the ultimate available at some point. Grabs the grass with the terror shape. Gets a stun off the water. Nio is respawned. And it's a messy, messy fight. 369 buffers through the CC with the Bellows Breath. TP back in from Cream. And NIP, I think, have to back away. Let's have a look again. It starts with a great pick onto Nio. Gets absolutely blasted, clearing out vision by Cream and Hung. And they try to find a little bit more, but Nightcat is quick enough on the hook out to be fine. And then basically they start this up, and then Jackie basically gets caught between a rock and a hard place. Gets depth charge, Kanmei step flash, buys a fair amount of time, but it's still going to get charged by the side, which allows Leave to come on in and they destroy the AD carry, which is valuable. The thing basically then is watch 369 and Kanavi. Last one side. It's not the best Supreme display talent, but it does stun up Duenby. They do eventually bring down the Nico. The problem is they've gone very deep to make this happen, and Cream is just about able to get away with the flash, and Duenby can't keep on top of him as Kanavi and 369 bring down Nightcat. And Duenby just needs to leave at that point. Back to live we look. Dirk in inventory for Kanavi, who is now 2.4k ahead alongside Cream. We said this mid-jungle, they started snowballing, that burst and CC chain was going to get really nasty for anyone not named Duenby to manage. Nightcat's gone Spellbook as well, remember. So his tankiness is very conditional. He's got a Kindle Gem and a Dream right now. Herald into mid, claims another turret. And Top Esports are, despite being down 2 kills very early on, up 5,000 or so gold. TP in from Duenby is a little deep. He's tanky. I don't know if he's that tanky. It was the Kanet Rooker, not the Hollow Radiance, by the way. Did wonder. It wasn't Abami's first. Nio still on this dragon, down to half HP. Gonna try and turn around with the Call of the Forge God. Don't quite catch me because they want. Flash away from Leave. But it's still gonna be the knock-up onto the solo kill on the other side. The Supreme display down onto solo kill. And Nio trying to do some work, but Nightcat goes down. And they bring down the Nautilus. Hung is dead, but Jackulum has managed to transcend himself and is cultivating his spirit as Duenby. It's becoming a target dummy for all of the DPS checks. Just about gets to walk away, but Kanavi will hop over the wall with a terror shape and an edge of Ixtal. And the dragon goes down as well. Now up a whole 6,000 gold. Dragon is theirs. That earns them feats of strength. And I am shuddering to think what this next back from the likes of Kanavi will look like. Because Call of the Forge God doesn't quite catch Leave. If it did, that Pop Blossom was going to be brutal. Leave just about gets away. But the thing is, Solo Kill and Leave are then forced to deal in a 1v2 with the support. While the rest of Top Esports go great, that's fine by us. Jackie just runs at Duenby, who just needs to run away real fast. Hurricane in from Jackie now as well. Going for this AoE into melee comp. That's kind of fine. We'll likely want Vamp Scepter 4th. The Infinity Edge 3rd. A little bit vulnerable if he gets jumped on, but fortunately for him, enough damage elsewhere. He isn't necessarily relied upon to be alive at the end of the fight. So, where are we at? A few minutes till the next objective, so really what we're waiting on is if anyone wants to be very aggressive around an Atacam, we'll just spawn towards the bot sides. Top Esports are going to do just that. Start it up. Want to pick up that Rose, Jackie, to get the chance. Solo Kill's not there. Does have teleport. We'll claim this turret. I think this is just gone. They've got a Nautilus, not Nautilus, an Orn. That's the one. Blocking it off. They'll spot out that control wall, but I just don't think there's anyone getting over here in time. It's gone. Couldn't find their way through the bouncer of Orn. LP Sports got hung now on his flank angle. All the Forge Gods summoned. That's not a flank. That's just straight up opening the door. Now trying to turn it around. The speed of player talent isn't fantastic, but he still stuns up 2MP. Cataclysm is good. Cream flashes away and survives. The rest of top esports continue to pounce on in. Kanavi finally brought low, but hung. Nice to get a rocket belt forward to and be rooted again. Knocked up by Orn with a searing charge. And you'll take a 3-for-1. Kanavi sells his soul for the rest of his team to bring low 3 members. Question why is Doinby trying to play the Scion mid? Theoretically, to make Annie's life hell, to have the frontliner. Didn't really work out. Unfortunately, got killed from an early gank in lane. Just hasn't been able to be the frontline. I don't think he's necessarily been a non-tank in these fights. It's not really been about the Scion, honestly. If anything, it's been more about the fact that Kanavi and Cream have just got monstrously ahead. Despite Nio finding a few good cataclysms, Jarvan has just kind of gotten outpaced in the jungle. Just look at that gold lead in mid and jungle. The kill involvements have been ridiculous. If they'd been allowed to scale safely, if the snowball hadn't happened, then you start having this issue for top esports. They try to burst people and don't quite have it. They're a squishy comp. And Scion and Nautilus and Jarvan set up for a Kaiser and Rumble to hard carry a front to back with a nice bit of pick and dive. It's not been the case. Top esports, as they have done at their best this split, have put their foot straight to the metal and threw it bluntly. Hit the NOS button. And careened to a runaway freight train of a lead. Largely off these relentless picks, Kanavi and Cream have been able to get involved with. Edge of Night now done for Kanavi. On his way to a 4th item. He's 1.5 items ahead of Nio. Yikes. Same deal in mid as well. Leandries, Malignant, and an Arm Guard. And ornaments are beginning to come on through as well. The Kraken Slayer has been upgraded to what was once known as a Worm Fallen Sacrifice before that. Ornament names were removed. I still remember them. Bit of an engage there, actually, onto Hung, but he flashes away. Good Cataclysm, but the poor Blossom turns it around! Finally get the kill back, but he's still trying to the jungle. Supreme Display of Talent, Leaf gets stunned by it! He can't finish up Jackie, who dances away an untargetable shadow! Oh, Kanavi, a glorious ult! And Jackie, somewhere out there, there's a Mary Poppins song about let's go fly a kite! That is steps that you could ask for. The very least, Nightcat will back. But that is a disaster. A wonderful Cataclysm that Leave wasn't quite in range to follow up on immediately. The solo kill couldn't follow up on immediately. Ult from one side of the wall to the other, straight into the Supreme Display of Talent. Oh no. Hung initially gets jumped on by the depth charge. They land the hook. And actually, the equalizer's not bad, but it doesn't keep people on top of it. Cataclysm not quite synced up with it. Oh, they hit multiple members. But that Supreme Display of Talent, oh, it's brutal. And Jackie just gets to step away from all. How do you give MVP to the watch team and give MVP to Jackie and not Kanavi, by the way? I think it's because Kanavi had significantly bad games as well as a lot of very good ones like this. Like, when top esports have lost games, often been Kanavi doing that Kanavi thing where he just sort of like Leroy Jenkins from behind and gives up kills he really shouldn't. Serpent's Fang done, by the way. Picture-in-picture replay. Jackie just blasts him, doesn't it? Yeah. I mean, good grief. Whereas Jackie's been very, very good in lane. Very, very consistent team fight. And when top esports have fumbled early games, it's happened every now and then when they haven't snowballed, Jackie's been the one who has been more reliable in that case. So yes, I think Kanavi perhaps at higher highs, but he's been a lot more mercurial. And Jackie's still been genuinely excellent. Supreme display of talent. Only catches 2MB, but I think it may well be enough. Leave comes on in. The equalizer is solid enough. The turnaround is okay. They do kill off Kanavi. But already Jackie picks up 2 because he's undamn-touched. Keeps on autoing, cultivating his spirit. And it is a mighty one indeed. An Arc of Ruin. Will have to be blast coned away from, and Jackie will pick up the turret. Kanavi dies. The rest of NIP, though, with the exception of solo kill, follows suit. Baron goes down, and there is no team in the LPL, folks, who snowballs the way the top esports do. 50 petals to 9. 10,000 gold lead. An 8 and 4. 4,000 gold lead in the jungle. Kiana. And that was after dying for first blood before but minions had spawned. Oh. Yeah, Doomby would be tanky if he wasn't into that amount of gold. It's a wonderful pop blossom. It really is. And Jackie just gets all the AoE he could ask for. This build does AoE and does it well. Dance around. Who needs lifesteal when you can just hop around and fight? Infinity Edge done. BF sword in. TP in from Leave. I think he needs to get out of here. Oh, they spot him all right. Supercharges out. 369 now here. We'll forge another item. Who's it for? I imagine Cream. Yep, Malignants get buffed. Profane Hydra from Kanavi as well. And the Profane Hydra build, this is the Rengar build, guys. It is very, very aggressive. Your burst is very dangerous. You don't have very much consistent damage with this. It is first, it's this. It's this! It's this! Oh my god! Heretical Cleave and Kanavi. Your gods of the Nirvana stage will not stand before the first place squad. Somewhere out there, top esports remind us all that they have been regional dark deities for a long time. 10 and 4. 5,000 gold lead. 4 level advantage in the jungle. Kanavi is 4 levels ahead. 4.5 levels ahead. And NIP, welcome to the big leagues. You've got a mountain to climb. Well, look. There are some junglers in the LPL who have seen the Kiana changes and laughed a very evil laugh because it's given them another tool to just say, guys, give me this and I will dismantle them. Tien, Wei, Tarzan. Number 1 on the list there will always be Kanavi. Second Kiana game has been allowed. Yeah. Yeah. In an era of utility bruisers. Early fighters and skirmishes. Shinzaos of the world. Of course people like Kanavi and Tarzan. Fantastic on them. I'm not here to take it away. But if you want to see them really flex, this is the kind of champion you want to see in meta. And my god, if that becomes a genuine threat in a game 1 of a series, game 1, drafting priorities are going to get very weird, folks. Because for a long time we were running like Annie Wukong. I think Annie Kiana, for certain teams, is going to become significantly more dangerous because Wukong getting fed is great. Don't get me wrong, he's a very multifunctional champion, great defensively, big teamfight ults, solid-ish frontline, good bruiser, scales well. There's lots going on there. But if you want to like really snowball a game, really hard carry, Kiana's just a different level. Time to get a Kanavi Canyon showdown finally. We never had a best of 5 between Kanavi and Canyon. We've been robbed, folks. This might be a permaban situation. Kiana just destroys games. If she gets snowballed, and Kiana from behind is useless. Like she hits everyone and does like nothing and dies. Like, I've done 10% of your HP and like you got nothing left. Because that's the difference, right? Is a Wukong or a Shinzao or a Vi or whatever. Yeah, Vi from behind can kind of suck. But you have utility in your kits that is agnostic of lead. Shinzao ult, very high value. The knock-up, always valuable. Wukong ult writes its own tricks, right? Yeah. Yeah, mid jungle bot. Kinda doing the gapping there. That is a 20,000 odd damage discrepancy. 15k in the other lanes, I suppose. Yeah, it's a bit like 15,000 for mid and bot. Nearly a 20,000 lead in jungle. Wow. But I think with things like Zed and Kiana just hovering around as a kind of pocket pick for certain junglers, that's going to scare people. And it should. Oh, man. We're going to see a lot of these particular highlight clips. Shields just clears really fast right now. Fast clearing. Big team fight ult. Hard carry jungler. Compared to a Zed that is a lot more about the single target burst. Yes, you clear really fast. Yes, you're a lot safer in a lot of ways. Yes, you assassinate slippery cut targets probably better. But there is nothing quite like the AoE assassination of a Kiana. Tien as well, of course, was probably the OG Kiana jungler in the LPL, right? When they were winning worlds on FPX with DoMB. That was Tien's jungle Kiana that was probably the most dangerous part of that squad. If NIP didn't get those 2 kills, would be a worse game? Yeah, would have been. Would have been. They just never got to scale. They because the thing is, despite them getting those 2 kills, reminder, they were still down 2,000 gold from laning leads. We're like, hang on, where did this all come from? You just looked at mid and jungle and went, huh? What room did Cream go this game? Was it first strike? I don't remember. Obviously, Kiana went first strike. I don't think it was it? Wasn't, because I could have seen Annie running first strike this game. I'm probably electrocuted, to be honest, but there you go. But there we go. Alright, folks, I need to do some spieling. And if you've not been here before, you'll know what this... Then you're about to have a wonderful spiel, guys. It's really cool. This is the... No, where is it? Here it is. Alright, folks. There are 3 things I just spiel to you about. Number 1, make sure you are following all of the channels myself and Nymaera are on. That is here on twitch.tv/Nymaera_. It's true on the YouTube as well as true on Anivia's YouTube. Please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. There are 3 channels. If you can make sure you do it across all 3, that would be wonderful. Please do go and give us some love. The follower numbers, subscriber numbers matter to our ability to get things like sponsors, which is really important. It is September as well. So if you are a Twitch user or would like to be a Twitch user, great opportunity to come and sub to the channel. Twitch Primes. If you're an Amazon Prime user, you get a free sub every month. It's the place to do it. Come make sure you're getting your money's worth for paying for Twitch Prime. Number 2, please do consider donating via Ko-fi. If you are not, in fact, a Twitch user or don't want to subscribe, there is another way to support them. That's Ko-fi. Just donate through that one. It's channel agnostic, which can be very nice indeed. I'll make sure to copy that one across the various channels. And understandably, Kanavi is our MVP. Holy moly, he was crazy. And last thing, as we're about to watch someone show mastery over League of Legends in a player of the game highlight reel, remember as well that you can support myself and Nymaera by clicking on the link to a sponsor, a collaboration we've got with League Mastery, a really awesome website being put up by Hedon, an LEC coach. to help all of you get better at League of Legends and mastering champions and how to climb. And for those of you who are interested in it, from myself and Alex, from myself and Nymaera, we're putting together a casting course to teach you all about being a better caster from our years of experience working with Riot and beyond, from inside metrics and how people are judged as casters, which is really, really awesome. So those of you who want to get better at casting, want to see what goes into a broadcast, want to get better at watching esports and understanding what goes into broadcast, just get that bit of insight, it's absolutely worth a sign up. Yeah, and all the people who sign up through our link help support us as well, so please do so. And in fact, I'll put that. I can't spell. There we go. Is this upper bracket? Yes, it is. A few for mid, that's fine. It is upper bracket though, Jay. It absolutely is. Right, let me put some ads on. Let me go get myself another coffee. And I'll be back with you shortly.
好久不见。
关闭车窗，空调调到22度。
好的，都搞定了。你好，很高兴我们重新认识。
把生活玩出新意，自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，让远在天边近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
上京东搜游戏台式机，游戏主机低至8折抢。
激动。
常规赛第一的话，现在心情还是蛮开心的。然后我们取得这样的成绩，主要是大家比较团结吧。满意的地方的话，倒是都会忘了吧，就觉得自己还有挺多地方需要提升吧，就对线、团战啊这种。就我觉得这个赛制能选对手的话，我觉得还是挺有趣的吧。然后我比较想碰到 K 皇吧。
我们这个赛段最重要的目标就是进决赛，然后最好拿到冠军，然后进到世界赛嘛。因为第2赛段成绩不是很好，积分比较少嘛，所以说这赛段要打得好一点。季后赛的话，肯定英雄池越多的选手会更好发挥吧。然后我也要努力提升在这方面。就想对粉丝说，就是每天上班下班都能看到粉丝给我们加油嘛，心里面都挺开心的。然后我们也会好好努力，就是拿好成绩回报粉丝的。
Alright folks, caffeine acquired. Caffeine acquired. Use first round, so you refuse to call first round upper bracket. I mean, it is still upper bracket in the sense that you have a second life, right? Still. So from that perspective, it still is. Let me switch over cameras as we head into draft. I turn off League Mastery. Though you should join, guys. It's a great opportunity. Right. Let's chat draft. So NIP get to go on blue side. Renekton, Banazir. Staples for 369 before Cream. Galio and Pantheon. Globals away by Top Esports. They might leave up Rise and Talia to trade globals there. But is Doinby's Rise? Are you willing to give that up? One of them's getting through. And Besser away from solo kill instead. Very competent player of it. Varus is up. Rise is up. Aurora. Another option. Gwen has been nerfed with a bat over the head repeatedly. Jackie Sivir has been exceptional this split. Where's Soul Fighter Kitty? From caster to pro? Hell yeah. Hopefully seeing Athena soon, actually. She's great people. Sivir Aurora. Did wonder whether that would get through. Strictly a flex, but realistically it's Cream playing it. What are we now looking at? Shinzao? Vi? Could change out to a slightly different route or something like the Sejuani, but it's a bit early to do that. Alistair, better into the Sivir the most because she can't spell shield the knock-up, basically, because your headbutt will take the shield off the pulverize, will then still knock you up into the air, so it's a decent matchup into that one. The way you've said this, it was like the achievement from Witcher 3 with the choir in the background. Want to play some Gwent? Ooh, that would be a fun flex. Cream does love to hover the Yone, though, so that's probably what it is. Starner. Fun hover. Again, would then throw that Aurora elsewhere. Braum looking like a likely option. Can be a bit annoying for the Varus to deal with. You can block a number of those skill shots from the Varus. Silas dives in melee range for Braum and cries a bit. Doinby, of course, is a long-time Silas player. At the minute, as well, with the changes to Silas's damage to monsters, is a decent jungler right now as well. We saw it the other day. It didn't quite work out for Xiaohao, who tried to run it into Waze Zed. Tarzan, obviously, the big Zed player in my brain. So the Silas is strictly a flex, and that makes it a lot more blindable than it once was. Couple good ults to steal. The Sivir ult is decent enough. Move speed, never to be discounted. And Between Worlds is strong. Straight up, it's strong. Viego banned. Yeah, don't want to give the reset comps up. Nayo is a big Viego player. Poppy away from the likes of Kanavi would be really annoying for the Alistair and the Silas to manage. Trundle. Yep, another one of those very high power jungle skirmishes. Stops you picking tanks, and 369 does so love those. Aurora's still a flex too, very much so. I will say, what's 369's play rate on Aurora right now, actually? 369 LOL pros. Should we have that up? Let's pull this up on GOL. Shinzao, I think, becomes a fairly easy pick at this point. Na'Vi will lock that one in, and they'll still save that flex of where the Aurora goes. Alright, 369. How many Aurora games have you had? Have you actually played Aurora yet? Don't think they have. Not played Aurora yet. This split. Or this season, rather. Yeah, I'm not seeing Aurora in here. Played a lot of champions in his career. He really has. 1 and 4 on Fiora, for example. Yeah, not a lot of Ambassador either. Not a great win rate on that either, to be honest. Ambassador's never really been his specialty. Mordekaiser, though, very much is. If there was a Mordekaiser specialist in the LPL, probably is 369. Been playing that one for a long, long time. In fact, I think it might be his highest win rate champion. Certainly right up there. Gwen's slightly higher. And slightly more played, actually. Yeah, but he's something like 18-2 on Mordekaiser all time. Which is quite impressive. We'll go towards the Cassante instead. And again, 369, one of our better Cassante players out there. Will be into the Yorick. It's an odd matchup. Yorick tends to eventually hit a point where he just outshoves the Cassante, but Cassante's ability to drag you out through the Dark Procession, footwork's a thing to get over the wall if he needs to. Like, he will rather, when he's all-outing, he can still drag you all out in annoying ways. All-out's not a great ult for Sylas to steal, but it will be the Rise in the Yorick. So the Sylas does end up going towards the junglers. We wondered whether it might. And the DoMB CS hack will continue. And it is another one of those Sylas jungles. Changes have occurred. I'm going to close the door and turn the camera off. Oh, I hit the... No, come back. Volume, get ready for this one as we head on to the red for game 2 of NIP versus Top Esports.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Okay, well, last game, Top Esports snowballed through the early game incredibly aggressively, despite giving up first couple kills. Good gank from Jarvan, good early pre-minion spawn kill onto Kanavi. Couldn't win out through the laning phase. Mid jungle in particular just snowballed miles and miles and miles out of control. It was not pretty. What they do this time around? They have gone for a bit more of a scaling teamfight comp of Top Esports. Sivir and Aurora. Frontline and Shinzao, Cassante, Braum. Shinzao, good skirmisher. Aurora, good skirmisher. Sivir's not awful either, actually, by giving the move speed, even if you don't provide that much more than utility and a bit of AoE until you get an item or two to your name. Good chunk here onto Leave, who did not enjoy that. The level 1, Braum doing a lot of work. There's the heal. Double passive stacks, actually. That's going to suck for Nakai a lot. He needs to be very wary here as the ricochets keep flying. Leave has done a decent job of trading back, though. Level 2 race is going to be close. I think with the ricochets, it should be Jackie Love and Top Esports getting it. Land another Winter's Bite onto Nymaera. Leave undefeated so far this split on the Varus, I'll note. A little bit more hit and miss, ironically. For DoMB's infamous Rise. Ooh, nice idea. Jackie Love did have the spell shield available. Didn't go Boomerang Blade second, they know that now. There you go, Kanavi 5-1 on Shinzao, 3-0 for the Aurora. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Well, that's the engage. Hung. Actually, it's been a bit slow to reset, but he's getting passives down. Kanavi's coming. This is going to get really scary. Flash away. And Leaf dies to first blood. They thought they were catching Braum. And it was all, as they say, a ruse. Oh, Kanavi getting in there with a flash audacious charge. That one is gonna suck. Debated. B69 caught within the dark procession there. Had actually got to flash. Have a lot of mana, can reset now. Jackie didn't get involved with that last fight, which is a bit annoying for him. And actually, because of that awkwardly delayed reset, despite getting the level 2 first, actually behind here into the farm. I have a bit of a wave to pick up here. Now you're being around, yeah, good block from Hung. Needed to be. They have to back off this wave really fast. Hung body blocking here to prevent the easy abscond abduct angle. Nicely done by the Braum. Scream's coming on down now, can go between worlds. This one potentially gets really dangerous. Knocked up. Wonderful Rune Prison. Flash over the wall from Cream. Trying to look for the autos, and they get it with an overload. But still a knock-up, and an IK is now very low himself. Does have the cooldown, but not enough to work with. Kanavi now waiting. Abscond, Abduct, getting some Kingslayer healing. They finally bring down Hung into 1v3. Kanavi can't get the kill onto Nio. And Nio comes away with a double and a lot of stacks of the Dark Seal. Cream went looking for between the worlds angle, but got hit by the Rune Prison. Jackie's not able to get on top of that when looking for Leaf. He flashed over the wall and gets out. But it's then a 1v or 2v3 in the jungle. They get the Braum passive down, but the thing is, this kill gives the healing. Leaf gets to come and rejoin. Oh, last auto would have done it. MIP come away with those extra kills. It gets this Silas rolling. Was falling behind Kanavi, not anymore. Necessary stuff. All out, though, on a solo kill. Is very much out of mana. 369 when looking to see whether the solo kill would flash away towards his turret. Didn't. But now left him in a really tricky spot. It's got a lot of grubs coming, though. Make those ghouls happen. Where's the third strike? Look for the Odolpho strike. Flash then from solo kill. Last rites administered. And 369 is attending his own funeral. Oh, he tried to read the flash, and solo kill held his nerve until Odolpho strikes part 3. Much better early game from NIP this time around. Jackie and Hung just clearing out this wave now. Different game, isn't it, suddenly? When LIP are the ones with a slight lead. The only thing I will note is that once again, Cream has managed to get a significant CS lead over Doumbé. Sion into the Annie was a bit more understandable. This one roamed quite aggressively. Cost him a wave or two. Hang on, jump here on a solo kill. Reminder, he's blown his flash. The Dark Procession won't save him, I don't think. Is there a flash available? Doesn't necessarily need it because the Chilling Smite comes on down. Tries to get the last rites healing, won't do it. Turret aggro is well juggled. Cream is coming, so is Nio. Has got hijacked between worlds. Now this could get interesting. Nyket hit with the Winter's Bite. Gets exhausted, does Kanavi. Bad between worlds, but used it to close the distance. Kanavi crescent guarding, trying to find a way out. Will unlikely to be able to do so. And ends up becoming a 1-for-1 as NIP turn up with all remaining members to make that play. B69 got a wave shove bot sides. We'll get grubs off this as well for NIP. So what does it end up being? 1-for-1, plus a couple waves lost for NIP, but they get all 3 grubs. Bit of a wash, probably. And if the objectives keep stacking, that's good news for NIP. Too much happening as yet. Dragons up. WBG interested, perhaps. Jungle support rather. On screen, clearing out vision. Over goes Nayo, and we'll find Hung in the pit. Nymaera dodging the wind becomes lightning, and Nayo will abscond out of the pit after. Na'Vi looking for a wind becomes lightning. Winter's Bite comes wide as well, but Top Esports in control of the river. Na'Vi goes on forwards, pressing guard down. Lee forced to flash, but the knockup comes on through as the flash follows. Between worlds, and Lee is shotgunned as Kanavi picks that one up. Root onto Nymaera goes down as well as Cream gets another. Wonderful gank. I suppose just straight up skirmish from Top Esports. To gank in the sense they turn up in mid lane. NIP not ready for Kanavi's aggression. He blows the flash and it ain't enough. Picks up a Ghost Blades to try and outpace it next time. Go back to even. Nayo with a stolen Shinzao ult. 369 may now be in danger under this turret. Thinking about diving in. Always the easiest against a Cassandra. Good path maker buys some time. Drags the likes of Nayo all out. Rocket Belt used. Nymaera now coming on up with the headbutt. The pulverize. Got a ghost rolling as well. Nayo is potentially dangerous. Nymaera just about survives the turret aggro juggling alongside the jungler. 369 goes down. Doesn't burn his flash. Doesn't think he was necessarily going to be there. Doesn't really cost NIP too much more than health bars and a summon a spellbook spell or two. Cream goes across the veil and gets out of the dark possession of evil pandas. A parade of pandas. Nayo is actually really low here. They could threaten this. Nayo needs to be really wary, actually. Yeah, I think Nayo needs to back off that. Yeah, he will. We'll lose the Gromp as a result. Chain to Corruption, which Jackie immediately cleanses. Ghostblade to prevent any reprisal. Nayo so low, he's going to lose 2 camps off this. Okay. The penance for diving topside. Cream now under the turret. Oh, those last right sting. Ow! Ghouls keep chasing him. Hang on, he needs to shotgun them. Does. The slow's enough. And they'll pull back away, de-aggroed. A lot of chunk now happening with Grubs on top of the Yorick. Leave gets chunked, remember, does not have the flash or the Ghostblade active anymore. On the hunt is enough to give Kanavi all the move speed he needs to make Leave go 0-3-3. Kanavi gets to steal another camp. Ooh. The spike gets it. Nicely done. 3 camps away and the Scuttle Crab respawn. Cream TPs towards that bot side for the turret going on down. Because it is worth noting, and the Yorick with the Grubs. The Trinity Force starting to get ahead a little bit there in terms of the ability to take those side lanes into their own hands. Eyes on those rings in Doumbia and Nayo's inventory as well, folks. A lot of stacks on those Dark Seals, giving a lot more power to the Silas and the Rise than might initially appear to be there. If you've got a fully stacked Dark Seals, worth about 700 gold, reminder, in terms of AP. something like 500 gold worth for Niall, which will actually probably put him back even with this Xin Zhao right now. We'll face check Hung, steal away the Glacial Fissure. Realm Warp. Glacial Fissure just shy, throws out some sandcastles which are blown away by the tides. Navi's still here, but it'll be a 1v4. I don't think they want this, and so the red buff steal is successful. Bit of vengeance for Kanavi's invades. Cream, man, gets hit by another Morning Mist. He needs to be really wary. I think that's first turret. Cream can't stick around anymore. Fortunately, Jackie Love is coming between worlds to clear the wave. Twofold Hex. Shock him. And the Maiden will die here. Ooh! Actually, kind of dicey there for a second or two for Cream. Jackie swift enough on the roam. Helps clear that one up. Wave is gone. Cream gets Leandries. That will help. That's probably going to be a bonk on that turret. It's not quite enough to claim it. Will the grubs and the ghouls be enough? Yes, they will. First turret to NIP in the Yorick. Beginning to do what Yorick often does, which is just slowly take over in those side lanes. Get some of the feats of strength then with the first kills. 3 of them specifically. And the first turret. Should be able to pick up this Herald as well. Kanavi going to take the opportunity to be a bit selfish here. 5 and 2, he's pretty damn strong. Got to pick up the Krugs as well. Set up 369 for a bit of a crash into this turret bot side. Ooh, Nio needs to back away there as the passive. Winter's Bite, concussive blows all stacking together. Double crescent guards, making the full circle, but Nightcat now split up from a team, flashes over the wall. As does Leave. 369 goes all out, brings down the cow. In a 1v3, doing a lot of work, manages to footstep forwards alongside the Pathmaker. Nio trying to dodge the Antofo strikes, does so. But to kill top esports, a lot of summoners blown. Both sides, but primarily on NIP. Nio being down his flash, Leaf being down his. Fairly critical. And the member being down means that Dragon is going to be top esports to start. Arm guard and inventory for Nio. Can go golden at some point. Toss esports in the river. Have vision control. Cream and Jackie hidden off in that banana. We've got a good chunk onto Do and Beat. Cream trying to back away here between worlds, as actually NIP did manage to pick up that dragon slightly against the position in the river. Jumping onto Cream, getting slowed down, but there goes Hung in front of him. Can put up the door, try to keep the Aurora alive. Flashing away, turning around our top esports, but NIP chased them all the way back to the base gate and get a kill on the Braum. Cream at least survives, but this is much better stuff from NIP. It's much more competitive. 369 will take the opportunity, though, on the free wave and time on this top tier 1 to pick that turret up. Successful. Leaves early prowess in lane. Solid enough. That solo kill was really good, but has now sort of just slowly bled a fair amount of CS in a way I wasn't actually expecting. Behind in gold versus the Cassante, but top esports been much happier to play those side lanes a bit more aggressively. A lot more collapses from NIP, and Leave now in danger. Lands a Chains of Corruption, but he's dragged all out. Nice block with the door and the cleanse in inventory from the spellbook. Nice heads-up play from Hung. You can see why he got first all-pro support. Very clutch summoner spellbook usage. And Leave dies for the 4th time in short order. WBG just shoving up this top side. 3-0-3. Sole gold leader now for NIP. Managed to turn around that CS discrepancy by aggressive side lane play. Nio tries to get a hold of that red buff and does so. Another one nabbed away. He's becoming more and more of a menace on this Sylas. But top esports with a mild gold lead heading into 20 minutes. And I say mild by the slimmest of margins. Minuscule. 100 gold if that. The only thing is, you are the team with the civet, with the front to back. Yeah, and your side laning options are exceptional for NIP. Yorick and Rise. Very, very good. I don't think the Aurora and the Cassante will have as much success there, but it does start coming down to those 5,000, those objectives. The AoE of the Civet and the Aurora, backed up by the front line of a Braum, of a Crescent guarding Shinzao, of Cassante. A lot of disruption. Some space to make the Rise and the Sylas and the Yorick struggle to find an angle through it all. So, IP, getting slowed down a bit. You know what has spawned though, of course? Atakan. Start this one up. They're spotted by the far side alterations. A ward just to the right of our screen as well. Solarkill can take it. 369 trying to body block here, but he's taking a fair amount of damage. Nio will really sting, as will Doembeat. Atakan can't be finished. They don't do it fast enough. They're playing a 4v5. I think Top Esports might have fumbled this. Oh, now this gets interesting. Jackie's got hit by the arrow. Redemption will heal people up. Nio having his resist shredded. So is Nyket, who loses about half his HP. Kanavi goes on in. Big damage, and Nyket's gone. Turning it around. They're going to try to go to the other guard. It's going to be a flip. Burgers taken this time by Nio Sylas. Gets to the other side. Goes Nio with the stolen between worlds, but goes down to Kanavi. And the ricochets keep flying. Solarkill is down. Flashed away from the piercing arrow by Hung. They lose 3, but again the Atakan. Kanavi audaciously charging onto the Skull Crab. Chains of Corruption. And a root. Actually, was what it was from the Rune Prison. Kanavi needs to be a little bit wary. Okay, Top Esports get themselves a few kills, but they do lose the Atakan. They still lose a member. Probably still a win for NIP as far as I'm concerned. Dragon now, Top Esports. Atakan was picked up as being by NIP. Gets some extra petals, some slightly ahead on that front. They've got feet of strength as well. So there's lots of extra little bits there, giving them some joy. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal for Doembeat as well. This Rise is really strong. Continue to be so. That second Dragon goes to the Top Esports. We couldn't claim the Mountain one earlier, otherwise they would have been at the sole point. Look at this replay. It does come down to a flip, but Nio wins it. The Between Worlds hijacked. Ended up giving Nio an attempted escape, but they did win. One, as Nio ends up going to the other side of that, trying to find some value, gets exhausted, tries to flash away, and unfortunately still gets tagged with those concussive blows. Flash from Hung was really required there. I think that arrow claims his life as well. In the balance is this game. Scaling for Top Esports. Good front to back for Top Esports. The side lane win conditions with the Grubs and the Rise and the Yorick. The Atakan. Feat of strength. Makes this an interesting affair. When's our next set of objectives? A little ways off. Baron's coming. I think it will just be a little bit slower this time around. NIP would like to just leverage some side lane win conditions. Eyes was theoretically threatening a Realm Warp play down mid lane. Couldn't find it. He's going to have to deal with Cream pushing away on this side lane. Well, overload a little. Problem is, again, mid lane, like, Leave is just 0-4-4, having a pretty miserable time. Has died a lot. Because not necessarily have to be about Leave this game at the very least. And if, you know, again, you're first picking Varus, you want to be strong, especially when Leave has often been the talisman for NIP, their carry. Rain or shine. At the minute, it is a bit rainy for Leave. Player who fumbled his first entry into the league. Managed to get involved in some personal drama with his teammates on Twitter. Well, wait, though, actually, what it really was. Now about to find an engagement onto Kanavi. Crescent guard available, pressed on both sides. It was hijacked. Gets Fandy abscond, the abduct. Over comes 369, looking to find an angle here with the Crescent guard pop from both. Kanavi gets out. Redemption comes on down. 369 potentially in danger himself. Won't necessarily need to blow it. But still, Kanavi forced out of his own jungle. Loses a few more camps. 1,000 gold, still in a tricky spot. Jackie Love will spell shield. Have that propped by the Hail of Arrows. Drag a minute and a half. And with that aggressive shove there from NIP, they're the ones who end up controlling. Blue side jungle of top east, but good line of wards straight along the jungle entrances by the Wolf Camp. Will really help them set up for this theoretical soul point fight for top esports. We'll probably need to shove out some waves and set up around it. The problem is, of course, that Baron's up as well, so maybe top esports just say, yeah, fine. It's not as important as forcing you to come somewhere where you don't have the control. He just picked up Axiomark as well. It's been an Axiomark day, apparently. Navi pulled it up earlier on the Kiana. Navi. Now Leaf's doing it on this Varus as well, just trying to get Chains of Corruption up as fast as possible. Baron started, taken, nicely done. Navi now in danger himself. It's knocked up. Does Nymaera? That's the one person going down as NIP. Just start it and run through it. Top esports kind of caught sleeping there. Unfortunate for them. NIP feeling very pleased indeed. Just got shredded by Rise, by Yorick, by Silas. Top esports can take the opportunity to try and shove through this mid lane, get that tier 1, retreat over towards the dragon, but we're really not expecting that. I wasn't expecting that. It disappeared. Infinity Edge for Jackie at the very least. WB flashing to get onto Jackie, who immediately cleanses. Has got on the hunt. Has got flash. May need to pop one or the other. Solo kill coming. Oh, Jackie. He has been caught in the middle of nowhere. Flashed over the wall. So does Solo kill. Does Dark Procession comes on down and Jackie goes down. Lots of flashes blown, but they do pick up Jackie, who was trying to reset before this dragon is now dead. 80 carry down, 3 items, Sivir down. Hunger to cleanse out with that one, but that's going to be Dragon at the very least for NIP. How much more can they find as they go forwards with the headbutt, the pulverize, but Nyket goes too deep and dies. Navi gets that. Big moment from Doinby. Great realm warp, great collapse from Solo kill. Jackie was not expecting it. Still be Dragon to NIP. Get themselves a meaningful gold lead. This is a good moment from them. Nice attempt at extraction from Jackie Love, but really did not have anywhere to go. You get the flash off Solo kill and Doinby, I suppose, but him dying meant there was no real way to contest the dragon, and NIP get so much value over these last few minutes. Baron rush. Top esports were theoretically in position to contest. They were the ones in the river first, and then pulled away to reset, and NIP go, cool. 404, enemy health bars not found. Neutral health bar is not found. Kanavi the gold leader, but Doumbé is within, what, 20 gold of that? And that should scare you on the rise. Four minutes until next dragon. A little bit of time left on the Baron. Not much more happening from it. Hang on, TP in. Nightcat gonna get stunned up. We'll headbutt out to safety via a minion taxi. But maybe he should have gone with Uber. As, no, it does get out to safety this time around. We'll need to phone friends. TP's fly. Really, all that much of fighting over. Hang on, Kanavi's now caught. Realm Warp needs to crescent guard, but they summon everyone, turn around! Blow up Nightcat, nice audacious charge. Kanavi still healing. Over comes the rest of top esports, hug in the midst of everything. Throwing down to concussive blows, and they've all got a headache. Put on ice, Doumbé, trying to stand and deliver, it does! Overload after overload! And Leave just shoots them all through the head. Robin Hood, heist successful. And NIP put the doubters to rest. They will even up the series here and bring us to 1-1. The turnaround was looking oh so excellent, and Doumbé just stands and delivers. And he brought a magical arsenal that top esports were just not ready for. Well, well, well. A slower early game. A more competitive mid game. And suddenly, it all looks a bit better, doesn't it? That's not bad. Really good stuff from Doumbé that game. Played a mean rise. I think Nio as well, good recovery from the early game, but they just managed to find so many key picks, forced top esports off objectives, and I think top esports will be needing to review how they were setting up for objectives in that game, giving up the Baron the way they did, the second Dragon. They got forced out of River. Their resets were too late, and it was basically they're putting wards down, resetting, coming back, and allowing NIP much better position than they should have been allowed to have. And to NIP's credit, much more convincing. They still had a couple issues early on. Kanavi got slightly scary in that game nonetheless. But the Realm Warp plays, the collapses. We worried about the Sivir value later on. The front to back later on, and Rise said, yeah, but I'm still Rise. And Doumbé's Rise has a lot of memes written about it for a reason. Very rarely is Doumbé allowed to have it. When he is, he's often just targeted out of a game. Well, how many champions does he have like Rise though? Yeah, there's some truth to that. Hasn't really found as many of his traditional pocket picks that have worked. But yeah, that kind of pickup from Jackie in the mid lane, the Baron pickup, the third Dragon fight. It's a series of the Atakan flip. Very risky stuff from top esports that got rightly punished. It was objectives that let them down here, I feel. Now NIP were very good about playing around them and very heads-up map movements. Very heads-up map movements. Particularly around the Realm Warp. Particularly around Nio playing very aggressively on the Silas as well. Really good invades. One win off Doumbé Rise, one off Leave Senna, one off Leave Smolder. That's your angle, is it, Curium? And you can sort of see where Top Esports were taking the lead, and then they just fumbled really hard. Kind of that 18-minute mark, didn't they? I'd love to see Doomby's damage numbers in a second or two here as well. Probably will be leave with the poke on the... Yeah, because this one was looking fantastic for a second or two. They did pick up leave like multiple times. But it didn't really end up being about leave. Had a good last team fight. But again, his Varus was taken out of the game. It was the top side of the map that did a lot of work for Top Esports. This was the one where you start having to ask a few more questions. Because 369 tries to body block, just isn't tanky enough for it. And it becomes a 4v5 around it. They do blast Nycat, who goes a bit deep. Like here in a second, watch Nycat just full send it and get blasted. Yeah, he tries to find a way out, but gets caught by a lot of damage. Is shredded, dies. And it does come down to a flip. 1292. IG will be the only team to win 3-0 in round 1. Very true. Oh, good flash from Hung required. But this was the moment where I think things became significantly less salvageable for Top Esports. Tries to find his way out. Well, the thing is, even if he'd cancelled... Like, he cancels his back the moment he sees the Realm Warp. The problem is he can't walk through mid lane because the flash rune prison probably still leads to him dying that way anyway. Because he still have to cleanse, and I still think Ryze will be in range to catch him with more slows. So I think he probably chooses the right path. Because he's not like Jackie's slow to cancel his reset when he sees the Realm Walk come on through, I don't think. Well, not that slow. So honestly, I think that's just a really good move from Doomby. And the problem with not having the wave, the turret mid lane, but you needed to get that turret shove because you just lost control around your blue side jungle. So you need to get the wave shove so you can play for the damn dragon. That probably means you need support with you to do that. But I get that they need to reset to get wards. It was a calculated risk. Jackie lost it. And a very good heads-up pick from Doomby. I wonder if he's just a flash into the Raptor pit, actually. Maybe that's the way. Head up the lane and flash into Raptor pit. Either way, doesn't end up working out. I am going to turn the camera off. I'm going to run some adverts. I'll be back for game number 2 shortly, but I can get myself some more coffee. Doomby getting MVP. What a shock. What a shock. Did I say game 2? I meant game 3. Sorry, Qatari. Prove yourself and rise. But yeah, I think NIP, really good map movements this game. Doomby and Nio getting all over the place. Navi and Hung, they had their own good plays themselves. As the mid-game rolled around, I think NIP just made some slightly better map moves. And as we said, Top Esports, when they don't snowball, are a little more vulnerable. It's a really good Realm Warp. It's a really good Realm Warp.
是暗夜的猎手，更是夜拍的高手。OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL 皇冠战马，更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。 奥方电竞椅职业战队的选择，连续6年，中国电竞椅销量第1。奥方 G7 专业人体工学电竞椅，22项调节，提供腰颈肩全方位支撑。上官方旗舰店搜奥方 G7。
今晚碾压局，你的车
就这样了吗？或者说，开局吗？
开就开。
常规赛前四队伍其实没有特别想招手的一个队伍，因为我觉得对我们来说打任何一个队伍都是挺困难的，压力比较大的。我们只是希望打任何一个队伍不想输得那么难看，而且是我们想把我们该打出的东西都打出来。首先第二赛呢确实很遗憾，我们骑士之路输给 FunPlus， 然后我们掉到涅槃了。但是我当时确实我们的状态感觉是，就算我们进了季后赛，应该也是1轮游的，就跟 FunPlus 差不多的情况。然后我们这一次我们是我们亲手把 FunPlus 送走了，然后我们进了季后赛。我们希望能多拿点积分，能多赢一场比赛就赢一场比赛，然后想打个冒泡赛，这是我们的现在目标。我想对我们队友说的话是，我觉得我们走到这一步确实也很不容易，而且每一场比赛我们都是当最后一场比赛打的。我觉得也是因为这个原因，我们是能一起能赢下比赛的。希望我们就不要忘记这一次骑士之路我们是怎么赢的。希望我们打季后赛的时候也是要拿着这个心态去打。
kick the dishwasher. Sorry, I'm a bit late. I have to go put a plaster on my foot. Oops. I apologize on the lateness there. As I said, managed to injure myself in the break somehow. I'm all right. I'm all right. I'm all right. Right. So let's check in where we're at. Yeah, it was a bit dumb. I was special. I am, however, now okay in here. So let's chat, shall we, about where we're at in this one. Top Esports get to go blue side. They got Azir. They get 369's Gnar. Something he's been very, very comfortable on for a very, very long time. They're again going for this front to back. It's a bit of a slower game plan again. We know what happens if they don't snowball. Debating an Ezreal with Jin. Lots and lots of CC this game. NIP have got the earlier power in the Corki, in the Renekton, and the early mobility of the Taliyah. They're the ones who'll have kind of first strike, really, at taking the game into their hands. If they don't succeed, and things get a little more interesting. The Nidalee ban away from Nio is a bit of a specialty pick of his. He is one of those Nidalee mains. Again, I've seen so much Nidalee in recent years. Again, despite having the likes of a Kanavi and a Tien and a Tarzan in the league, Nio still does occasionally pull it out. Nio's Neferi. AD skirmishing carry. Certainly his bread and butter. Another diver to go with the Taliyah, the Corki, the Rel. If you can snowball here as NIP, you can take control of the early game. Take that into a point where Top Esports will just not come online in time. 369 on that Gnar again, especially as we said. Could potentially become a bit of a split pushing threat. Could be a menace in those team fights as well if you get the right time on it. Could flank it. That kind of flexibility has always kept Gnar as a sort of additional option to top lanes, even when he has kind of fallen away from true S tier. But they are running a slow up front to back game again. Kanavi's Skarner, famously dangerous, in recent weeks has been blasted by those on-hit Varus, because Varus not in the game anymore, so your ability to blow it up, not so simple. Coaches will fist bump. And game number 3 comes our way. I think we have to see NIP make the early moves or things are going to get harder. Otherwise, that CC chain, the range, the scaling is going to start becoming a problem around those objectives. Top Esports, though, I wasn't a fan of the way they were setting up those mid to late stage objectives. It kind of began to fall apart a bit there. Kanavi is a bad Skarner, only 2 and 5 wins this split. This split, perhaps, Mithra, but I think anyone who has watched Kanavi on Skarner over the last 2 years would remember that his Skarner in general was the best in the league for a long time. So don't take recent results as too much of a conversation on form. Sometimes I think it's been more of when they've drafted an issue than Kanavi's play issue. Not that he's been perfect. I won't say that one. But those stats aren't exactly the full story there. I would caution against writing it off. Certainly I wouldn't be so absolute about it. So then his goal this game, destroy the enemy nexus. Incredible. What an astute breakdown. Does NIP have a shot? Yes. If they can make the kind of map moves they were doing last game, great news. The Taliyah can help with that. It gives DoNB that correct amount of space to get out and doing stuff. Globals for DoNB. Always, always a danger. Enables his side laning. Enables his roaming. Always been a strength of this player, who has been a general for NIP. When he's been rolling, the team has too, even if I think Leave has been the harder carry. When DoNB's not playing well, the team still really suffers. Bonus points for dancing Shelly, so they say. If we get to that point, that's wonderful. We're not there yet, though. Still waiting to load in properly here. Jackie Love with a question for 2 times finals MVP. They won him there. Got it in winter, I believe. Whether he can do it here in summer. Although first they need to deal with ninjas in pajamas, who struck back convincingly, actually, in game number 2. Top Esports, again, we saw what happens when they do lose games. They don't get those demanding, dominant early leads, which become a lot more exploitable around those objectives, don't they? I don't want to say it's all on Top Esports. I do want to give some praise over to NIP. Mid jungle. Very dangerous there. Looks like we are finally loading onto the Rift. Game number 3 of our second series. Armed and ready. Hello, Gunnerporn. Good to see you. I'm doing well, mate. Miracle TM in Nivea's chat. Calling for a 3-2 to NIP. Some NIP believers around here. Double silver scrapes would be a hell of a day. I've already had 2 in 2 days. But to the Rift we go. Gio's next.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。全军出击！
NIP just gathering here as Top Esports are also around. Oh my days, this level 1 gets spicy, doesn't it? Jackie, oh Jackie, be very careful. Leave Velda's presence. And that probably turns things around. The vision there still good. Cream falls off by Doinby. Threaded volleys begin to fly. And we have got a scuffle brewing, don't we? Jackie, 4th shot available, holding it. Nio's still here. He wants to fight this. Smite from Kanavi. Dark and daggers. Not going to be enough. And Nio gets none. Maybe 1 by the looks of it, as it was only 3 CS for Kanavi, who was understandably, I think, going to go straight towards Krugs. That is going to delay Nio's start. Probably means level 2 first for Leave and Nyket, however, as they got to lane first, Jackie and Hung were delayed on their journey in. And they go. Hung just about surviving. Gets himself an Eclipse off. He started level 1 with that. Don't blame him, actually. Heal burn from Nyket. Level 2 came on through. Shouldn't be too much more to get there. And then the level 2 hits. And I wonder whether we might see an all-in from TES now. We've still got the heal to work with. Nyket no more pots. Same with Hung. And that potentially allows an all-in angle. Summoner spell discrepancy could get quite dangerous here. 4th shot. The deadly flourish could get interesting. Mid lane Doinby has burned his mana. Has yet to finish completing the shove though, and that's going to be a bit of a problem. Nearly level 3 actually for NIP. And then maybe another all-in angle. Cream. Oh, he's just got so much more mana. Doombee's got nothing. Yeah, that's going to really suck. Traded too much of his mana at level 1. Forced to flash away from the soldier. And that'll be the reset. He's going to have to drop that wave. Now, Nio, of course, was slow on this clear because of that early invade. And, oh, man, that got interesting for a second. We'll be sharp on that smite. Scuttle Crab will be secured by Kanavi topside, and Nio's going to beeline down towards that bot side Scuttle Crab. They will know this is happening now. There you go. All put down. TP back to lane from Cream. It's worth noting, Doombe didn't end up dropping as much CS as I thought he might. The TP back okay to get the tier. Still down that flash could be problematic. Navi, Cream, once they hit level 6. Have a lot of tools to punish a flashless Talia. Between a Skarner and an Azir. Impale, Ixtal's Impact, Jurima Shuffle. Empress Divide is a historic term. Even if we do use that quaint old nickname. Niall, going to take the opportunity to potentially wrap around here. We'll not see the Raptors up. We'll have an idea that Kanavi has already cleared them out, likely on the Krugs as a result. Not too much happening at this point. Solar Kill goes sliding forwards. Kanavi just hanging around mid lane, driving on through. Got himself a load of ruby crystals, baby. Looking towards some giant's belts and the like. Skarner's HP scalings are a well-known thing. Nymaera. I'll spot out that ward, takes it down. Another one in that hit as well. Gonna try and leave that last auto there to leave, bit of extra gold. Always nice when you can justify it. Slower game again. Leaning. Definitely slightly favoured right now to top esports. Doombe in particular. That early flash blow has started to hurt a bit more now as the wave's getting crushed. Nymaera gets rooted but crashes down well. In goes that Zenith Blade though. Will force the heal and the flash. Nice combo from top esports bot lane. Shove onto the wall. Just using that Mega Knight. Going towards the Cull. What top esports do have in this comp is CC from every player. And a lot of range from the Jhin and the Azir. It can play quite defensively this game. And NIP have to be quite wary about diving in and ending up getting caught in monstrous CC chains. Getting to the Azir, getting to the Jhin is not going to be an easy feat, especially once it becomes more about front to backs and less about skirmishing and more broken affairs. If NIP can use the Talia and the Neferi, maybe a Renekton flank to catch people off in translation. Rotations. Cream is around here as Nymaera picks up at least one of the grubs. Just smoke one away. 369 hops over solo kill for the double hop. Trying to build towards a second Mega Narbard. Managed to dodge out of the seismic shove. Is quick enough with the hyper speed to get out of there. Has to blow the flash. Dominus and Weaver's wall down will ensure that top esports do get the second grub. And that's great news for Nar. Nar is one of the better grub users in the game. That's actually his Azir with an Ashes Tooth. Is this the real LPL? Yes, it is, Joe. Hello. We're here. Got the cameras turned off because we're trying to keep this a bit more professional. But we are here. Commentating away. This is now nearly at Mega again. Not care that much about it. It's gone towards the early steel caps into a very heavily AD team. The only real AP threat will be from Italy. You get a little bit of magic damage. Well, you used to get a little bit of magic damage from Corki. I think you still do from the Gatling gun. I forget exactly where it works. But yeah, a lot of Corki's formerly AP damage has kind of slid away these days with the rework. Navi drives out. Sells impact, gets him out to safety. Hung also around. Dragon's up. Still not taken, actually. So we might end up with a bit of an early scuffle here. Teleport coming on forwards. NIP starting the dragon first. Top esports around. Knavi. Blast goes into the back a bit. Drives through the wall. Drives onto Nike. Is stunned up a little there. Pretty tanky at this point in the game though. Magnet Storm. Shreds a load of those resists. Will force Knavi to flash. Weird little interaction there. Exhaust still up. No solar flare quite yet. For the likes of Hung, that makes things tricky. They get into the back of the Dragon Pit, but it's still secured by the likes of Nio, who does manage to get the kill onto Knavi. Does the Corki. Impale came on down, but died midway through it. Jackie leads straight back onto the rail. Doomby at the back of the pit. Hung flashed over the wall. Looking at the threaded volley, can't quite find it. They jump onto Leave, who managed to flash to secure the kill. That's 3 dead, and NIP come away with a fantastic early play. They wanted to go and contest, but again, the early damage was not great. And the fact that Neket had in fact got the Magnet Storm while Hung didn't have the solar flare made it tricky. Solar laners weren't there in the forms of the top laners, and I honestly thought after the Impale the fight might get a bit better. They can't quite secure the kill, and Knavi dying mid-Impale gives Nayo the license to get out. Exhausted, dragged up, but dies mid-Impale. So then Niall gets to call the pack and eviscerate out. And Cream gets blasted looking for it. And then it all just gets a bit dicey. They just don't have the items, don't have the damage right now. And we said, look, NIP will have the better early power, and they do. And they do. There's a reason why I'm not as much a fan of top esports when they play slower team comps. Because they still look to snowball regardless. And when it don't work, it don't look pretty. An overeager contesting that objective doesn't really go their way. It's a significant lead here. Significant lead to Leaves Corki. B69 hops away. Don't leave too much there as NIP take the opportunity to clear out some of these wards around the bot lane. Jackie, I think, is probably our best Jhin in the league, actually. If you go back to Split 1 in particular, was hard carrying on the champion. see what he exactly wants to build out of this. Dirk. With the pickaxe collector. Not gonna have that many true tanks, so probably okay-ish. Cream needs to be a little bit wary here. Just gets to back off. Attempted Weaver's wall gank. Ultimate use from Doomby to no avail. Thank you very much for the gifted sub, by the way, Grumpy. Appreciate you looking after us here. Cream. Be fine as Nike had to go full tilt briefly. Oh my god, it's a horse girl. Amazing. Herald's in 20 seconds. May well be our next port of call here, and it is the collective from the Jin, as we kind of mused about. First item's now largely done. Not, I'll note, for Doomby as yet, who's kind of got the tier early, got the Fiendish Codex, the Dark Seal, complete boot, so a little bit of a bargain bucket right now for him, so might end up not wanting to play around this Herald, I suspect, waiting on that first item. Shojin for Nio first, kind of moving away from the Eclipse builds we saw when the Fury was first reworked. Cream needs to be wary here. He's about to get Hounds Pursuited, I think. We'll get spotted out, will Nio, by that captive audience. Really nice shuffle. Denies the Hounds Pursuit ult for ult now used, and all the while Top Esports have started up the Herald. Nike and Leave are walking up here. I don't know how much they want to play this. Yeah, Leave just about gets out to safety. Hung will throw down that heal, down to 2,000 HP. They want to rush down this Herald, should be able to do so. There it is with the smite secure, can drive away. Oh, come on, Konami, don't miss time. That flashes forward with the Impale, gets it. Nymaera goes with the back of the storm. Not the best angle for it. Into the backline they go with the Zenith Blade. Try to eviscerate ours now, but they've lost the bot lane already. Jackie, likely to die. 369 over the wall. Doomby needs to flash, but Cream shuffling. Can't quite get the last order until just now shuffles his soldiers forward. Another drive into the wall. It's road rage for Konami, but solo kill slices, dices, gets a triple to solo kill. Nio trying to trade. Dark and daggers keep flying. Managed to get one back. Hop over. It's 4 for 4. Blood in the river. And Crocodile's windows trying to hop on forwards. Getting another auto down. Massive slice. The dice. The Conqueror. And the Hyper Proc is just too much. 369. The sole remaining member on the Rift. Huh. It started well for Top Esports. We'll see it in the replay. Killed the bot lane off quick. But Renekton at this point in the game very strong. 369 gonna try and clear up this turret. Gets the Mega Gnar into the wall. Gets the turret. Slows them all down. Oh dear. Thanks for the convenient surface, Doomby. I'll have a look again. Solo kill TP's in, flash for the Impale. They get a hold of the Corki, so Leave gets blasted. Cleanse means nothing, he dies. They pick that one up, but then basically, Jackie dies just after. And they kill off Doom, but it just takes him a bit long, and Cream has to put himself out of position, really, to secure the kill. At which point, Nio with a really good flash. Cream tries to get away, but basically, Konami provides a convenient slice target to allow for the culling of the Meek. Nio with the smite does secure that one, but again, and then just allows 369, even without vision, just get these autos down, starts autoing out that ward. And attempt from solo kill is decent enough, but just doesn't have enough HP anymore. Still 1,000 gold lead, 369's Nar, who's 203, got first turret, a lot of plates. And despite a triple kill from the Renekton, he's still down 1,200 gold, which is a bit alarming. Picture-in-picture replay, Konami picked up the dragon, got out. Now feats of strength of first turret and those objectives. Oh my days, the heart still proc. Doomby hit with the Impale, deadly flourish after. This is what the team comp does. Pick from miles away. First bit of CC lands and the follow-up will always be there. Oh, really well-timed Emperor's Divide again. Nio has had 2 of his ults interrupted there. Herald dropped into mid, and now Top Esports begin to do what Top Esports do. Take an advantage and turn it into an unsurmountable one. Turret in mid lane, swiftly removed. 369 with a flank angle, interrupted. Still shoved back is Nyket. Turret needs to go down, but 369 just gets to run away with a hyper. And Nyket nowhere to go. The double shattering strike will not save him as Jackie takes aim and shoots Rel in the head. And suddenly the game ain't so close anymore. Blink it, you miss it. Top Esports are up 3,000 gold. Following the bot lane turret going down. Doinbe's there with Nio. Oh lord, that impale. Sets up so nicely for the rest of the squad after the Heartsteel proc just smacked Doinbe for most of his HP bar. The Tilia really hasn't found as much value as they're hoping for. We've seen a successful Weaver's Wall. Tried to make the play in mid, didn't happen. Tried to make the play topside, got slammed into it, gets caught in the jungle. Not been the easiest. Again, like, he's stayed even enough in CS, but burning the flash early wasn't pretty, and now Cream is up 1,200 gold himself. Solo lanes from Top Esports are in a very scary position this game. At the very least, Nio, 2-1 and 5, 2 items completed. Be a menace in his own right. Even if Kanavi is miles behind himself. Pleasure of getting all of those early turrets. Your Neferi can definitely be a carry as required. Top Esports with a fairly solid statistical chance to win at this point. At least off the JD Esports spot. Good to see you, Brack. Driving forwards, Kanavi gets into the wall, the triple impale! Oh, baby! Nyket just managed to turn around well with the Mighty Storm to stop the big combo from being successful. They do get a kill on the Azir. Nyket finally traded, but Jackulov with a good angle here for the curtain call. Doinbe caught up point blank, cannot seismically shove in time. Deadly Flourish on Leave, who does cleanse, jumps away with the Valkyries. Kanavi look to pounce on it, but now into the back line. Go solo kill. Jackie goes down! It looked phenomenal for Top Esports, but they cannot connect with the combo. Leaf survives, solo kill. Well, solo kill collects. A triple impale that they can't quite get anything on. Nyket, flash magnet storm, Nio presses W. They can't kill Leaf, but they're going to respawn here, try and come over and contest this regardless. Atakan, I think, does go down to them. Neferi with a quick enough smite. I need the replay. I thought Kanavi had just found the game-winning impale. It's really good. Where's the follow-up? Oh, and the Emperor's Divide sucks, is the honest answer. Cream, that weren't it. Dies horribly. And Doinbe does die, but dies getting a seismic shove on a Jackulov, which takes him to about half. And Leave getting hit by the Deadly Flourish. Kanavi wants to pounce on it, but the cleanse, they don't track it. And Kanavi flashing over the wall means he's not there to protect Jackie. And 369 tries to run away best he can. Does so, back to live, impale onto Nyket, who will likely go down here, but he gets a Mighty Storm off beforehand. The redemption's coming on down. Doinbe in danger on the other side. What's happening in the pit? 369 taken out by solo kill. Trying to get some more damage to the souls, get forwards. Jackie looking with the Deadly Flourish, can't quite find it. Leave though, and Nio still pretty damn scary. Doinbe can throw out an auto or two. Dragon was picked up by Top Esports. Good kill on the solo kill. Well, it is a close game, isn't it? Let's have a look at this replay again. Dragon was taken, and then Kanavi gets to drive onto the wall, onto Nymaera, gets the impale. Really good call of the pack from Nymaera to avoid getting impaled. 369 does not have Mega in time, so Solar Culti gets to blast him. Really nice, actually, despite being down 1,200 gold. Valuable, that one. Hmm. 1,000 gold lead for top esports. Ooh, bit of a voice crack there. Zero just destroyed a massive Sky roll. It really wasn't good, was it? Cream's not having a great game for all these 3 and 5. That's a better combo. Nymaera trying to crash down. But by a little bit of time here, he's not coming down super easily. And the rest of NIP coming to defend. They'll still lose one, but I think Hung likely gets traded for it and does. Each AD carry claims the other's support. Nymaera sold his life dearly there, didn't he? 13 to 13, 26 kills in 25 minutes. You love to see it. Gold lead for the Gnar has shrunk fairly significantly. Still very fed in this game. Doing, but you don't win these. You don't win these. That's a Black Cleaver on the Gnar. Oh, baby. Loses 80% of his HP bar and had to back away. Phase rush very much required, but now has to reset, and 369 is going to get a lot of time. Able to shove up this turret and start with the grubs to threaten the push and pull. If you don't come and contest us around the Baron, start threatening your turrets. Single ward in the back of the pit. Now I'll just put it down. Nah, was it him? Probably. Buying them a lot of time, but that's going to go shortly. They got 2 in inventory. 1 for Solar Kill, 1 for... No, nah. Just missed the one that Leave had as well. There you go. Resets coming on him for Nymaera as well. To make sure they do have all those wards. Buy your control wards, folks. They really do matter. This Gnar, not looking very easy to manage in the side lane right now. He's gone for the full split push damage build. No Starax, no Randuins. Trinity Force Black Cleaver, baby. Let's go. But the Ruby Crystal inventory, I suspect it will be Starax third. Gonna be okay. River is still top esports on the whole. I think NIP doing a pretty good job here of getting wards down, making sure they're at least able to have an idea. As top people haven't really taken control of the red side jungle. Just the River is giving NIP options to get in. Again, you have got an Neferi. Very easy to get into the pit. Between Eviscerate, between Hound's Pursuit, between Flash, between Blast Cones. 5 seconds on Dragon. So esports get sole point off this. And again, they're not obligated to rush this game. They scale very well indeed. Look instead to try and play for the third Dragon, get sole point, and then have that kind of catch-22 for the rest of the game with the push and pull between when the next Dragon spawns and Baron. Read his wall. Kanavi maybe forced to drive away here. Oh no! Got pushed back. He just timed it. Gets the impel, but he's dead! Oh, Kanavi! That's Dragon. He mistimed the Ixtal's impact, I think. And now they could turn to Baron after. I'm not quite sure what pushed him back there. I think it was the wall, and he just mistimed his Ixtal's impact to drive through it. Infinity Edge just got done for Jackie Love. Maybe that'll help buy enough damage here as Hung gets chucked really low. He's got a blast cone. Backstep on the Seismic shove. Chunk onto WBG. Last shot. Ow, that stings. There goes the Seraphs. Can't turn to Baron now, I think. Jackie with a curtain call will probably be a bit too dangerous. And Meganar set up for a big old... There's that lurk. What pulled him back? Oh, the dragon! The dragon aggro knocked him back! Oh my days. That's what interrupted his impact? Oh, that's galling. RP Sports now going to try and set up around this red side. Gold is much more even at this point. Not really a big factor. Top Sports have not really been successful at taking control over that part of the jungle at all. Death Dance just got done for Nio, by the way. He's going to be such an annoying character to take down. 3,000 HP. Lot of cooldowns. Lot of safety. Weaver's Wall. Oh, WBG, that's a bit deep. Solar Flare. Yeah, I don't know about that one, WBG. Goes golden. Denies the Appel. Nymaera. Oh my god, Jackie does a lot of damage at this point. Leaf trying to turn some damage on the Jackie level will interrupt that curtain call because of the threats being posed to him by Corki on that flank angle. Deadly Flourish has to be flashed from. Hang on, 369 in danger. Valkyrie from Leaf will force him to back. Won't be able to keep hunting for more as Leaf just aggressive without Valkyrie. Nio eviscerates over the wall, immediately calls the pack back the other way. WBG now down an arm guard, a flash and an ultimate with a Leroy Jenkins ult of all time. Scuttlecraft spawns. Actually quite valuable here at this point. And that would be a great way to clear out a lot of this early vision. There you go, ping out a lot of them. Wards going on down. NIP going to have to reset and get a lot more wards down. Knavi being jumped at. Nymaera with the ghost with the full tilt. Jackie going to be dissuaded. Gets a good deadly flourish onto Nymaera. Won't turn into anything more this time. Baron dance continues, and NIP continue to pose questions. I don't think Top Esports have been comfortably answering. Yes, WBG is struggling to find angles and value this game. I don't think Top Esports have managed to successfully snowball despite getting that early 3,000 gold lead after the big old fight. This time they start at Baron. Oh, maybe it's just time to flip it. Drag people into a fight. WBG down the flash. Might be a target. Nymaera down his as well. Pull back off it. Nio again on that flank angle. Keeping this Nefiri out of the pit will be a challenge. Pull off the Baron. Nymaera very low. Disappears. Solo kill on the backside. Hounds pursuit. Nice attempt there with the Azir wall. They get an impale onto one. They will lose the Renekton. Leona gets a kill. Back goes Corki. Trying to get to but Jackie with a one-two flash over the wall. Curtains are calling. Leave trying. Needs to keep running away as he's flashed out. And Nio gets eaten alive as the Saltos keep flying from Jin. 3 dead on both sides. We're no closer to deciding who's winning this game, are we? Have a look at the replay. So Hung on one side gets kind of jumped on Nymaera, can't find the engage. It's not a great Magnet Storm, but solo kill. Flashes in, does get quite a lot done there. Cream manages to throw down the Empress Divide. It's a good Meganar wall. Pull the pack, at least this time, keeps Nio somewhat safe from the attempted shuffle from him, but Leave getting a lot of damage down on one side is pretty good. Oh, clean feed stutters. We're fine. Nio had to flash out there. How many flashes do we even have remaining? Kanavi's got his, 369 has his. Nymaera's got his back, that's it. So the Meganar angle, dangerous. Back to live we go. Don't know how easy it's going to be, actually, for NIP without those flashes to get into the pit here. 4th item is done for Leave, I'll note. It's the Infinity Edge done for him as well. Solar Flare only really catches Nymaera, but he could be risk. Cream not really found the big engagers or plays he's hoped for. It's been a lackluster Azir game. There's Jin as well, quietly. Now we're a lot of crits. Reminder, at 4 items, Jin's profile begins to change again. People forget that his passive isn't just the 4 shots, or even just that speed up. He scales off crit and the amount of AD he builds to give himself a lot more damage. It's getting something like, he gets like 100% extra AD or something. It's really silly. Go check it out, actually. Forget the exact numbers. Hung. Being run out here by quite a lot of members. Can't quite get in range. He's quick enough away. Jackie trying to throw out some waters. Nio will go untargetable with that Call of the Forge. Not Call of the Forge. God, Call of the Pack. Orn was a couple games ago. Change your look for a little bit more. Impale flashed away from. Who burned that? What was Nycat? Solo kill, slides over the wall, caught against that back wall. Seismic shove. On 369, flashes away. The redemption coming on in. The driven into the wall. Nio is dead. He goes too deep. Creep can see to auto. Doesn't have any souls, but Nycat will still go down the horse. Chopped off at the ankles, turned into glue. Where's the emote? This doesn't look like Uma Musume. The thing he's racing to is potentially a game 3 loss. It has been a stalemate at Baron, but it is broken by Top Esports, picking off Nio, who cannot find the pick he was looking for. Jackie Love at 4 items, marauding forwards. Huge stuff. For the record, we'll also keep that Jin scaling. We'll come to it in a minute. But basically, get about 35% of your total crit. I bet you a bonus attack speed. That's just extra raw AD. He's got 100% crit, by the way, at this point, guys. And it shows. Nio tries to get in onto 369. Redemption comes on through. And he gets blasted as Nio. Nycat follows as well, and it's just a step too far from NIP this time. Every moment matters. That bit of the Jin passive. Scales with level, scales with crit, scales with attack speed. It just gives him so much extra bonus attack damage. 44% at level 18. Plus that bonus from crit, plus that bonus from attack speed. I think if we see Jin's AD numbers right now, they will be hitting rather hard. Now NIP, despite making this a very close contest, are once again down a significant amount of gold. Soul point, Baron. Cream with the Sun Disc behind him. There goes Nio, will immediately turn around. The Impale again! How many multi-man Impales can RB found? Dracula flashes away, blasts the Renekton. Nycat tries, but they just get curtain called. The Empress Divine comes on through, leave. Will try and Valkyrie away. Deadly Flourish gives the Jin Penta to Jackie Love, 11-2. Forced to take an unwilling Bower and Ninjas in pajamas. Hands on the back of their heads, they are shoved into the dirt. And Top Esports wrestle their way to a second victory in this series. 1 game away from moving forward in NIP. Oh, NIP. A single fumble team fight around the Baron. And all of the hard work is over. Welcome back, folks. Good to see you all. Oh, Initialise here, bringing you the action live from Nymaera's channel. I am Nymaera's older brother. We cast together on a regular basis. We started casting together back in 2020, and all these years later, we still do it. We are relying on all of you back home to keep us in business. For those of you who haven't, please do make sure you have followed us all on our socials, the very bare minimum. It's Initialise Cast, that's Nymaera. You're not following the channel, why the hell aren't you? Be following the channel. If you've got the extra money, subscribe. It is much appreciated. Toss a coin to your casters. Oh, viewers of plenty. September for those of you who are feeling super generous. A reminder, of course, for those who are Twitch Prime users, you even get a free sub every month. So why aren't you dropping it here? Reminder out there for that one. There's also a Ko-fi link if you want to donate that way. And we've even got an incredible collaboration with League Mastery, which is a new website helping you get better at League of Legends, teaching you the ways of wand tricks and how to climb. And even for those of you who are interested, myself and Nymaera will be teaching you how to be casters, which can be pretty damn awesome, giving you our collected wisdom over the years in a format that I think will be really, really cool for all of you. So please do help support if you want by going through that link as well. That's League Mastery in chat. That's Ko-fi as well. Thank you very much for those of you that do so. Spiel over. Ba-ba-da. The fans are winning right now. It's been a good day, hasn't it? We're at least getting 9 games. Might get the 10-game day. Fabled. Where's the link on YouTube? Hang on. There's 1. And there's 2. Hopefully. Hang on. Wait. I've fumbled that. Dear. Good grief. I can't copy. It was way harder than it needed to be. And here is the second one. You're welcome, Marwan. Thank you for coming to support us. It's much appreciated. For those of you who are willing to do so. Oh, man. Close game. Helicopter outside. I wonder who the MVP is. Cream MVP, trust. It wasn't a great game from Cream. Like, this should have been, like, with the amount of insane impales and picks that they had, the fact that they fumbled the combos because Cream wasn't quite there on timings or didn't get great shuffles. There should have been some significantly bigger teamfight wins for TES for my money this game. Like, I'm thinking about that 3-man impale over by Blue Buff in particular. Like, what happened there, Cream? Not his best. .369 was really clutch, but Kanavi had a huge impales. I think .369 was probably the best player this game. Maybe Kanavi. should still probably be Kanavi. Yes, Kanavi or 369. Jackie Love also had a... Jackie Love was very consistent. He didn't do anything super wrong this game, right? I don't think it was about him, though, especially. Though I think probably 369 was more important to the win, or Kanavi. I mean, not that Jackie had a bad game. I'm not saying that. And again, there is part of the reason why he's been the MVP, because even when the game gets weird, as they sometimes do when top esports don't snowball, Jackie's the guy who is very consistent. And in fairness, did go 11-2, had some really clutch late game team fights, did a lot of damage, involved in a lot of kills. The others kind of had some slight ints. Carzel's going to be mad. But there you go. All right, folks, I need to get myself some water and a bit of hydration because it is getting white hot in here. So I'll leave you with the MVP reel, and I'll be back in a minute or two for game number 4.
好久不见。
关闭车窗，空调调到22度。
好的，都搞定了。你好，很高兴我们重新认识。
把生活玩出新意，自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
上京东搜游戏台式机，游戏主机低至8折抢。
京东。
现在今天打完我们常规赛第一，现在肯定是挺开心的嘛。然后，这个成绩的话，在赛前可能也会预料到，因为觉得，我们其实，在第二赛其实虽然季后赛没打好，但是我们常规赛其实打得很好。但是现在想的是，我们常规赛打好的情况下，要季后赛也得好好多去钻研嘛，就好好准备季后赛，我觉得是更重要的事。我们队伍的话，现在就是拿到优势的情况下，可能就会进攻的比较顺利，然后就可能打得会更加的好。我们需要改善点的话，可能就是如果在一些团战可能有些失利或者在有些劣势的时候，我们要更加能稳得住。因为是季后赛是打标5嘛，然后像一些 AD 上的加强的话，可能在后面的局势里面，会就是在可能第2把、第3把之后嘛，会去考虑一些加强的英雄。然后，AD 就下路的优先级的话，就是看各个队伍的版本理解。
Water required. Bathroomed accomplished.
I hear, Alex.
Hey, Munch. Good to see you, mate. How are you feeling? Bevco, we're back watching the... Oh, good to see you, my friends. How's life, Jay? We've got some LPL royalty in chat. Okay, turn that off. I forgot I had that on. There we go. Right, let's check in with draft, shall we, a little bit here. So, Top Esports get a hold of double big divers. The publicly perfect execution of Ambessa and Akali with a Wukong on top. So let's get a hold of the Gwen, which again has fallen down in priority from her permaban status. Has started to slip through drafts a bit more now. Life ain't bad. Yeah, not doing so bad, mate. A lot of grinding through LPL playoffs. The double Fs of 5 days are a rough one. But we are holding on, doing a lot of cool things in the background. I've got a friend's wedding I'm going to soon, which will be really lovely as well. So lots of cool life stuff. So let's just lock in, finishing up what we're talking about with draft here a bit as well, because NIP have got the Gwen, they've got the Pantheon, not the Global, which NIP do love to use very well. They've got the Orianna as a fairly good combo with the Pantheon. Again, you can shield vault into Shockwave. It's not quite Nocturne, but hey, relatively solid angle to get a ball into the backline. We do want one other ball carrier if you can find it. And the quad AD carry bands leave Zeri, leave Senna off the board. Is it just a smolder angle? Nymaera thinking something spicy here. Very snowball heavy if you do that. The pick then between Pantheon and Elise is real strong. Okay. We saw On have a phenomenal game on it the other day with the Caitlyn Elise lane. It's fallen away from its insane early
I hear, Alex.
Levels, but there we go. Thank you very much for the gifted sub there, by the way. Salvation. And Katari giving a gift to Munch. Welcome to the community, Munch. You're not allowed to leave now, I'm sorry. That's just the way it is. Callista Ezreal away from Jackie, but it's just going to be a Caitlyn, isn't it? There we go. Okay, Caitlyn, Karma. Just for the raw priority. Bard's a bit more pick. Potentially punishable by the Elise, though, because if you can land good cocoon combos, they are still very squishy. Pantheon Elise is about as nasty as a combo as you could ask for. Is it really a misfortune angle? Suppose you've got damage elsewhere, so you aren't as obligated to get a big ult off. It's just a nice bonus. Got a decent early lane prio. You've lost the Corki. Kai'Sa's down. Siv's down. Yeah, maybe you are running a little bit shy on things that can fight with the Caitlyn. Especially with the quad AD carry bands there at the end anyway. Xayah would have been pretty miserable. Yeah, Varus is down. Maybe Misfortune's about as good as it gets at this point in terms of lane prio. Might be missing something here off the top of my head, but I'm not seeing it super easily. Jinx would have a horrible time this game. At least the Misfortune can build Bloodthirster. Try and get an ult off before you get blasted by absolutely everyone jumping on your head from the top side of the map. So, NIP, Pantheon Elise want to make things happen early. Nio and Nymaera, the top esports challengers duo. From top esports academy roster for years, never given the opportunity to move up, but then why would you get that opportunity behind the likes of Kanavi? Always going to be a challenge, but now on NIP, with a bit of a shuffle around as the year has gone on, looking to go for a very, very hyper-aggressive, hyper-early snowball duo. What they made their name for in LDL. Where they can pull it off here in a game that would otherwise see them descend into the lower bracket. Games 2, Game 3 were winnable. They won Game 2. Got pipped to the post in Game 3. NIP. Not so slow this game. Not so much about the front to backs. This one, you've got Ambessa and Akali. You want to murder all those lovely squishy people in the backside. That Misfortune needs to die. Before we get to that part of the game, let's listen to the Gyos.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
too much happening there. 369 with the rest of top esports. Just get into the jungle. So look, he'll get a ward down on the blue buff, but I think we're going to get more wards realistically here for top esports. They'll sweeper one away, and that's a little bit of extra gold. To Jackie early on. Leave waiting in that bush. I don't know how we're going to do this. How aggressive do we want to be? There's 4 members of NIP around. Only 3 right now of top esports. That Misfortune can join quite quickly. Again, you've got the Karma at level 1, though. And a Soul Flare, that Mantra Q can be real nasty. Elite support, is that a thing? It was at the beginning of the year very heavily. Might have to talk about meta a little later as violence is happening on screen. And everyone backs away. Those some health bars, a little bit dicey there. Cream in particular got chunked quite low. So did Solo Kill, though. Nightcat going to be forced to repel at the level 1, but he had anything to repel too. Heal to go forwards, look for some more damage. Ignite comes on down. Jackie will cleanse it. Nightcat is low, but the tilt over Peacemaker goes just wide. Summoner's traded, but it is top esports down the extra summoner, but in control of the wave. Nightcat is going to be forced a long, long, long way back. A lot of that munch. Basically, early damage is really good. Cocoon level 1 is busted. You can snowball to a rocket belt just fine. You kind of play like Lux with escape tools because repel is really potent. So any lane where a Lux or a pick champion would be good. Think with, say, a Caitlyn, you can be absolutely horrific with. You roam really well. You get one item, you do a good one. Something in 12 munch, absolutely. Don't know what you're talking about. Don't know what you're talking about. It is indeed 2-1 for top esports right now. Those of you asking. Very spicy draft here. But yeah, ooh, Cream looking for an angle. Kanavi's here as well. Game 1, the Annie Kiana combo from mid jungle blasted WBG, who tried to be cheeky by drafting a Sion mid into the Annie and going, yeah, you'll never be able to hurt me. And he got rolled. 5,000 gold lead in the jungle. 4 level advantage. Very rarely do you see that in modern League of Legends. After that, though, it's not been quite as clean for Kanavi to snowball against Nayo. Bot side, though, the Karma and the Caitlyn, having gotten the chunks early, have really punished this attempt at a skirmish lane. Once the level 6s come on through, we might get a bit of a different affair. If you land a cocoon on the Karma, a bullet time will follow, and Hung is going to have a very bad time. Very scary burst combo. Think the Misfortune Zyra combos of old. Ooh, flash from Nightcat. Flash from Jackie, who was forced to flash after hitting the 90 caliber net. WBG now potentially in danger. Flash away from Hung as he gets the tether down for the root. Good roam from WBG early. Double flashes off the Caitlyn Karma. One of those golden rules of early Caitlyn lanes. If they get to pressure you under tower for free, it's incredibly oppressive. The moment those flashes go down, life gets a lot more manageable, doesn't it? The all-in's now very threatening. Elise may have fallen away from the heights of meta when she was just getting insane amounts of value off her base damages. They have had to try and put a bit more scaling back into her kit to have her go into the jungle again. The problem is, of course, Elise jungle just doesn't build AD items in the way that... So you can't build Sundered Sky, and therefore aren't as good at one item as everything else. You don't clear fast enough to match the AP farming junglers. And you don't scale well enough to not fight early. It's just too risky to run you there. I'll pass the word along most mellow, Dingo. Of course, Alex was on LEC last night. Did a fantastic job with Medic. Shout out to him. I was also on LEC this year, which was good fun, but it was a little while ago. So if you're thanking me for it, I appreciate it. If you're thanking Alex, I'll pass it along anyway. I'm aware I'm on Nymaera's channel, so the confusion is understandable. WBG trading well there with Cream. Gets himself a good chunk there. Nightcat roaming up towards this mid lane to help get the shove in for WBG. Does so. It is the electrocute on the Elise spell, nothing like a spell book. does always feel pretty good on the Elise. You want that extra bit of burst where and when you can find. Suppose you things like Dark Harvest or Airy or some of those other tools, depending on what you want for the rest of your runes. The fight over the Dragon, more important to talk about right now. Flash from Cream on in. Dragon secured by the Pantheon, but Nayo will likely die here. Tries to get the shield vault, but it's just going to die to Cream, who gets that kill. Dragon for 1. Solid smite key. What do you mean, Sam? Everyone knows the NLC is LEC. I mean that too, obviously. Obviously. I mean, I was also on LEC. I did a bit of playoffs last split, which was quite good fun. Solo kill. Trading out with 369 little here. 369 success rate on Ambessa, by the way, has not been great this year. Not been our best Ambessa player in general. I think he's something like 2 and 9. It's not pretty. Yeah, he is 3 and 6 overall. Hang on. Cream doesn't get into his Twilight Strike. Gets jumped on by the Pantheon Elise. And removed from Summoner's Rift. That's what that duo is supposed to do. Horrible times were had by Cream. Kill going to the Pantheon, important. Still an early lead for Top Esports out of the lane, though. Largely to be found in bot lane. For all the flashes got blown, Jackie and Hung are still a long way ahead of the Misfortune, who has done her best at surviving. That's about all she's managed to do. Grubs will be picked up by Top Esports. And you've got a Caitlyn, that does feel pretty good. More opportunities to try and get attached to those turret plates and bring them home. Improve your crockery collection. Invite some friends over for dinner. The great crockery thieves of Summoner's Rift. Then be on our own bot side. Trying to find an angle here. We'll spot a ward. We'll pick that up. Figure out where he ends up going. Maybe reset to top lane, but Cream's going to get a plate off this, I think. I'm not sure about that roam from Doinby, honestly. Yeah, Cream's going to get a lot of time up there. Got a potential gank onto Ambessa. There's the TP finally, but I don't know about it. It's going to be a Roa Seraph build from Doinby as well. He's going real battle mage on this. 369 now about to get dove. Again, you are an Elise. You get that angle. Public execution comes on down. Good repudiate shield. TP back from Cream to the other side of the rift. All the while, leaves leaving a 1v2 in mid lane. Cream now looking at Naya. Decent chunk, public execution. I don't know whether you want that one. There's still shield vault and an Aegis assault. And Nightcap was just threatening with the cocoon in case he went over the wall. Good chunk. Is going to be sent topside. Should be in time to pick up the wave. Of course, one of the other things is Elise is still very good at tower diving. Except you don't need to be in the jungle to do it. So you can still have a Pantheon or a farming jungler or an AD skirmisher and still have all of those turret reset aggro juggling mechanics with repel. You just don't have to steal any resources to do it. Which feels quite good. So you can see why the threat there was potentially quite extreme. 369 manages it well. Quick execution, that repudiate shield, good. Solo kill. Down about a third here. Has to be a little bit wary. Has got needlework. So should be alright. Good sundering slam there. Just do a bit of additional tagging. The early Hex Drinker as well should mean that the low damage Orianna and the scaling Gwen won't really have that much threat onto 369. Good into the Elise burst as well, for that matter, actually. So I think quite astute here as the first item. Hung goes looking for some more. Still don't know how Cream got his Akali. Well, yes, it probably is his most famous champion, really, isn't it? That or the Yone. He's still down about 15 CS somehow. I think because basically that teleport bot side is the honest answer to protect 369. Despite doing slightly awkward roaming, still gets that option. We'll be able to pick up this wave in mid at least. We'll stop that discrepancy a little. All the while, though, Jackie just got grubs. Time alone on a turret to claim first brick in general. A mark towards feat strength. A lot of gold going the way of this Caitlyn, who's got to collect it early. Turn up to assist with this dragon. And Cream will be down a bit of gold here because of those sacrifices he's made to protect the team. WBG gets a lot of time. Just scale up topside, pick up a couple extra waves. About 20 CS actually at that advantage, which is significant. He had that happen with the Rise game. About the early discrepancies. Nice to recover well in the mid game, become a real problem. Hell up from Nymaera, gets to be alright there. Leave. Just has to be a touch careful here, I actually think. Gonna be trapped under this turret. The damage comes on through. The bullet time is just not enough. And the CC chain is good. I understand Lee's decision to just strand and deliver. Nymaera's about to die. Repel just in time. Shockwave back, but again, there's no damage to this Orianna right here. Flash and a repel just enough to avoid the last tick of damage to keep themselves alive. But with Leave down, it's another plate. Jackie Love, the kill as well. And Hung just says, bet. Renews him into a trap. Into a 90 caliber net, built over Peacemaker and a headshot. Barrier not enough. Ooh, public execution is wide. The full 369 to flash. Grand Star, full flash, shield vault. Still got a shield from the Hex Trigger, trying to dash away. It's good for now. Solica onto the turret. Now you're nearly dead. Solica looking for a snip. Doesn't get the shield. Does about, actually, I apologize, gets the shield. You'd have to think I get that one right. Hung flashing, getting himself a speed up, looking for the banter Q. Will get the renewal. A Nimbus Strike gets that one. Nymaera goes up into the sky. But has to come back down. Itsy Bitsy Spider goes up the water spout. Guess who's waiting at the bottom? Really angry woman. Big can of raid. The monkey will bop it instead. And NIP, the Pantheon Elise combo, got one good play. And now it's all falling apart. Top esports with early aggressive comps are a different beast. They snowball so aggressively, so well. It's when we see them look their most comfortable, their most competent for my money. And their money's 1,000 gold off turret plates. Most of which was funneled into Jackie Love. Season MVP. Up. 30, nearly. Well, we'll call it 30 CS. 1,500 gold has yet to reset. Another turret's went his way. I suspect we'll be seeing a BF sword at the very least on next back. Cream trying to rocket belt out of the shockwave, doesn't, but does manage to survive, and now in goes Kanavi's in a 1v3. That might be a bit bold, but not before he just blows up the Elise. She's so squishy. Goes down. WBG's also low, but look who else is coming. The bot laner here. Jackie Love has an ace in his back pocket, and potentially there to form a hole in someone's head. A 1-for-1 is the end result. Not the worst thing ever, actually, for NIP. Gwen gets the kill. But Kanavi getting one on the other side is always a bit of a terror. They get the Pantheon Orianna combo. They got some scaling from Solo Kill, who will try to be a problem. Good Cocoon combo. Yeah, that's a dead 369. Good Repudiation. Tries to slide away. And actually, that shield is good enough. Repudiate value very, very high. Procs the Hex Drinker. And he is into a Gwen and an Elise. Heads up. Itemization we called out will be the Herald still. To NIP. That's the win. The theory is Elise Pantheon, as a duo, should be able to outpower the Karma and the Wukong early and dive. Really aggressively dive. It's not happened. The priority of the Caitlyn Karma has been too much, and Cream has managed to get involved. And that's caused some issues. The Shockwave is not judicious enough. There's still another public execution. I think got a perfect one. Gonna try and the Grand Star fall. Flash over the wall. There's Hung, who's actually now in potential danger. Turnaround angle comes on through. Flash out from Cream. Jackie's now here, however. Nio, I think you need to be a little bit wary. As another Shuriken flip. Cream goes in. The health bars from NIP aren't fantastic. Ace in the hole will be body blocked by Nio, but down with 3rd each. Public execution from 369. That's the problem with having Van better in your game as well. Sometimes you mix them up with your Kali ult. Solo Kill forced to back away, and that means there's no way they're going to be able to join this play here. 2MB flashes, speeds up with a phase rush, but there's a renewal, and he's rooted in place. Jackie gets jumped on. Cream in a 1v2. They do kill off the Orianna. Dio is low, gets the Conqueror stack. Where is the Shuriken flip? Repel, flash, shield vault. Trying to get another kill. The Soul Flare goes wide because of the Blast Cone. And now Hung's in danger. Ignited. The Spiderlings go hunting. The Comet Spear is not good enough, and the Elise finds something back. That shorts the goal lead a little. Necessary stuff. That's what the Elise and Pantheon was drafted to do. Might just be a little too little, a little too late as Doomby dies again. The wave crashes. But Jackie, how did you get called off? He was trying to threaten Doomby under the turret. He got the dragon on the other side, and for all the flash, the cleanse, and IT Caliber net goes down. We'll have a look here. So Jackie goes over, and then Cream, I assume, just, yeah, the cleanse, the turret shots, yeah, and Nycat with an electrocute and early damage on the Elise just blows Jackie Lud's head off. Flash, shield vault, another one down. Yup, you might be squishy as the Elise, but you sure as hell pack a punch for a support. Woof. Rocket Belt completed alongside a Blood Razor, and yeah, you do sting a little. Cream needs to be wary of walking forwards. Doomby misses, unfortunately. Shockwave also goes wide, and Cream is going to keep dashing at him. Oh dear! That was awkward. Ace in the hole. We'll get the kill. And now Dio's like, bro, how could you miss that? You've left me out to drive turret falls. No turret shots to turn it around this time. Second attempt is significantly better from Top Esports. Will potentially cost him a mid lane turret, as Leave and Nycat will run at that one. Again, you are an Elise, so you can just hit Skittering Frenzy. Speed up your attack speed and help pick that one up. So at least there is a trade of turrets. However, now the collapse comes on in, and Leave has got a flash, but I don't think it will matter. As 369 finds an angle in. Nycat will repel into the enemy jungle, but Cream will rocket belt. Continue to hunt for a little bit more. There is a Blast Cone in the Dream. Good Cocoon. Blast Cone down, but where are you going, little spider? Is there an execute angle? Maybe. Around a bit of a wave. I don't know about this one. Fountain angle. Ooh. Doesn't quite die as yet. Buys some time, and it is an execute. Not bad from Nycat. Small win. The problem is it's still going to be Atticard over to Top Esports. With the exception of that top lane dive, Fumble have largely been in firm command of this game. Doomby comes on over, but it will be too little too late. I don't know whether you want to be there alone, my friend. You need to speed your way out, because Kanavi is going to look at you with very greedy eyes. Swift enough on the retreat. Blue buff instead. A much more easy claim. Nio might try and steal it. Does so with a Comet Spear and a Smite. Let's have a look again. Yeah, that's just not a good command attack. Bad Shockwave. And Cream goes, cool, are you sure about this? Just breaks their ankles.
正在校准，弹无虚发。
Much better dive. The top esports do love to play so aggressively. Pedal to the metal. Full speed ahead as ever. Solid statistical chance to win. A little bit lower than it was before when they fumbled that topside dive, I'll note. But hey. Another dragon secured. Upgraded boots available for Jackie. He's got that little marker to say they've got the feat of strength. A little, you know, gold star saying good, well done. Not quite participation award, a bit more than that, you know. Solo kill, quietly getting himself a bit of a CS lead here. There's a potential out. When win comes. Not been as potent as she was. But hey. Here we go again. Dragon, Grand Starfall. That's not bad. Jackie had hung out the flash. Jackie split off. They've got him. Snip, snip. And a comet snip. Nightcap will be traded. But an AD carry for a support is good. Cream into the backside. Public execution. And the Akali and the Ambessa look to punish their diving, their mobility. Bruise a little too much to pull in time. The shockwave. Gets one back, but not enough. It's a clone actually that falls. Another Shuriken flip. And Cream will get vengeance for his AD carrier flash for command attack, but 2B. It is a silver lining at best. Cream is laughing his way to his grey screen there. His work is truly done. An ace for Jackie and Cream. In another world, that kind of pick onto an AD carry wins you a game. A wonderful Grand Starfall. And yet, 369 and Cream and Kanavi just go no. 7-1 and 3 now, by the way, on this Wukong at this point. Soul point secure. We'll have a look again. Starts with Jackie, just a little split off, trying to join his team. Realizes he's in danger as Nyket goes looking, misses the cocoon. And honestly, does an okay job of escaping for a second or two. 90 caliber net for the flash, but there is so many flashes. They burn everything to get over here. And then Nyket gets blasted, and Cream, alongside 369, just have so much target access. The bullet time and the shockwave. Ah, man, another world, that's great, but it's a 3-man of a sort, but it's the clone that is caught. Not Cream. He gets to go back on him. Will eventually fall to 2B, but again, has to flash to get that extra kill and still goes down himself. It's just not enough. It's just not enough. Cream now haunting this one. Doesn't know Nayo's there. Just saw him now. Rocket Belt. Twilight Shroud. Solo kill lands the needles. Is that going to be... I wonder, is it enough of a slow to get Nayo in range? But Nayo doesn't have the flash, so couldn't follow up on that. Topside 2B is not winning versus 369. The shockwave is decent enough. Takes a turret shot or two. But again, shockwave defensively is not exactly great. Public execution was used for it. Fully completed more of Malmortius into triple AP. Not exactly fun times for Duanbe. He's gone for a battle mage build. Has to get the Void Staff ASAP and is building towards it for a reason. But it means, again, the AP totals will be low. There's the replay. I'm assuming it's just a good public execution. Indeed it is. Duanbe comes back onto the rift. He'll heal back up. We'll get smacked by an ace in the hole, but a command protect will mitigate that somewhat. Yeah, this one gets odd now. Kanavi's on a very dangerous flank angle. Unlike last game, NIP have no vision in their jungle, and face checking is, for most people, a death sentence. Who does get to face check this game? Pantheon, kind of, but even then, if he doesn't hit that E button quickly. Is very burstable with this build. The Elise, again, do you have repel available? Hang on. 369 getting collapsed on, but Kanafi's still here. Shockwave doesn't land. It'll be another Cyclone available. Nightcat flashes away, trying to find the Cocoon. The needles are decent, but they blow up the Ori. Nightcat gets deleted as another one. And a Ground Star fall out. Run away. But Public Execution just fired. Nice idea. Leave gets rooted up by the Renewal. And Misfortune can laugh all she wants, but the Queen of Bilgewater loses a crown. Fortunately, you're nicked, mate. Sheriff of Piltover claims it for piracy. 20-7 in kills. Top Esports with the Snowball Cops are a different beast, aren't they, folks? Soul Point is already theirs. 40 Petals are already theirs. Atakan is already theirs. And guess what? Baron is pretty much already theirs. It's not the quickest Baron of all time, but it will be quick enough. Here's the Shuriken flip. Doomby's Oriana's just not been hitting, has he? Gone for a low damage build, a more defensive build into all the burst and the dive. I get it, I do. If you're going to do that, you still have to hit your damn shockwaves. And he's not. Damage comes on forwards. Goodbye. Hang on, Nightcat's got blasted. Shockwave's good this time. Jackie's trying to run away. Does go down. Public Execution over the wall. It's a decent bullet time angle of a kind. They still lose the Gwen. It's a 2-for-1. Nightcat and solo kill down. Public Execution part 2 comes on through. Perfect execution again. You'd think I'd get those right, but the Ambessa continues to foil my ability to command the English language. Fortunately, for Top Esports, it doesn't fumble their ability to use those R buttons. Inhibitor down. Third kill secured. And another inhibitor turret now on the chopping block. Slated for demolition. Creep, Rocket Belt into Shuriken flip. Nightcat, Tangent risk, leave, gets blasted by 369. It's gone Ghost Blade, by the way, third. Don't see that one very often on Ambessa. A lot nastier into the squishies. Who needs a Shojin when you can just hit someone for lethality damage? That's Soul. Grand Starfall is not really in range. They're trapped in their base. Have a look at the replay. So over comes Jackie to just blast leave. Oh my days, takes so much damage. And they just delete one. And again, they do turn onto Jackie, but the damage in some ways is already done. Speaking of publicly perfect execution, everyone sees it, everyone feels it. And the guillotine comes snipping on down at NRP's heads. Solo kill, at least do a bit of snipping himself and bring down the support, but it is in fact the support, no one of real value at this point. Hung will gladly trade his life for the rest of NIP. Ace for Top Esports. Game 1, commanding. Game 4, commanding. And NIP cannot bring us to 5. Not a second Silver Scrapes for the day. And a kick down to the lower bracket by our #1 seed from the regular season. How different are this team when they play through early advantages, when they play for the aggressive early moves. It's just different, isn't it? A concern or two still, perhaps about those slower games when it does come down to more even battle lines drawn around objectives. They don't have that definitive advantage from the early game. But that's all right. get hydrated. I will do just that. Thank you again, everyone, for the subs in there. I see you, Qatari. I see you, Salvation. Any last subs before we leave? Now's your opportunity. Thanks for coming and watching us here on the channel. It is a pleasure as ever. We will return for the next series. I'm going to stream for a little bit after this, where I get the opportunity to. Not always a guarantee, but I'll make sure I get an hour or two in here while I'm given that opportunity. We'll see who the MVP is. I'll drop this briefly. Reminder of the Ko-fi link, reminder of League Mastery. For those of you who want to come support us a little bit more, I'll run some last bits of ads. And then I'll send it over to me. Fun fact for Tomasco. What is a fun fact? We have now, I can't remember their name, but we have now got a professional League of Legends player who was born after the game was released, folks. Professional League of Legends player who was younger than the game. There's a fun fact. We are hitting 2nd generation. A whole new generation who are younger than the game, who are becoming professionals. That's kind of wild. How's that for a fun fact? Is there any chance of top esports meeting WE still? I don't believe so. Because WE lost in Knight's rival stage. They lost in the play-ins. They're gone. They are done for the rest of playoffs. EDG beat them. So no, Akashi. Tomorrow's only one series? I believe so, yes. It's IG versus BLG tomorrow. Tuesday, Wednesday, we've got more games. Ambition Sun 2. Oh my days. There you go, Kazel. Doing being Uzi Sons. I guess what you mean. Yeah, I get what you mean. I do get what you mean. But alright. Let's see who the MVP was. I'm going to go make sure that I am hydrated and ready to go for my own stream for an hour or two while I get the opportunity. And we'll get out of there. Oh, by the way, I'm not going to be around for the semi-final. That's the wedding day.
Sure.
So
What day is that?
That'll be the 20th.
20th, I'll have to check that up.
So,
cool.
realistically, I will be there for the 21st, but I will be a little hungover.
Is that the finals 21st?
Yeah, finals 20th.
Wait, you're back in Berlin for the 21st?
I'll do it from remote.
Okay, we shall... As long as you think you can, like, do it from that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, thank you everyone for joining us today. We'll raid you over to Sam now. I think you're doing that.
I am indeed.
Cool. All right, we'll stick around. Oh god, yeah. These are the only days with 2 series on them locally, folks. Which means that we should be able to get some more duo casts in. Just for like these days, it's just really hard to do 2 best of 5s back to back. But yeah, thank you everyone for joining. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. Congrats on the G2 holiday, guys. Thanks. I really enjoyed that clip. Yeah, that clip was a good one. The clip was a good one. Yeah, I'm back for now. I'm waiting until Sam puts the stream live, and then we'll go and raid over to him. Well, I mean, NRP did take a game. Top Esports, I don't know if Top Esports not clean in all of their wins, but then again, it is round 1 of playoffs. This one seemed a little bit more stompy. Korea Makali, a classic. A classic. And I do like watching Nyket and Nyo play. You know, a duo which is stuck together through LDL into LPL. I think they've got a fun storyline, but they're clearly not top tier LPL. Perhaps they can grow beyond what they're shown right now, but and they've been very good for NIP, of course. Made it out of Group Nirvana, which and they look like 2 Nirvana group teams in EDG and NIP actually had a pretty good showing in the first round. You know, they made it through their opponents in the Knights rivals, and they've done an okay job in round 1. Of course, they're both in lower bracket now, but I don't think they're in a bad state. You know. Okay, folks, if you're on YouTube, the show will stop here, and if you are on Twitch, we'll go radio over to Sam. So thank you everyone for joining us today.